that is the case?
I mean, the execution of plans primarily. I mean, there's a lot that said we go around talking about, say, for someone like a Shaheen Shah Afridi. But there's numbers that add up, and you rightly mentioned now that we haven't been able to close out games. Yes, going back to the last T20, Pakistan was easy 15-20 runs short, but having that, we didn't execute our lines and lengths properly. We sort of sometimes flow away in the emotion of the game. And our fielding lets us down. Time and again, our fielding lets us down. And I think that's a huge miss. Mark Chapman's catch could have been the change of the game, and Pakistan could have brought it home quite easily. Wasn't the case. So with our bowling, it dovetails into our fielding a lot of the times, which doesn't get spoken about enough. So we get the runs, but I don't think it's the bowling. Most of the times, our batting is slightly short, and our bowling is under the pump to get the job done, and they do get it done time and again.
Fair enough. Mark Chapman then, I mean, dropped on 67 by Shadab Khan, but then he went on to capitalize on that drop so well. What's impressed you the most about him?
I think just his fearless nature of batting. And the challenge for Mark Chapman is, as I said, he was on the plane, he was ready to go home, needed 12 runs and over from over 5, and he probably just thought, you know what, I'm just going to play some shots here. The most impressive thing was the use of feet. He used his feet, and you know, we speak about the Pakistan bowlers and we say, you know, have they been consistent enough? But I think what he did is he went in there with a strategy and he tried to counter that consistency, and he put them under pressure by using his feet. And when the bowlers even tried to go short at him to try and, you know, counter him using his feet, he managed to play that shot where, you know, played it over his head, and they didn't really have an answer. Whether he can play with the same amount of freedom that he played with the other night, because all of a sudden you start thinking, World Cup, I want to be in that team, I've got an opportunity here, how many chances will I get for the one-day side? You know, that plays on your mind as a player, when actually all you have to do is go out there, enjoy it, you're in red-hot form, and just watch the ball. So, Chapman, great to see him in the squad.
All right. One thing I can tell you is that the fans were extremely disappointed in that last T20 international who came to watch Pakistan perhaps win. But this is a different story altogether, different format, new side as well. Let's find out what the fans have to say with Mehak.
We're back in Rawalpindi Cricket Stadium where 2 days ago the T20 series concluded, and I'm out here on this bright sunny afternoon where the one-day international series will commence between the men in green and the black caps. Now let's go hear some fans' analysis and see what they're expecting from this first one-day international. सबसे पहले तो पाकिस्तान की ODI स्क्वाड में लेफ्ट-हैंडेड बैटर और ओपनर इमामुल हक, जो मुझे लगता है एक बहुत ही बेहतरीन एडिशन है स्क्वाड में, वो शामिल हो रहे हैं। तो आपको लगता है कि ऑब्वियसली हमें उनकी कैपेबिलिटीज तो पता है, तो आपको लगता है कि वो डिलीवर कर पाएंगे पाकिस्तान के लिए?
बिल्कुल कर पाएंगे। जिस तरह उनका डेब्यू भी आप देखें तो उसको उन्होंने सेंचुरी किया था, तो आई गेस इट विल बी वेरी गुड फॉर पाकिस्तान कि वो ODIs के अंदर इमामुल हक वुड बी वेरी हेल्पफुल इन द बैटिंग लेग फॉर पाकिस्तान अगेंस्ट द न्यूजीलैंड ODIs। यस।
अच्छा, जो T20 सीरीज़ में स्पेशली आखिरी मैच में जो पाकिस्तान की टीम में जो कमी हम देख रहे थे, तो आपको लगता है कि वो अपनी गलतियों से सीख चुके होंगे और बॉलिंग ज़्यादा स्मार्टली कराएंगे और बैटिंग में भी ऑब्वियसली यू नो एडिशनल बेहतरी लाएंगे?
आई बिलीव यस, क्योंकि हम अगर अपने पाकिस्तानी टीम का पैटर्न देखें तो वो लोग कुछ ना कुछ सीख ही रहे होते हैं एक दूसरे से, और एट द एंड ऑफ द डे टीम वर्क इज़ वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट। तो जितने भी 11 के 11 प्लेयर्स हैं, आई बिलीव कि वो अपनी गलतियों को खुद सुधारना चाहेंगे और बेहतर करना चाहेंगे, क्योंकि हम पाकिस्तान में क्रिकेट फिर से एक दफ़ा शुरू हुआ है सही से, पाकिस्तान के अंदर मैचेस हो रहे हैं, तो आई बिलीव कि हमारी क्रिकेट टीम भी दे विल मेक अस प्राउड एज वेल।
बाबर आजम, आपको लगता है वो अच्छी बैटिंग आज इस 50 ओवर फॉर्मेट में कर सकेंगे?
या बिकॉज बाबर आजम बहुत अच्छे प्लेयर हैं, वो अपने लास्ट मैचेस में भी बहुत बेस्ट दे चुके हैं, एंड आई एम गेसिंग कि वो आज अपना बेस्ट देंगे।
शाहीन शाह अफरीदी, उनकी उम्र भी कम है, हमने देखा कि PSL में भी उन्होंने अपने बैट के साथ अंडर प्रेशर कुछ हमें अच्छी इनिंग्स भी दिखाई थी, तो आपको लगता है कि वो शाहिद अफरीदी की तरह इंटरनेशनल स्टेज पे एक अच्छे ऑलराउंडर बन सकते हैं, कि आपको लगता है उनको सिर्फ अपनी लीथल बॉलिंग पे ही फोकस करना चाहिए?
या शाहीन शाह अफरीदी में बहुत ज़्यादा पोटेंशियल है, और वो अपनी बॉलिंग की वजह से एज वी ऑल नो कि वो बहुत फेमस है, और बैटिंग में भी ही इज़ वेरी गुड, सो ही इज़ द बेस्ट प्लेयर।
अच्छा, आप लोग आज मैच देखने आए हैं, तो आप लोग दोनों टीम से क्या एक्सपेक्ट कर रहे हैं परफॉर्मेंस वाइज? आपको लगता है कौन जीतेगा आज का मैच?
अस्सलाम वालेकुम मैम इंशाल्लाह लास्ट टाइम भी मैच जीता हुआ समझे हार गए थे हम बट जीत एंड हार जो है वो नसीब की बात है तो ये है कि इंशाल्लाह यही एक्सपेक्ट कर रहे हैं कि इंशाल्लाह पाकिस्तान विन करेगा और दोनों के लिए बेस्ट हमारे लिए बेस्ट विशेज़ हैं।
तो आप पाकिस्तान की टीम को फुल ऑन सपोर्ट करने आए हैं?
इंशाल्लाह 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 पाकिस्तान विन करेगा मैम इंशाल्लाह बहुत टफ टीम है इंशाल्लाह।
Absolutely love the spirit of our fans. They're looking forward to this ODI series. Arooj, same conditions. I mean, it's Pindi. We've seen what happens in Pindi here. But if you win the toss, are you still of that school of thought that the team should be chasing?
I think talking from purely a Pakistan point of view, and especially in the longer format, teams like to chase, especially if the dew factor comes in later on. And if the ball starts obviously getting wet, then there's an issue and then you want to chase as well. Pakistan like chasing. And they like knowing what they're chasing, so they sort of seem more structured when they're chasing. When they're setting scores, whether it's in T20 or one-day cricket, we sort of don't know when and how long and how many runs are enough. So I think Pakistan will probably stick to their strengths and get the first game out of the way and then just see what happens.
All right, on that note, we are ready with the toss. Let's find out what happens. Sikandar Bakht is ready with the two captains.
Toss and pitch report brought to you by Inverex Solar Energy.
All right, it's toss time, and it's the first ODI of the 5 games to be played between Pakistan and New Zealand. I've got match referee Chris Broad alongside me. The two captains, of course, Babar Azam and Tom Latham, and Babar has the coin. Heads is the call. And it's gone far away from us. Tails it is. Babar, first of all, what are you going to do?
We will ball first.
Ball first.
Yeah.
Looking at the surface, I mean, you know this is a high-scoring ground. Chasing, you feel, do you factor in your mind also? What are the factors that made you decide to bat second?
To be honest, yes. Second time, due factor over here, and second time much better than first inning, the behave wicket. So yeah, we will try to bowl in the first 10 hours. We are already doing few matches, so we will try to that momentum in this match.
Also, as a captain, gives you a good outing before the World Cup. I know it's still later in the year, but 5 games. That's the only ODI that Pakistan is playing before that.
Yeah, we have 2 big events coming up, so we will try to utilize that matches for that big event. So yeah, looking forward to it.
It's the first game, so I can't really say what team you're playing, but a fair mix of quick, fast bowlers and, of course, yourself in the top in the order.
Yes, our senior fast bowlers, Shaheen, Naseem and Haris is playing, and Shan playing, and Usman Ali Aga and rest of the 2 openers.
Yeah.
And I already tell all the team.
Yeah, of course. Well, have a good one.
Thanks, yeah.
Tom, happy batting first?
Yeah, it obviously looks a regional surface. We were going to have a bowl, but I guess we've got a good opportunity first up to put some runs on the board. So as I said, it looks a pretty decent wicket. So I'm sure it's not going to change too much throughout the innings.
Great finish to the T20 series. This provides you that extra momentum coming into the 50-over version.
Yeah, you're right. Even though it's a change of format, I guess the confidence that the group's got, after that last game, obviously the guys chased really well. Obviously, we've got to set first, but yeah, I guess confidence is really important in group, and I guess we built a little bit of that up over the last couple of games.
Batting first, are you going to move ahead with some score in your mind, or you just follow how it goes through the overs?
Obviously, I think there's been limited games here over the past sort of few years, so I guess for us it's trying to adapt and sort of move quickly with what we think's a past score, and I guess that comes down to our communication as a batting group, so we have to wait and see what it looks like.
All right, have a good one.
Cheers, thank you.
Well, we know now that Pakistan have won the toss. They've decided to bowl first. Now, let's talk about the surface. Sana has joined us. Sana, first of all, welcome to you right here in this ODI series. What do you make of this surface here?
Thank you so much, Sikandar. Yes, I think when you see this pitch, there are smaller cracks, more compact cracks when you look at this surface. So I do feel that the spinners might have a bit more say than they had in T20 because it looks more drier and the cracks are a bit smaller.
Now, we've seen some high-scoring games out here. This square is known to, produce high scores. If you happen to see Mark Chapman and how he performed, what do you think made him stand out compared to the other batters from New Zealand?
I think now the batters know that the change of pace is going to be a very important thing. What he did really well is you need a big heart to come down to 150-plus bowler, use your feet and create those lengths. So what he did really well was created that length, and he had an answer for every shot, every ball that was bowled to him.
So now, according to you, a quick one, what lengths or what are the key things that the bowlers should do out here then?
I do think change of pace again, but then you have to take it away from the reach of the batter. So maybe more wider, slow ones, not within the body, and bounces. Yes, the boundaries are small, but a well-directed bouncer, it's still going to ask an important question from the batters.
Well, we know it's going to be a runs galore. Let's find out how many New Zealand puts up batting first.
Toss and pitch report brought to you by Inverex Solar Energy.
Well, Pakistan has won the toss and they have elected to field first. Mark Chapman will be in the 11 today, somebody who dominated the Pakistan bowling in the T20 internationals. Thank you so much for your thoughts, Arooj and Grant Elliott. And now, on that note, we'll be taking a short breather. When we do come back, we'll be having a closer look at the teams and also be joined by a new set of guests. Back on the Inverex Solar Energy Pitch Side Show, and the news from the centre is that Pakistan has won the toss and they have elected to bowl first. We'll obviously be looking at which team Pakistan is playing, and New Zealand has made a couple of changes from their T20 squads as well. I've now been joined by Sana Mir and Mr. Butch. Butch, nice to have you back. You might want to hold your mic though.
It's even better to be back with the microphone in my hand. You see, I go away on holiday for a couple of days and I completely forget how to broadcast. Some might say I didn't know how to do it in the first place.
Anyway, good to have you back. And it's always great to have him back, to be honest, because like I say, he's a local now. Sana, you're the true local.
He has brought smiles on our faces in the first minute.
Okay, can we talk about the cricket now? I think it's fair enough to get on with it. All right, Sana. So Pakistan is playing a different side to the T20 internationals. They've made a couple of, I wouldn't call it changes because it's the first one-day international, but Haris Sohail is not playing. He's struggling with an injury. Then you've got Shan Masood who comes in. What do you make of this 11 that's playing today?
It's a very strong 11 for Pakistan. I think Shan Masood at number 4. He has been waiting patiently for his chance. He has been playing well in domestic cricket as well. But Haris Sohail, you have to feel for him. The moment he comes closer to playing for Pakistan, something happens and then he's out. So yeah, overall the team is good. Salman Ali Agha has been good with his off-spin, with his batting. All the 3 paces are there. So overall a very balanced side for Pakistan.
Let's have a look at the New Zealand team as well and see what changes they've made. Like I said, Mark Chapman is playing. Butch, I'm sure you must have seen what he did in that last T20, not just the last T20 international, the entire series. The fact that New Zealand is playing with a second or third string side, considering most of their players are playing in the IPL, what do you make of this 11?
Yeah, I mean, they've got such incredible strength in depth, New Zealand, considering they're such a small country, such a small population. They always play brilliantly in one-day international cricket. The amount of finals they've made in ICC tournaments, etc. So they have players out there that are very match hardened, despite the fact that they might not be the first guys on the team sheet. Somebody like Mark Chapman. The first time I heard his name was when the guy assassinated John Lennon back in 1980. That was the only Mark Chapman I knew, and then everybody knew his name after the innings he played here in Islamabad. So listen, they've got very, very talented youngsters knocking around, and they are always a team to be feared in ODI cricket.
All right, Sana, what about the Pakistan team? Let's have a look at the 11 that's playing today.
So yeah, the good thing about this new Pakistan team is that they are not short of the left-handers. You have the importance of right and left-hand combination, 2 left-handers at the top. Then comes Babar, then another left-hander in Shan Masood. Then come Rizwan, Salman Ali Agha, and Shadab and Nawaz. They bring a lot of stability and a lot of impetus to this side because they can bowl and they've got proper all-rounders at the bottom, and then the 3 paces. Brilliant.
Yeah, it looks like a pretty good side and obviously well led by Babar Azam in the runs department. You're talking about ODI cricket. It seems to be one of his favorite formats because it's a format that he loves to dominate. You look at that average, everything else, and it seems to be working well for him. But enough of cricket about Babar Azam. Let's find out what he's like off the field.
Star Talk, brought to you by Inverex Solar Energy.
मेरे साथ मौजूद हैं पाकिस्तान स्किपर बाबर आजम और हम कुछ मज़े के सवालात इनसे पूछने वाले हैं रैपिड फायर काइंड ऑफ क्वेश्चंस बाबर थैंक यू फॉर योर टाइम सीट थाम के पकड़ने के मैं मुश्किल सवाल पूछने वाली हूँ जल्दी से जवाब देने सबसे पहले बताएं आपका फेवरेट डेंटिस्ट कौन है
टूथब्रश
टूथब्रश ओके देन अच्छा ये बताएं कि 3 सुपर पावर्स अगर आपके पास होती हैं तो वो कौन सी होती रैपिड फायर बाबर
3 सुपर पावर
हाँ
यार ये बहुत मुश्किल है और
अच्छा एक बता दें
कुछ भी नहीं मैं अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह खुश हूँ
टीम में 3 सबसे अच्छे दोस्त
3 का बोलूंगा तो सब दोस्त सारे अच्छे हैं सबके साथ अच्छी बाउंड्री
जरूरी है
और वो बताता हूँ मैं 3 मेरे जो हैं इमाम हैं रिजवान और शदाब इनसे ज़्यादा क्लोज हूँ लेकिन बाकी सबके साथ मेरी बॉन्डिंग काफ़ी अच्छी है क्योंकि उनके साथ ऑलमोस्ट वो प्लेयर हैं जो हम इकट्ठे जो 7 सालों से इकट्ठे खेलते आ रहे हैं
ये जो कवर अप स्टेटमेंट थी इसके पीछे इनकी मुस्कुराहट भी आप देख लें 3 फेवरेट डिशेस जो आपको किसी भी वक्त मिल जाए
पास्ता स्टेक सुशी
फ़ोन पे सबसे ज़्यादा किससे बातें करते हैं
फ़ोन पे कम ही बात करता हूँ मैं
ये क्या बात है
फजूल काम है।
फजूल काम है। फोन पे बात करना फजूल काम है। सबसे ज़्यादा फ़ोन पे ऐप्स कौन सी यूज़ करते हैं?
ऐप्स इंस्टाग्राम, ट्विटर।
गाने सुनने का तो शौक है
बहुत।
टॉप 3 सॉन्ग्स?
कोई एक नहीं है ऑनेस्टली। मैं हर किस्म का गाना रखा हूँ, दुखी
दुखी
रोमांटिक,
बड़े दिल से आवाज है, दुखी
सारे मैंने रखे हुए हैं। और मैं उसमें ये नहीं है कि मेरा एक कोई स्पेसिफिक सॉन्ग है, जो ऑन द डे मुझे अच्छा लगेगा मैं उसको 2 या 3 बार इच्छा। और कभी कभी ऐसा होता है कि एक हफ्ता चलता है वो, लेकिन वो ये है कि जो अच्छा लगे।
इंडोर क्रिकेट या गली क्रिकेट?
स्ट्रीट, गली
क्रिकेट।
क्योंकि मैं गली में बहुत खेला।
फैमिली के साथ टाइम या कोई और फ्रेंचाइज क्रिकेट की लीग खेलने जाएं?
फैमिली को फ्रेंचाइज क्रिकेट
फैमिली को फ्रेंचाइज क्रिकेट में ले जाएं। आखिर में ये बता दें कि सारी दुनिया घूमे, सबसे खूबसूरत मुल्क कौन सा लगा?
न्यूजीलैंड।
पाकिस्तान नहीं?
वहाँ तो रहता हूँ मैं। वो तो है ही है, लेकिन न्यूजीलैंड।
बाबर थैंक यू वेरी मच। ये था बाबर के साथ रैपिड फायर।
Star Talk, brought to you by Inverex Solar Energy.
Yeah, absolutely brilliant to hear the thoughts of Babar Azam. I mean, it seems like he's grown in confidence as well, Sanab, over the years that we've seen him grow and evolve as a cricketer. But you look at him and you hear him now, it just seems like he's grown in stature off the field.
Absolutely, he looks confident, he is happy to have a laugh, and he looks confident because he has answered so many critics. First you talk about not being able to play the left arm spin, then you talk about the strike rates, and he has answered every critic, and I think that brings you a lot of confidence. He has made cemented his place in the T20s, one days, and in the test, so he's in the top 4 batters in the world, so that will give him a lot of confidence.
And like I said, Butch, this is a format that he loves to bat in. I mean, you look at that average, perhaps best in the world. You must have seen that 100 of his recently against New Zealand in the T20. So how have you seen his career evolve as somebody who's just sort of watching from a neutral perspective?
Well, I mean, I've seen him become sort of one of the fan favourites down in Somerset. You know, he's if he drank cider, they would love him even more down there. He's come out of himself probably because he has that confidence of being able to go around the world, have been respected widely. His average, he's averaging 70 something in his career in ODI cricket. He is #1 undisputed best ODI cricketer in the world. I suppose the only questions for him left really are sort of centred around his captaincy, his leadership, I suppose. And there's always sniping when you're the best player in the world because you're stood up on the highest mountain, right? So everybody can see you and everybody wants to take a shot. But the one thing, I suppose, in his CV is the captaincy. Does he command the Pakistan team out there on the field? Does he make the big calls? Does he make the right calls that can turn them into a side that has got magnificent individual players into one that wins tournaments, wins crunch moments? And that, at the moment, is the only question against him. As a batsman, he's peerless.
I think that is the one thing that he perhaps need a trophy in the cabinet to sort of really get down in the history books, Sana. Otherwise, he's, in terms of batting, he's there.
Absolutely. I've talked to so many ex-cricketers, and they say that we have not seen a batter of his caliber even in our era. You talk of the 90s and 2000s. So he has really demanded that respect from everyone. But yes, when you talk about the captaincy, there's still a lot of room for improvement.
All right, we need to see that from Babar as well. That captaincy elevation is what's required. Now we're only moments away from the game. Pakistan is bowling first. We'll see you guys just in a bit.
A long wait of 31 years since that magical evening in Melbourne. A heartbreaking loss in the final 4 years ago. It's Mission World Cup 2023 for both Pakistan and New Zealand, looking to end the wait to lay their hands on the trophy. The 5-match ODI contest starting today is a good preparation for the ICC 50-over World Cup coming up later this year.
We are ready for one day.
Runners-up in the last 2 World Cups. We're hungry to win it this year.
Kiwis, watch out. I'm coming at you with my Yorkers and Bonsai.
Familiar faces and some fresh personnel have joined the two squads. A spectacular 100 from Mark Chapman helped the visitors draw level the T20 International Series.
Chapman gets to 100. 100 of the highest order.
After the stunning win, the confidence of New Zealand are sky high. Can Pakistan turn things around? The riveting cricket action continues in Pindi, even as the format undergoes a change.
Hello and a very warm welcome back at the Pindi Cricket Stadium here in Rawalpindi as we welcome you to the Dafa News presents KFC Pakistan versus New Zealand ODI series, and it is the first of 5 games in the series. We start off in Rawalpindi for the first 2 games, the second one a couple of days after, and then the action moves to Karachi on the 3rd, 5th and the 7th of May for the remainder 3 games. It looks like another surface which will have plenty of runs on offer. That is more than comfortable using their feet. The margins of error for bowlers very slim once again. First toss and how it panned out was in the home skipper's favour. Babar Azam elected to have a field first. Both teams are slightly different looking from obviously the T20I series as we have a look at both teams. First up, New Zealand, and once again joined by Grant Elliott to kick off.
Yeah, well, Will Young and Chad Bowes up top there. Latham slides down the order, but it'll be the experience of Mitchell Latham. And that man Chapman, we've spoken about him. He's made it into the ODI side. He will be absolutely ecstatic about that. And the bowling, well, it looks solid with the spinners through the middle.
Pakistan look a very good outfit. Fakhr Zaman, Imam ul Haq, Babar Azam, Shan Masood, Rizwan and Salman Ali Agha. Well, that's a good top 6. Shadab bin Nawaz, the spin all-rounders, and then the speedsters for Pakistan. Shaheen, Naseem and Haris Rauf. Right, we are all set and ready for the national anthems of both sides. we are now ready for one-day cricket. 50-over version, 5 games in this series, and an important build-up to the 50-over World Cup not too far away. Grant, what do you make of this opportunity for the New Zealand side?
Well, Uruj, good afternoon to everyone out there, all the listeners and viewers around the world. It is a fantastic opportunity, and an opportunity for a lot of players that wouldn't have otherwise get the opportunity. Keep talking about how many players are missing from New Zealand, but they came here, they struggled in the first 2 T20s, they struggled to adapt to the conditions, but then ended up drawing the series, which was a fantastic result for them. So their confidence will be high. They haven't had many trainings here, but mentally in a good space. Celebrating Eid over here, fantastic to be in a new country, the joys of playing cricket around the world, but we can't discount how experienced this Pakistan bowling lineup is, and that's the danger in this team. Pakistan are extremely experienced and lethal with their bowling, and particularly up front. So we see Chad Bowes coming in and Will Young up front. Will Young had a slow T20, got starts. He'll want to build on that. Chad Bowes ended up scoring his first T20 50. But as you said, it's a different format. It's one-day cricket, longer to play, adapt to conditions, and bat long and bat big.
Chad Bowes and Will Young. Chad Bowes, the third highest scorer for New Zealand in that T20 series. Tom Latham slightly above, but Mark Chapman, well, he led the way for New Zealand. And you mentioned 2-all apiece. Well, you'd almost feel New Zealand sort of had the last laugh in that to come from where they did. It's a different look side, and it's a different look format as well. Chad Bowes will open, very new into his career, just his 3 games. And of course, an opportunity for both New Zealand batters to get runs. Surface always plays in the favor of the batters as well. Will Young on the other side. So 2 young openers for New Zealand up against the very experienced and dangerous Shaheen Shah Afridi. As always, when Shaheen Shah Afridi has the brand new Kookaburra, he makes it talk. 33 games, 62 wickets, a best of 6 for 35. 9 times in his career he's picked up a wicket in his very first over. In T20 cricket, in one-day cricket, he's as dangerous. Now we all set and ready at the Pindi Cricket Stadium for the first of 5. And if you've just joined us, Babar Azam won the toss and he elected to have a bowl. Here we go. Maybe not. He's got the one slip in place, deep third and deep fine on the boundary, the 2 boundary riders.
Well, not unfamiliar. This is the beauty of playing a T20 series, Aruj, and then coming into the one-days. It's not the first time Will Young's facing Shaheen Shah Afridi. He may have had times where he felt uncomfortable. And you start developing a game plan during the T20s, and you refine that game plan over time, which helps you either survive or dominate against the bowler. Well, speak about how players have played each other in the T20s. Will Young, let's have a look. This was the first ODI. Maybe a little bit of shape back, played on. And in the last T20, Shaheen Shah Afridi went to cross him and nicked him off and tried to play one down to third man. So both bowled and caught behind. But he's just starting with a one slip here, Shaheen Shah Afridi.
That's good carry across the right-hander. Also, let's not forget those games started at way past your dinner time, 9 in the night.
My bedtime, Aruj.
Well, your bedtime as well. But 3:30 afternoon start. Well, Shaheen Shah Afridi last played one-day international cricket in June of 2022. It was a 3-match one-day series in Karachi against the West Indies. In Multan, beg your pardon. And straight to the fielder. And for the case of Will Young and Chad Bose, again, we keep talking about opportunity, and they've had a look at 5 times at the Pakistan bowling outfit. And you kept talking about the intent, which you thought the New Zealand batters, for your liking, there wasn't enough of.
Yeah, I think maybe it wasn't so much intent, but more adaptability to the conditions. I think Will Young and both Chad Bose like to play off the back foot. They like to play the horizontal bat shots, whereas here in Pakistan, you have to be careful because that bounce, when you do pitch the ball sort of quite short of back of a length, it can skid on and hit the top of the stumps. But they adapted well, they'll know that. Will Young got starts in the T20s. Chad Bose managed to convert one of his starts. So this is a better format for Will Young. He's got a decent record. He's got 200s, and last innings was 86 not out against Sri Lanka.
Nicely timed through the offside. Should pick up a couple of runs here, Will Young. New Zealand off the mark.
Quite interesting to see that shot, Aruj. We just played the replay of how he got out in that first ODI. And it was a full extension of the stroke, whereas here, he just checks it. See, just holds that elbow nice and high, checks it, doesn't allow the ball to, just in case it swings back, get into that inside edge and onto the stumps. That's how you adapt as a player, and you learn and you work out where the bowler is looking to make you vulnerable.
The first over comes to an end. New Zealand 2 for no loss. The first of 5 one-day internationals. The first one at Pindi, the 2 sides on your screen. Imam Ulaq, Shan Masood, Agha Salman make their way in for New Zealand. Mark Chapman, while he stays on, bags unpacked again. Henry Nichols, Matt Henry, Adam Mill, and a couple of spinners, Rachin and Ish Sodhi. Naseem Shah now into the attack. Oh, what a delivery to start off. Came into and left the right-hander. What a beauty.
Gee, I thought he nicked this one. I thought he nicked it. And I thought it was a very just calm appeal from behind the wickets. Look at that, little bit of swing afterwards. That is a perler to Chad Bose. That'll get his feet moving.
What a delivery to start off. Just with the angle, you felt it came into the right-hander and left him. And because of that, Babar Azam thinking on his feet. 2 slips now. This is really good captaincy. Aggressive up front. Bose off the mark. Into the leg side for a single.
One thing I've really noticed with Naseem Shah, Aruj, is that he used to be pretty raw and wild, like in his first couple of overs. You know, we saw a lot of wides, and gee, that's an absolute peach of a delivery. Perfect line, perfect length. Tough one to get as a batter first up. But what I've noticed now with his career is he starts better. I hope I'm not giving the commentator's curse or putting it on him now, but I've noticed, like, as he's matured as a player and had more experience, he settles into that line and length early, which makes him even more dangerous. You look at someone like Shaheen Shah Afridi, who gets wickets early on. You need to be in that danger area.
It's so important because so many times we talk about batting in partnerships. So important to bowl in partnerships. Bowl in tandem, bowl good spells from both sides. More often than not, the pressure created on one side yields wickets for the other side. And Naseem Shah of late might not have had the best T20 run, but his one-day numbers are quite phenomenal. 18 wickets in 5 games. chipped into the leg side.
You know, I think he struggled with no balls initially. Like even in Test cricket, I remember him coming to New Zealand. There's his numbers, Aruj. I mean, you can talk of those numbers. It's a good start to your career.
His first 3 games against Netherlands, picked up 3, 2 and 5. And last time round, New Zealand were here. He picked up 5 in one of the games as well. Good numbers, an average of 12. And he's getting the ball to talk here as well.
First game that was hailed out, it wasn't rained out, it was hailed out in the T20s. I spoke to the New Zealand players and they said it was a little bit, it wasn't that 200 wicket, it was more that 180 because it was a little bit on the slow side. This wicket's got a touch more grass through the middle and we saw a lot of slow balls, slow ball bounces. That'll be one thing that I guess we'll look at throughout this game is whether pace off does work. That will limit, I guess, the total. Players will try and work that out early.
Oh, has that been nicked? Once again, a beautiful delivery with the angle into the right-hander. 2 done. It's 5 for none.
Well, you have a look at there. Chad Bowe's fairly new in his career. Will Young, outstanding start to his career. 86 not out against Sri Lanka, 200s against the Netherlands. Mark Chapman down the order. I think all eyes on Mark Chapman, the experience of Mitchell and Latham. Henry Nichols comes back into the squad. All averaging mid-30s.
The last bowler of the previous over. Naseem Shah bowled fantastic over entirely, but the last delivery came back in once again into the right-hander and kept going this time with the angle.
My eyes are deceiving me, Aruj. I thought he nicked the second ball of the over, or first ball of the over, Chad Bowes, and that one there I thought he nicked inside edge.
Not the first time for you, Grant. That's uppish, but it clears the infield and that will be the first boundary for New Zealand.
Well, we've seen a check drive from Will Young. This time Chad Bowes, well, he likes it outside off. A little bit more expansive from him, opens the blade, adds more pace onto the delivery. A little bit uppish, but safe. Safe shot to play.
Second slip comes out into the offside for the 4 ring fielders. That's edged and flies away from that slip.
Oh no, no. We saw 2 slips to Naseem Shah, 1 slip to Shaheen Shah Afridi. This would have gone straight in the hands of second slip. Just a textbook straight drive, would have gone right into the pouch of second slip. Look at that. It's good effort at that 1.5 slip, almost at second slip position.
Well, everything happening. Now there's a gully, slip stays, gully comes in. There was a delivery that goes away, continues on with the angle. It's a very genuine edge, and tell you what, that's a fantastic effort from Salman Ali Agha. Horizontal in the air, manages fingertips. And he's done well just to get a hand on that.
Looked like it just skimmed the fingertips just a little bit, Aruj. Got a hand to it, which is amazing. That ball's coming at pace.
Would have been straight down into the hands of second slip had there been one. It wasn't the case. Still searching for the swing, Shaheen Shah Afridi. Haven't seen much from him. On the other hand, Naseem Shah slightly back of a length, getting the ball to talk off the surface and in the air.
Yeah, something that we have seen from him is he does seam the ball both ways, Naseem Shah, whereas Shaheen Shah Afridi searches for that swing early on. And as you say, it's probably, you know, daytime game. If it was during the night, potentially more chance of swing.
Five of Shaheen Shah Afridi's second, it's 10 for no loss. New Zealand 10 for no loss. And there's been some good display of bowling from Naseem Shah in particular so far. He continues here. Bowled some really good channels in his previous over. The first one just left the right-hander, the second one inside edge. Have a look at this one. That was jacked back in. A wonderful take behind the stumps from Rizwan as well. It'll give Naseem Shah some confidence. His off-late T20 version hasn't been his greatest friend. In a different format, and he looks good so far.
Also, when you get movement like that, it does put a little bit of doubt in the batter's mind. You see Chad Bowes now, last two balls, he's just defended them. Because of that movement, there's one away from the blade and then one seaming in. That seam movement can provide a little bit of doubt on whether you're looking to either defend a ball or maybe even leave it. The doubt of leaving it because of that, the way he seams it in, which brings the two slips into place. Gets the batter almost playing outside that off stump.
Whipped into the leg side again, straight to the fielder. Earlier on we saw a couple of drives, a little bit more tentative rather than being assured through the line. Absolutely right, Grant, when the ball's just nipping around, especially in the one-day game, it's okay to take those extra couple of deliveries, maybe see the ball that's moving out for a bit. I don't imagine it's going to continue to move off the surface or in the air for very long.
Building up some steam here, 145 Ks now, Naseem Shah. And you can see the sort of rhythm he's getting into here. De Rouge Mumtaz talk about how he prefers this format, or he's done well in this format. And what comes with performances is consistency. Consistency of bowling the ball in the right area. Umar Gul, mentor and bowling coach of these bowlers.
Well, it's a learning opportunity, right? When you've got somebody like the likes of Umar Gul sitting on the bench. He's always up and about talking to these youngsters. A lot of times you see him bowling in the nets as well. An excellent over from Naseem Shah. It's a maiden. 4 done is 10 for no loss. the averages of the Pakistani bowlers, some really good numbers. This is 6 games for Naseem Shah, 12, but Shaheen Shah Afridi 23. Got fantastic numbers. Haris Rauf as well, 30 wickets. And run through quickly and get home comfortably as well.
There's a number of things that the players have to do, and especially the captain in conversation with his bowler, is you try and work out the conditions early. How can you attack? How can you get wickets? You want to get wickets in the power play. We see the gully now moving out. The gully goes into a catching cover position, and that slip is probably in almost a third slip position.
Beautiful. Once again, just leaves the right-hander.
And then now you get one to go across the batter. So do you think about putting the slip back in? But with the cover catcher going in, that would suggest that the bowlers and the captain, they think this is a slowish surface. That means that they want to get the batter playing in front of themselves, taking pace off the ball. We haven't seen too many slow deliveries yet. You can expect that maybe round about now when that sheen gets off the ball.
Spanked through the offside. Oh, what an effort, straight to him. Fakhr Zaman. A couple of really good fielders in this Pakistan outfit. Fakhr Zaman, Salman Ali Agha behind as well. It's not easy when they come at that pace and the bounce off the square.
Pakistan have started really well here. We're almost into halfway in the power play, and this is the New Zealand 11. Bowes Young, probably more experienced through the middle there with Mitchell, Latham and Chapman. Nichols, who arrived in Pakistan soil, gets his first opportunity. And Ravindra, Milne, Tickner, Henry and Sodhi making up the bowlers with Ravindra and Sodhi, the two spinners.
Once again, straight to the fielder. From Babar Azam's point of view, there's absolutely no debate in the class of the batter that he is. His captaincy, however, does come under scrutiny a lot of times. And you almost like, the more you do it, the more you learn. I just feel that he shouldn't shy away from taking those brave decisions, because until you don't take them, not going to know if they work or not. Driven nicely and driven to the boundary. Ends the over with a boundary. New Zealand 15 for no loss. New Zealand 15 for no loss in the first 5. It's been a good start from Shaheen Shah Afridi and Naseem Shah. His previous over was a maiden. His first one just went for 3, Naseem Shah. And he's getting some good movement off the surface and in the air. Last ball of the previous over from Shaheen Shah Afridi, slightly fuller, and it was driven nicely by Chad Bowes. Straight back past.
Perfect seam presentation as well, Aruj. He's trying to get that swing, but there's just no shape out there. Seen a little bit of seam from Naseem Shah, not from Shaheen Shah Afridi. Well, we're halfway through this power play now. New Zealand have to look to maybe try and be a little bit more positive. Two very different players. You'd like to think that Chad Bowes probably more aggressive. And you can see by the way he steps. Chad Bowes, he steps quite straight, gives himself room outside the off stump, which allows him to be a little bit more freer and throw his hands at it. Will Young a little bit more in line. You can see his eyes right underneath the ball. More of that test technique, whereas Chad Bowes likes to be expansive. It can mean that he opens up that gap between bat and pad, Chad Bowes. And that's one of the things that Shane Shah-Afridi will be looking at. And we saw Will Young get dismissed with an inside edge, but Chad Bowes, he doesn't mind stepping straight because it gives him the opportunity to play through the offside very freely. But it does give the bowler, if it is swinging, an opportunity to get through that gate. Two very different players that look to execute it in a different way. And you need that yin and yang in a partnership. But at the moment, Pakistan are dominating.
That's another lovely delivery. There's been a couple that have just gone past the edge. I think Rizwan saying he didn't hear anything. I don't think there was anything on it. And once again, off that excellent length.
Not a heck of a lot of bounce, you can see, but it's the length there that Naseem Shah has just been hammering that length. New Zealand need to try and counter that. It's called a power play for a reason. There's not a lot of movement out there. We haven't seen any of these players use their feet laterally or down the wicket, trying to change the length up of these bowlers.
And that's one thing that Mark Chapman did really well. He wasn't afraid to use the feet. New Zealand were in a spot of bother at about 50 for 4 in that last game, and he wasn't afraid to be the aggressor. He moved laterally across, he came down the surface, and you're absolutely right, with the ball not doing that much. 6 overs almost now done in the power play. He has that experience and runs that come through that middle order in terms of Latham, Darryl Mitchell and Mark Chapman. But you want to make use of the first 10 as well. He has to get back. Whoa, that would have been really close. End of the 6th, 15 for no loss. New Zealand haven't lost a wicket yet, but the runs have been hard to come by. 5 of 20 for Young, Bowes 10 of 16. And Shine Shah Afridi continue. It's going to bowl his 4th. Still continuing with that slip, which is a wide slip. We've already seen one go past. And change of angle for Shine Shah Afridi around the wicket now.
Yeah, it's a real attacking option for him when it's not swinging. If it's not swinging, I guess his only option is to go across the batter. This is last over, the last ball, run out chance. Yes, would have been close-ish had it been on line, but that's the Ben Stokes 2019 bat that got in the way. Shouldn't really be bringing that up. New Zealand listeners will be rolling their eyes and really disappointed, but yeah, it happens. I'll have to speak to Butch about that later.
Clearly, it still hurts. Oh, bizarre circumstances. 2019 World Cup final.
Yeah, it's interesting leading up to the next World Cup, speaking to Luke Ronke about it and talking about how many players have actually played in both World Cup finals for New Zealand and the experience that they bring into that competition now. You think of the likes of Payne Williamson, Adam Milne, Tom Latham, Henry Nicholls has played in one as well. I'm probably missing 3 or 4 players, Saudi.
Nice shot. Confident shot for 4.
Yeah, that's nice. Really, really nice from Will Young. He's struggling 9 off 22 rocks here. This one, perfect weight transfer. Just watch how he steps forward. He's balanced. Just caresses it through the covers there. Past that short cover and extra cover fielder. It'll give him confidence. New Zealand need to play a little bit freer here in this power play. Slip comes out.
You just see it's almost an understanding of the fact that the ball's not moving around and he can hit through the line. And 2 men catching close in for that uppish drive. It's tucked away, and that'll be 4 as well.
Yeah, it's a poor line from Shane Shah-Afridi. Naseem Shah, hopefully he's not injured. But Shane Shah-Afridi, he's got a square leg back. He brought fine leg up, the 2 cover catches in, probably for the slow ball to roll his fingers over. Got the line wrong. His line was wrong. It was outside leg, which meant that Will Young just tickled it round the corner to Naseem Shah, who had a big dive. Touching his shoulder, that's his bowling arm as well. That's not a good sight, especially considering how well he's bowled at the moment.
And not just for today's game, but as a lead into the World Cup, we hope that Naseem Shah is okay. Just when he lands, the impact on that right shoulder. Strength and conditioning coach out there at the moment, Cliffy Deacon, the physiotherapist, and just making sure he was ruled out of the Karachi test as well during the England series. It was the shoulder once again then. He was having some issues when throwing the ball back in from the outfield. Bowling wasn't much of a problem. He did sit out in that one test. It was the same shoulder back then as well, so let's hope that it's not something very serious.
Especially as they've been off to such a good start, Pakistan here in the power play. They've come to play, they've been disciplined, which has meant only 4 boundaries from New Zealand. There's Chad Bowes with that cover point region. Will Young, his cover drive, and then just the pull around the corner. Because of that discipline, Pakistan find themselves in a very good position here. New Zealand just at 24 so far. Run rate of just 3.6. You'd think that this wicket, which domestically has a run rate of 6.18, looking at scores of over 300.
How that has missed the stumps, we don't know, but for Will Young's sake, hasn't rattled the stumps. Chopped on away from the stumps, a couple of runs. And once again, it's a short of length that is causing trouble.
Yeah, a real sign that the wicket is probably not as quick as it was the other night. When you see players getting inside edges, just slowing up when they're playing out in front of them. He got out like that in first T20, played on. He'll have to just play a little tighter to his body.
Nicely driven once again. That is a beautiful piece of timing. Excellent shot to end the over. 15, the highest runs in the over so far. 30 for no loss.
as the boundary of that previous over. And some more runs added as a result of the overthrows here to the total, which now moves to 32 in the 8th over. Once again, for those who've just joined us, Pakistan won the toss and decided to field first as the overthrow again. As the first ODI, Lisa joins us. Lisa, welcome to Pakistan.
Thank you very much. Excited to be here. And an excellent start, really, by Pakistan. They won't be happy with, especially when you win the toss and elect to bowl. You want to pick up wickets, you want to be able to put some pressure on. And whilst they have done that, there's been a couple of deliveries just fuller of length that's been driven beautifully straight down the ground. They need to continue to keep pressure on because it does look like a tricky pitch. It's not coming on as quick as the batters would like.
A bit of shape there. Yeah. Just asking the keeper, what does he think?
He seems to like playing against the New Zealand side, doesn't he? So, picked up Pfeiffer in the last series against New Zealand, but you can see that the seam position, just as it passes the batter, stands up nicely, which means you get that shape away. Looks like a nick, doesn't it, to the naked eye?
Look at that again. Perfect shape, just leaving the right-hander. New position for Will Young. He's opening for the first time. He usually bats in the middle order, but he's got some runs against Sri Lanka. His last outing, 86 not out, and already got 200s in a short career of 10 games that he's played. Oh, he's chipped that in the air. Will land in the vacant zone. He wasn't really in control of that shot. Just walking into that stroke. Learn him a couple there.
It's the first time we've actually seen either one of these players just make a slight adjustment at the crease, walking across, trying to access the leg side a little bit more. The issue is that the ball isn't coming on to the bat, so it is taking a little bit of a risk when you're coming across the ball like that. So, but I like the fact that he's at least trying to upset the bowler's rhythm and lines.
Yeah, the New Zealand batters were tested a bit when they started off in the T20 series. It's the end of the 8th over, 36 for no loss. They had to make a few adjustments in terms of the slowness of the wicket. Lahore did test them out. That's the 11 that New Zealand is playing in this first ODI. 5 of them to be played. Just talking about the slowness of the surface, they were tested quite a lot in Lahore. Had to make those adjustments earlier in the T20 series. You see, Chapman did very well to understand what works here. Bowling change. Nawaz for the first time. He's been sitting the bench through the T20 international series as Imad Wasim was prepared. This brings me to that question that probably many people were asking, why Imad Wasim or Iftikhar Ahmed are not in the ODI squad initially when the two sides were announced before the start of the series. But sometimes probably you got to make those changes. Chapman was included in the ODI squad after the way he performed out there. Really truly believe that maybe Iftikhar had an opportunity.
I guess it's interesting depending on what the team is looking to gain out of this series. Now, we talk about the World Cup not that far away, and the lack of ODI cricket that the teams are going to face in the build-up, so they want to get as much as they can. Mark Chapman seems an obvious choice given that Kane Williamson is out, so they're searching to kind of reshuffle their middle order. Obviously a number of players still playing in the IPL, so there's an opportunity for some of these players just to put their hand up. Mark Chapman did that in the T20 series. So you can understand why New Zealand made those changes to bring him in and scored that 100. Match winning and tied the series as well, really important for New Zealand. Wonderful moment for him. And it's kind of nice when you have those type of moments, you can come back and play in a few days' time.
Nicely done. Good use of the feet and got right underneath that for a maximum. Totally in control of that shot and got to the pitch of it.
Good sign of aggression. Ball up above the batter's eye line. And has already figured that there isn't a lot of turn on offer, not just yet, so why not attack? They've been slow out of the blocks, New Zealand, given how well the fast bowlers have bowled. Here's a chance that they can put some pressure on Nawaz.
Nine gone, it's 44 for no loss. For no loss. We're just coming back to how the sides are preparing themselves for that World Cup, which is later in the year. Chapman puts up a strong case for himself in the absence of the usual players that the ODI side has for New Zealand.
Yeah, we were talking about how difficult it was right at the start. Opening bowlers, Naseem Shah, absolutely dialed in onto a little handkerchief, just short of a length, targeting that top of the off stump, got the ball to move away and in, depending on who he was bowling to. So effective.
Slightly short, and got into good position very early, read that length, and puts it away with that pace on the ball. Now we see the runs are coming in as more purpose, a maximum of the last ball of the previous over, and then this shot.
Just shows you that these guys are starting to get an understanding of the conditions out there, the pitch, the pace, what shots they can play, what shots they have to put away. They've been patient from now. Maybe here's their opportunity to attack.
Now Zekoil unveiled a real peel to reveal.
It's a bit of a tongue twister, that one.
Yeah.
Get us ready for commentary.
Nice, and Razak right on it.
I think there might have been a little bit of bat as well. It's definitely going down. Pace of all of these players are impressive, isn't it? Haris Ralph, Naseem Shah. Yeah, a little bit of bat.
Oh, has it got inside edge? Yes, it has. Got him in half. That's a good ball. His leg came in off the surface, and Chad Bowes has nicked it.
The amount of times that the Pakistan bowlers have gone on the outside edge and inside edge. And finally they found a little feather of the bat. Haris Ralph coming in for his first over is able to create the breakthrough. And New Zealand, who have been searching for a 50-run opening partnership, still has to wait. It's been 8 ODIs. Chad Bowes goes for 18. It's 48 for 1.
So Pakistan get the first wicket of the day. It brings in Daryl Mitchell at number 3. 100 not out his best. 250s to add to that, to his career of 22 games.
Yeah, it's clever bowling. Back of a length. Coming in off the seam. Just cutting him in half. And finally, Pakistan able to get a breakthrough. Well, that's all it needs, a little feather. And a good catch as well. Mohammad Rizwan with the gloves in hand.
It's well bowled and well played. Been shuffling their batting order a bit. Number 3 for Daryl Mitchell, that's his first. Will Young opening for the first time. And we were discussing earlier that they've got Rachin, who's also a top order bat. But in the T20s we saw he's batting way down. Was it number 7 or something? Top ball to end the over. It's 49 for 1. It's just a bit of a tricky thing when you end up batting first. How many runs are enough? We've seen this ground produce a lot of runs. I'm talking about T20s because I've hardly played any ODI cricket. So not many, numbers to fall back on and say this should be enough. We've seen 240 chased here. I'm talking about like a T20 internationals twice. 220 has been the regular, and again, won by sides chasing. Just asking Tom Latham at the toss that how many runs do you feel is enough? He says, I've got nothing to fall back on, so we'll take it as it goes. Oh, he's missed that. There was a moment where we thought that the batter might be in trouble. He just took his eyes off the ball, completely missed it.
Yeah, since Darren Mitchell has actually come out, he's put a little bit of pressure on mid-off and mid-on. Even in his first delivery, he took a quick single, again did the same thing. Shaheen Shah Afridi just trying to get in the right position to let it go. Maybe it took a little hop the other direction. He got himself a boundary.
We saw that in that knock of 104 not out from Chapman. What worked for him was the use of his feet. Even against the fast bowlers, he was just not allowing them to bowl at a particular length. I think he's shared a thing or two with his teammates. What really works out here on the surface.
And Sikandar, you were talking about the fact of the fact that, you know, the conversations that teammates are having, even out there, what's a decent total? Information would be passed back, whether a batter gets out or drinks breaks. They start to kind of go, okay, this is where we can maybe accelerate. We need to have wickets in hand. And then the other thing that New Zealand will be conscious of is, if Dew comes in, do we have to kind of go a little bit further with our score? Do we need to put on an extra 20, 30, 40 runs to give our bowlers a chance when the ball just skids on under lights and the ball doesn't move at all and it's just a batting paradise? So all of those things start to compute into the players' minds.
Single to end the over. It's 56 for 1. It's 56 for 1. And that one wicket to Haris Rauf in his very first over. We're just talking about what worked for Chapman and how he actually played the fast ball as a use of his feet that we just discussed. And against Haris Rauf for Shaheen Shah Afridi, everyone. This is meeting points, how he's coming down the wicket, creating those lengths, especially against Haris Rauf. He was really quick in improvising those strokes.
The third little single, cheeky single, Daryl Mitchell has been able to poach. It's important as well, the rotation of strike. Also allows you to get into your innings as well. Mark Chapman living the dream at the moment. Match-winning 100. An opportunity to come back out into this ODI side and maybe stake a claim for the World Cup side as well.
And he was dismissed only once in that series of 5 games. The Sensodyne sensitivity-free moment, because life is too short for sensitive teeth. Once again, that single, just soft hands. It's really well done.
Sometimes we don't see it a lot in the men's game simply because of the power. And, you know, as a batter, you want to go out there, you want to hit the middle of the bat, and you want to hear that crisp sound off the bat that it's gone to the boundary. But the most important thing is that you still respect the bowlers, and if there's a decent delivery, you still try and find a way of scoring a run, and that's what Mitchell has been doing.
They're slightly short and put away. Shorter lengths wouldn't be a problem. Earlier in the series, we saw that the lack of bounce was a bit of a test for the batters from New Zealand, but on this occasion, right on top of it.
He plays that pull shot off the front foot, really. Just a little bit of transfer of weight, just stands nice and tall. Something that he's known for.
It's 12 overs gone. It's 63 for 1. .63 for 1, 14 singles in that.
Was just a little bit expensive in his first 2 overs, and the reason why I say that is because he had such a great series against New Zealand in January earlier this year. He picked up 6 wickets, an economy of 4.3. But given that lusty blow down the ground, he's put mid on and mid off back. So what they're able to do now is they're able just to rotate the strike. Just pick up those easy singles, and then if there's a loose ball, they can put that away. So these two batters, whilst it's still a new partnership, just 17 off 16 deliveries, they've been able to really rotate the strike.
Would you have preferred to keep these guys in, especially for Mitchell, who's just come in? And just what we've seen is easily pushing the ball around for singles.
Now, I would have experimented at least with one of them being up inside the circle, and probably just keeping your mid-wicket and cover a little bit straighter as well, especially for the one that's, whether it be long on, so mid-wicket a lot straighter, to almost cut off that angle. See if you can put a bit of pressure. Also, you can pick up a run out with the non-striker. I guess it depends what line he really wants to bowl. If he wants to bowl that tight middle stump line, then you're probably best to put your long on back and then keep mid-off up. Ask him to go inside out over that fielder and expose his stumps as well.
And to the 13th, it's 65 for 1. Chad Bowes, the only wicket, scored 18, went to Haris Rauf. Good catch taken by Rizwan. Pakistan haven't really had a moment to celebrate in terms of series wins. They had a tough year, some close calls. They played 3 ODI series against New Zealand. The one you talked about in January, they lost that 2-1. But still, it's good to see the crowd is coming in, still backing the team. And they're coming in numbers. Probably you'd see more people as the sun sets down. It's quite warm outside. And Pakistan has the opportunity to make it to the top of the ODI rankings if they win all the games in this series. Good running between the wickets, completing the 2.
It's quite interesting given when you look at how many ODIs have been played since the last World Cup and in between. Pakistan and New Zealand have actually played the least amount. Yet their record is pretty amazing. 23 ODIs before today's match. Then before the last World Cup, during that cycle, 82 ODIs were played. So you can understand that COVID has probably played a bit of a role in the lack of ODIs since the last World Cup. Like I said, 82 ODIs were played of Pakistan in that World Cup period building up to 2019, and now 24. So you have to maximise all your opportunities given the World Cup is not that long away. Yeah, and even with those 23, 24 now ODIs, there was 3 versus Zimbabwe, 3 versus Netherlands, 3 against the West Indies. So you can understand as well the lack of competition as well, with lots of teams trying to make up series again because of COVID as well. The calendar is nice, chock-a-block, nice and full, so it's hard to find a window as well.
End of the over with a single. New Zealand moved to 70 for 1.
Well, it's been a cagey start to this New Zealand-Pakistan ODI series. Just the 1 wicket to fall for the Black Caps out of Chad Bowes. Tom Latham waits, not in the best of form. Great to have Simon Mir alongside me. You did the pitch report. Vaguely remember you saying that you thought that this pitch was a little slower than some that we've seen here in Pindi. I think you've been 100% correct.
Thank you so much. Yeah, it does look a bit slower, and you can see the bowlers also bowling it a bit slower, especially the spinners, giving it a bit more air.
It's interesting to listen to Lisa and Sikandar talking about the relative lack of one-day cricket that these two teams have played since the 2019 World Cup. Do you think that's sort of indicative of the way that the ODI format is going in general? In other words, with the calendar being crowded out with T20 cricket, no matter where the leagues are or what they're coming from, the players being really keen to play in that, the ODI form is finding itself being squeezed out of relevance.
Yeah, that is affecting the T20 leagues, are affecting the one-day cricket, the scheduling. Still the bigger boards, we see India at the top, still playing enough T20, enough one-day cricket before the World Cup, around 40+ matches, even though COVID hit in between for a couple of years. But yes, the T20 schedule, the leagues, they are pushing the one-day format.
Where do you stand on the formats and their relative merits or otherwise?
I don't have the popular opinion. I love ODI cricket. I do think that's the cricket I've enjoyed the most. Yes, T20 cricket is really popular and it brings in the big bucks, but I love one-day cricket.
Well, and so say all of us. 15 gone, 73 for 1. Harris Ralph, the one successful bowler. Asim Shah was extremely economical, 1 or 2 opportunities to take a wicket. You're going to see Shadab Khan into the attack. It's the 4 for 28. The average is decent. He perhaps has not quite had the mojo with him in terms of his ODI bowling of late. This surface might suit him a little bit though.
Yes, and it's a very good toss to win for Pakistan because it's dry at the moment. The sun is out, the spinners will have a better say, but once it cools down in the evening, there might be a bit of dew, so the spinners can really impact.
Catch it! Skewed between the 2 men behind point on the offside. Excellent piece of work. I just wonder whether they might have to have a look at that because the boundary cushion was moved back. A little bit of fortune.
And it's Fakhar Zaman flying away, giving all 100% commitment in the field for the team.
Just saw it turn there, didn't you? Just a little bit of grip and turn. And this is where the boundary gets pushed backwards. Does it leave a little imprint where you can tell if the ball would have hit the boundary cushion? No way of knowing. Googly picked by Will Young. We're talking about the going back to the one-day international format. I know for a fact that in England that the format is being shoved aside a little bit, and yet England are world champions at the moment. And I wonder if they hadn't won the World Cup back in 2019, whether there'd be any interest at all in it back there. It's precarious, the situation for the second oldest format, or the second longest one anyway. Hassan Raza, who's been promoted to the elite panel. and genial man. Had a good chat with him this morning, and of course, man who needs no introduction here in Pakistan, Alim Dar. Ripper from Shadab. This will give him a lot of confidence.
It's the small cracks in the pitch I was talking about at the pitch report. They will make sure that there's a bit of spin, bit of more spin, and you can see the spinners are able to give more flight.
All right, 16 overs gone then, 78 for 1 New Zealand, and the players will take a well-earned unnamed drink.
And this is the summary till now: 44 for Will Young, 15 for Daryl Mitchells. The Pakistan Monument is a national monument and heritage museum located on the western Shakapariya Hills in Islamabad. The monument was constructed to symbolize the unity of the Pakistani people. It is dedicated to the people of Pakistan who sacrificed their lives for today and tomorrow.
Yeah, it's a beautiful city, Islamabad, and a wonderful monument attributing all kinds of hope and hopefulness around Pakistan and its people.
Just like the Pakistani flag symbolizes about the majority and the minorities, this monument also symbolizes all the four main cultures: the Punjabi, the Baloch, Sindhi and Pakhtun. This is the Pakistan flag symbolizing the white and the minority, and the green is the majority. Both are represented on the flag.
Well, it might not be the majority as yet, but there are a smattering of fans still entering the ground here in Rawalpindi as the sun goes down and the working day comes to an end. The sun was fierce out there pre-toss. Have to get the headgear out from my home. I've been using that to keep the rain off my head, but here in Pakistan it was to stop me from scorching the top of my bald pate.
And that's the commitment of these people in Pindi, whether it's day cricket, night cricket, they always show up. They're still coming.
I think they could give the fans here in this part of the world a little bit more cover in places. Oh, spotted him coming. Errol Mitchell was perhaps a little early to leave. Nawaz dragged it wide and shorter. In the end, he smothered it out to square leg for one.
That's really good from Mohammad Nawaz. He has got a very still head while he's bowling. Eyes on the batter till the end.
Those fellas have got their eyes on those burgers. Never come between a young boy and his lunch, that is for sure.
Looks like a bun.
Oopsie. Shah Masood with a little bit of comedy fielding down there at long off. Not sure the bowler's seeing the funny side.
Hopefully the fielders were not looking at the big screen and the burgers. This looked quite close.
Yeah, I think he does all right. And then failed to pick it up on another two further occasions. Came back for three. Much kinder than the fans in England and Australia. Shan didn't get the bird as he fielded that one cleanly. 17 gone, 86 for one. Well, steady stream of singles down to the fielders have been pushed back straight away. Kiwi batters quite happy to take the runs on offer. Low risk run making. Excellent strike rate from Will Young. Yet again, there is another one. Another single down to long off, and that'll bring up a second 50 in one-day internationals for Will Young. To go along with 200s. High quality, not low risk, mighty effective.
Absolutely, and it will bring him a lot of confidence because he has had a lean patch in the T20 series. And to celebrate 50 years of Brighto Paints, any player who scores a 50 will be awarded PKR 50,000 by Brighto Paints.
Yeah, Will Young will be the beneficiary, the recipient of the 50,000 Pakistani rupees. I suspect he'll be more than happy it wasn't 50,000 pots of paint. Oh, good sweep, really good sweep. There's a big gaping gap there, backward of square, and it was brilliantly executed.
You talk about confidence. He's just got his 50 now, attacking Shadab Khan, who's lacking a bit of confidence. He's playing the first ODI series since August, and his T20 series didn't go really well either.
Yeah, he's got a little bit of assistance here in this surface. There is a little bit of grip for him. I wonder if he can have the courage perhaps to just slow it up a little bit out of the hand and try and let the ball grip a bit more. Another single finishes the 18th over. It's 94 for 1. Excellent partnership then. 46 from 50 between Young and Mitchell. Mark Chapman slated to come in at number 5. Marga Salman, 39 years of age, was used as one of 3 spinners in Pakistan's Test match team in the series against England. Off spin is greeted with a drop kick for 6 over mid-wicket. Beautifully done.
That's how you put pressure on the new bowler. First ball, dispatch for 6. It was in the slot. This brings up the 50 partnership between Will Young and Darren Mitchell, and the 100 for New Zealand.
Put you under the pressure a little bit, wouldn't it? First delivery greeted with magnificent, imperious pick-up over mid-wicket. And Salman's answer to that is to go faster and shorter into the surface.
And Lisa was making a point about these 2 fielders in front of the batter's eyes, the cover and the mid-wicket. And what New Zealand has done really well is take singles of the spinners. 22 singles already. When the pitch is giving assistance, you want to put pressure, you want to use your spinners as a wicket-taking option.
Yeah, I mean, I sympathise a little bit with captains. Now with the field restrictions, there's always a gap somewhere. For example, that sweep shot in the previous over from Shadab. The old regulations with 5 fielders out, there would have been somebody back there. Regulation stop for deep backward square. Now there's always a hole, and so teams are quite happy to send long off and long on back. Bowlers then try to get the ball up nice and full so that the batters will just pump it down the ground and go for 1. It's not really exciting. It's also not going to bring you too many wickets. 102 for 1 from 19. Going back to the surface once more. The difficulty for New Zealand is, or the tricky thing for them to work out, is how many's enough here if the conditions do change under lights later. Certainly was the issue for Pakistan in that 5th T20 international. How often have we said this about Pakistan batting first? You're 15, 20 runs short. There's your surface there, Sarah.
Yes, it does look a bit on the slow side right now in the morning, but in the evening, once the dew is there, it might skid on a little bit. And what you're talking about, some 20-25 extra runs for the bowlers. Have that cushion. And this is what I'm talking about. Maybe the cover and the mid-wicket field a bit more straighter. What Lisa pointed out earlier as well.
Yeah, she was brilliant at that. I remember watching her play. And if the ball was turning, she'd squeeze those two fielders in really straight. Try to force the batter into closing the face to try and hit the ball squarer. Kiwis at the moment have been very happy to play full face of the bat, just hit it very, very straight. If you squeeze those mid-wicket fielders and the extra cover fielders in that little bit straighter, suddenly Young and Mitchell have to turn the face to get the ball to go past them for one out to the sweeper.
Just like this, with the full face of the bat, no risk, and an easy single. They have been able to do that really well. 57 of 61 deliveries, the partnership now.
Yeah, two guys, so you've got sort of middle screen on the left, middle screen on the right. Just squeeze those guys in, both probably 2.5, 3 meters. One to the right, one to the left. There's always something you can do as a captain and as a bowler. 106 for one. Steady run scoring for New Zealand. Seven and over from here gets them up above 300, 312. Again, you'd imagine, despite the fact that the surface is that little bit slower, that you've got to be looking at 320, 330, haven't you, as a minimum?
Absolutely, because the size of the ground is smaller, the outfield is lightning fast, and there can be dew. And this is going to be an interesting contest, Daryl Mitchell versus Agha Salman, because in the last series versus New Zealand, Agha Salman got him twice. Once in test matches and once in the one day. So you can see Daryl Mitchell wants to get off the strike.
A little field change that they've offered Daryl Mitchell a shot down the ground over the head of mid-off. Oh, and it's almost brought the chance. Almost brought the chance. You see that in the replay. Mitchell just tries to turn his body to open up a straight delivery to go over mid-off. It hits the inside half of the bat and has been put down by the bowler.
And this is what you can do with your field setting as a captain, as a bowler. Make the batter make the mistake. You did that, but as a bowler, he was unable to grab onto it.
Just watch his body shape here. He just thinks about, he's trying to get it offside. Another chance goes begging for Pakistan, and that's been tickled away. How often does it happen? You drop a chance, you make an error, and the batters come back by sending the ball to the boundary.
And this is what field setting can do to you as a bowler also, because now he doesn't want to go outside off. He wants to stay in the wickets but strays down the leg side and opens that leg side for the batter, because he doesn't want to go let the batter play on the long off region.
Well, there was a chance. Probably should have been a wicket. 7 runs from the over, 21 gone, 113 for one. 6 bowlers tried then for Pakistan. Babar Azam ringing the changes, trying to find inroads into this New Zealand batting lineup. Won't be too disappointed so far. Would have liked to have taken the wicket, but the run rate is below a runner ball.
Good, another change in the field. 2 fielders in cover. And again you see the batter trying to do something different. Good from Babar Azam. In the last over he brought the mid-off up. This time he's got the cut fielder. Now the fielder from the point to the covers. And that's why this reverse sweep, that gap on point.
Catch it!
It's a terrific illustration. I mean, you point these things out on commentary and you talk about, you discuss what captains can do. You hear it said so often, oh, the pitch is too flat, there's nothing we can do here, or we don't have enough fielders outside. But just by changing the angle slightly, inviting a different problem for the batter, or inviting them to hit the ball in a different area, suddenly you can find yourself back in the game again. It's just unfortunate they didn't take the chance.
And now another change. So he's got that extra cover fielder to shot on, look, mid on. So now 5 fielders on the leg side, 4 on the offside as a leg spinner. So they are trying to change things up.
Yeah, man in there at straight mid on, and there is a fielder behind him as well. I think that's excellent because batters have been very, very comfortable. Just full face of the bat, 1 to long off, 1 to long on. Now they've got to get a little bit funkier, turn the blade a little bit.
And this is where the control of the bowler is going to be extremely important. From that field you have to bowl full and straight, not on offside. And now that field is back again. Just 1 fielder at point, 2 on covers. This is good cricket from both teams.
Catch it.
Oh, shot. Oh, that's terrific. He did change it all right. Opened up the blade, got it all the way over extra cover. 1 bounce 4. And that's a terrific way to come back. 119 for 1.
As a partnership, it's looking good. The contributions have been good. Let's have a look at the last ball of the previous over. Will Young just opening in the face of the bat and playing it over extra. He's played that with the spin. And he's got the desired result. 119 for 1 with 22 already bowled. As Haris Rauf once again. His changed ends now. The first ODI, and it's a long day. And why not just have a nice Tapalti at the Tapalti Lounge. Enjoy some one-day international action. Grant alongside me. Grant, be happy with the progress of New Zealand after being asked to bat first?
Yeah, good afternoon everyone. It's going well at the moment. I think New Zealand started quite slow in the power play. I thought they had a look at the conditions. Will Young has been excellent. Well, he's applied himself out there. He's played within himself, I feel, but he's also taken moments against the spinners to be a little bit more aggressive. Finds himself at a decent strike rate now, 111. Struggled in the T20s, didn't really get, he was more runner ball, got starts in his late teens, but never really kicked on. So he'll know that today is a really important innings and also a chance to shine. Keep talking about that World Cup coming up. Opportunity to shine. Another one I feel who are leading into this game is Daryl Mitchell. Didn't really do anything of significance in the T20s. His high score of 33, which normally for him, he's been dominant in all three formats. So you get to a score of 26 now, he's in, he understands the conditions, he'll know, and he'll have that drive and that want to convert this into a big score.
Oh, that's a shot. I mean, absolute authority. As if he knew what was coming at him. Total control of that shot. It looks so good.
Well, Babar Azam bringing on his strike bowler. He wants a wicket. Daryl Mitchell, well, he's got other ideas. That is a shot of dominance. Wasn't really there. It was just back of a length. He just throws his hands through the line.
Trying to angle that into the right, and how wide he's gone. Haris Rauf while delivering that.
Yeah, well picked up. I mean, that one there, he was close to the stumps. Wicket to wicket. It was over mid-off, and that last delivery where he came wide of the crease, he's just changing it up, changing the angles, which would suggest to you that this surface is a very good batting surface. The bowlers have to work hard. See there in the previous delivery, wide of the crease now, angling it in. Well picked up there.
One more thing about Haris Rauf is about where he finishes off. We'll talk about that if he comes to bowl again. 125 for one at the moment. Talked about the slowness in the power play, and then you mentioned about Will Young. Maybe he's more in his comfort zone, that he gets some time out there, he can push the ball around, which is why in the T20s he felt that he was struggling a little bit. And here he gets a bit of an opportunity, Will Young, and he settles his eye in, and now he's looking so good. 76 of 68. Nawaz is now changed ends again. He's now going to bowl from that far end. None for 28. They tried Salman Agha for a couple of overs. He got Daryl Mitchell twice in the series in January. One in a test match and one's in the ODI. Didn't work today.
You just feel that Pakistan needs to try to settle into combination here, a partnership where they can apply some pressure, try and tie Will Young down while Daryl Mitchell gets going. So they're looking very comfortable, and shots like that where your best ball is going for one. You want short cover and short mid-wicket. Those two players are instrumental there. Just on the left of your screen there, middle, he's moving now. And on the right side of your screen, they're so important to try and stop that one. I don't know where he's going, as I say. No, in a little bit more. Go in. There we go. Yep, you got to stop the one. You can get them to stop one. Build pressure. That's why the players are just looking to play straight, just bunt it straight, get their singles, and then anything wide, anything with length that they can dominate, then they get the boundary. So worst case scenario, you're getting 6 and over on a delivery, and if you get that boundary in between, you're getting 9s.
What Nawaz has been trying to do, or what he's been bowling, is more middle leg line, and which is why it's just becoming a little easier, especially for Mitchell. He just pushes the ball down at long on, and just rotation of the strike is just easy at the moment. There you go. He's just been doing that against Nawaz on the back foot, and just play it straight to long on for a single.
Yeah, and the reason why it'll be straight is because those men at mid-wicket and short extra, they've come a little bit straighter now, which means that you want the player to try and hit squarer. Look at that wagon wheel. A lot of singles down the ground, straight through the V. Talk about playing in the V. It's the lowest form of risk you can take as a batter. Nothing square. They can get the players to try and play square, can provide a few opportunities playing across the line of the ball, opening that face of the bat, inside edges. And there's that player hunting in on that single. Hit that dot. As a bowler, now in these conditions, if you can get 1 dot ball, 2 dot balls in an over, you're winning the contest. Can build a little bit of pressure.
Very straight. Should beat Naseem Shah, and does. 1 bounce, a boundary, safest zone in the ground.
There you go. Sprinkle of singles, and then you throw in the boundary. You just keep going. Don't let the bowlers settle. That's exactly what Daryl Mitchell's doing. He did it in the last over to Harris Ralph. He's done it to Nawaz.
That's a good ball to end the over. It's 132 for 1. .132 for 1. This partnership is really building that foundation for that big score that New Zealand would like to see at the end of those 50 overs. Almost halfway through now. Nicely chipped away. That's very well done. It was full, and it's a classy shot to look at.
Gee, this is a beautiful shot from Will Young. Harris Ralph once again wide of the crease, using the angle, attacking the stumps. Will Young just going with that angle, whip of the wrists, balance, placement perfect. He moves to 82 now.
Again trying to angle it, and he's just going wide of the wicket. Another thing that Haris Rauf doesn't really do is making full use of that popping crease. Could add a few kilometers to that speed. Look at that way he finishes. I mean, why wouldn't you use that extra space?
Oh, every captain in the world will be loving that. And also, if you're batting in the nets, he's probably over by half a metre when you're batting in the nets, behind half a metre when he's in game time. It's safe. But it is, you're right, when you're someone that can bowl close to that 150, you want to use as many yards as you can, try hurry up batters, but it is safe from the no ball.
Yeah, you could use an extra few paces and just use 1.5 foot. I had a word with him, probably it's also, it plays in the back of his mind that he's standing umpire. But look, you can't even see his boot in that.
perfect for the umpire as well. He doesn't have to watch the no ball. But he does. I mean, it comes down to training it and consistency and run up and helping, I guess, facilitated by the bowling coach.
Yeah, another good shot. This time it's Daryl Mitchell. Has it gone all the way? And just now the umpire signals it's a boundary. Just lands maybe a foot inside the circle.
Well, it almost looked like Daryl Mitchell was waiting for the slow ball. It's the off-cutter that did so well for Harris Ralph during the T20. He's got him a lot of wickets. Daryl Mitchell identifies it early on from the hand, latches onto it. He's played a couple of great shots in the last 2 overs now. All over the one straight, one over mid-off extra cover, and that one over mid-on. So it's a time here for the bowlers to think and Pakistan to think. His fine leg comes up. And yep, that's exactly what they've done. They're pushing mid-on back now. So even Harris Ralph on this surface has gone into almost a defensive mode as a bowler.
Two boundaries in the over, 141 for 1. Exactly halfway. 25 overs have been bowled. Good thing is a 51 singles. And you just saw that wagon wheel, how many have been pushed in that wheel. More spin. Nawaz continues. And as he's here, but let's get Grant and what he feels about the best possible batting that New Zealand might want to take to India for the World Cup. But before that, there are opportunities out there during the ODI series as well. And this car will be awarded by PCB to the winner of Jazz Recharge activity in the Pakistan-New Zealand series. So stay tuned and you could be that lucky winner. So if Kane doesn't make it to the World Cup, what are the options that New Zealand would look at? And number 3, we know that Mitchell is batting at 3 for the first time. Then Young is opening for the first time. So just break it down. What do you think?
Yeah, really good question. Very, very good question. And Harry Stead, I'm sure, will have his sights set on someone, and that someone might be Daryl Mitchell now, because Kane Williamson will definitely not be playing in the World Cup from what I hear. Closest he might get is as a mentor to the team. But it's a crucial position, number 3. You come in generally in the power play. I'd say it's probably where your best player normally does play. The ability to accelerate and lay the foundation of an innings. Will Young, well, he's batted at 3 as well. And you could throw someone like Chapman potentially. You know, the form that he's in, maybe Chapman comes into the fold because there are many middle order players. You're thinking about Satner, Neesham, Michael Bracewell in the middle. So Latham normally bats at 5. The indication here is that he'll probably stay there. Maybe everyone just moves up 1. Mitchell was at 4, Latham at 5. Maybe Mitchell goes to 3, Latham goes to 4. And then that gives an opportunity to slide Chapman in at 5. But I still think there's one question mark, and that one question mark would maybe be Finn Allen up top, who's batting up top with Devon Conway.
Yeah, that would be my question. So that you playing Conway and Young to open. Mitchell comes at 3. But Finn Allen, where do you fit him in?
Well, there's opportunities. You know, Daryl Mitchell gets the opportunity to bat at 3 now. But someone like Conway could drop down to 3, and that might bring someone like Will Young into the fold. Oh, nicely placed from Daryl Mitchell. Well, he's got the ability to get a boundary and over now. 100 partnership, and that ends the 26th. 148 for 1.
Under partnership of 98 between Young and Mitchell. And they're looking to build on that strong foundation to get a big score here for the side.
So yes, Canada, a lot of chances and opportunities for players to shine and potentially try and pave their way for a ticket to the World Cup. This was the last ball of the over. Delicately placed. You've seen the shot so many times now, especially in the subcontinent. Ability to control it, hit it down. He there was high hands, hitting it down. You feel in this situation now for New Zealand is that at 149 for 1, Young in on 86 and Mitchell on 44, this is an opportunity for them to be a little bit more aggressive. Try and push this total on. The messages going back to the change room, talking about what is going to be a good total on this surface. Projected score going at 7 from here is 312. I think you need something over 300 here, New Zealand. They'll definitely be eyeing that up. But at what point do they take the bowling on and be very aggressive?
Well, the projected say is you get to 284 at this pace. Well, you want to get to that 300, you can probably fancy 7 runs and over. 150 is already on the board. The times have actually changed now. Earlier, you'd see where you are at the end of 30 overs and you say double that.
Gotcha!
That's in the air. He hasn't got all of it. This is an opportunity. Haris Rauf takes it. Will Young is the batsman that's dismissed. A certain level lapse of concentration for a moment. You just feel he came down and didn't get that distance that he desired.
Well, New Zealand have been in the driving seat. This partnership just clicked over 100 and Will Young decides to put his foot down. He knows that New Zealand want to score over 300. He's trying to be aggressive, gets it just slightly wrong. Great idea, but not executed as well as he wanted to. Shadab gets the wicket of Will Young. Brilliantly played, 86. Scores 150 for 2.
Captain comes out, Tom Latham. And number 4 with 150 runs on board. Very experienced, 126 games, 145 not out his best. 700 scored Tom Latham. And Shadab gets it. She doesn't get a feeling that the bat just rotates in his hand. It's just the ball spinning away. Got two underneath it.
Yeah, I thought maybe he didn't get to the length. The length was good. It was there to hit. You're right. Skander, just an open blade. That top shoulder just falling away a touch. You can see he's livid with himself. He knew he was in. He's batting well, batting with great fluency.
Yes, a bit of bat on that. And he's off the mark.
In a way, it's not the worst thing that's happened, because now you've got a right-hand, left-hand combination through the middle. I'm a big fan of this in one-day cricket, especially when the spinners are on. Gives you even more of an ability to rotate the strike, and spinners can't settle on a line and length to just right-handers. Now they have to change. Oh, leg slip in.
Good, quick single there. Latham was quick to call for that.
Yeah, urgency. Tom Latham brings a lot of urgency to the wicket. The hustle. And Daryl Mitchell ball watching a touch there. Don't recommend that. You need to do a full 360 to get back in the crease. Latham will bring that intensity through the middle stages.
He should have stopped that. 1-5-4 for 2. Will Young, the last wicket to fall, 86 for him. New Zealand, 154. And surely will be looking to get somewhere over that 300 mark. We're just talking about how the teams operate nowadays. Now they look at the last 10 overs, probably look to score 100 in there.
Well, no surprise. Tom Latham comes to the crease, and Babar Azam brings on Shaheen Shah Afridi. Yeah, no surprise, because for those people that love matchups, now have a look at this. 80 runs, Tom Latham versus Shaheen Shah Afridi. He's got out 6 times. Those are all internationals. So an opportunity here, and it's the players know this now. They know when they get to the game. Tom Latham will know this. Shaheen Shah Afridi will know this. And that's your scouting right there. They feel there's an opportunity. Be interesting to see how he bowls to him. He's got square leg back, fine leg back, third man, cover points. No one in a catching position.
I'm not going to talk about matchups, because the last time I mentioned Nisham versus Haris Rauf, and he smashed him all around.
Well, this is the last T20. Little bit of swing, outside off. Yes, thank you. First ball of the innings. And, well, we know how many wickets he gets in the power play. Shaheen Shah Afridi. There's no movement out there today, though. Straight as an arrow. He'll have to use his mix of pace, slow balls. See, they're attacking the stumps. But you mentioned matchups though, Skander, and like there's something in it, but also it depends on those surfaces, the day. Like we look at that delivery, he's not going to get any swing in this spell, is he? So how many times has Latham been dismissed at this sort of scenario?
Yeah, it's an interesting thing. He mentioned the 6 dismissals. It's all international. So, yeah, there's a different number he bats on. And, of course, we've got that brand new ball in hand in the T20s.
Yeah, and also one of the most dangerous components of Shane Shafridi is the swing. When it swings, we know the most dangerous bowler in the world. He's decent with any piece of leather in his hand.
One thing has been the highlight of the New Zealand inning is the rotational strike. They've done very well in terms of getting those singles going. That's the Tapalti Lounge. Enjoying every moment of this first one-day international.
Still haven't been invited into the lounge. They're not going to be invited into the Tapal Lounge or drop.
Let's go. 157 for 2. It's called the global jock, not the chalk.
Yeah, looks good. Great sights. When I was driving around Islamabad with Carl Mills in the sights of Islamabad. Beautiful city.
Quick single there.
There's a certain amount of pressure that goes on when you're batting with Tom Latham because he likes to run quick singles. Daryl Mitchell's been out there for a while now. Zion just dabs it just in front of points there, bang. But he knew straight away. Tom Latham will always be keen. Comfortable run in the end. Excellent. Good cricket there.
It's been a while since he's played an ODI, Shadab. It was August 2022 was the last game before this. He missed out on the series against New Zealand in January because of that finger injury that he had at the Big Bash. And that's the 50 for Daryl Mitchell, coming in at number 3 for the very first time. And he's looked good. His strike rotation has been excellent. It's been a busy innings of 50 from him, of 60 deliveries. And to celebrate 50 years of Brighter Paints, any player who scores a 50 will be awarded 50,000 rupees by Brighter Paints. Congratulations, Daryl Mitchell. You're 50,000 rich. There you go. Will Young and Daryl Mitchell now will get 50,000 rupees to celebrate the 50 years of Brighter Paints. He got into that position very quickly.
Yeah, a lot of work for a single. When you wonder why he's playing that shot, you want to try and get that play a little bit finer, and then he's excellent on the sweep shot. Then potentially play the sweep shot really hard square, Tom Latham. Trying to manipulate the field early on in his innings.
Single to end the over. It's 162 for 2.
162 for 2. 29 overs done so far. Daryl Mitchell, the set batter, 51 off 61, and the skipper Tom Latham, he's just joined him. The fans are starting to roll in as well. Sun is setting, it's cooler conditions out there now. Quite pleasant to watch a good game of one-day international cricket. And Shadab's father is in the house, a Pindi local. Evening, Arush. Enjoying the game?
Very good evening and a very warm welcome to Pakistan. Lisa Sileka, it's good to have you here. Well, it was Pakistan up top with the ball in command, but what a fine innings from Will Young, and now Daryl Mitchell with all his experience playing a good hand.
Driven down the ground. And he just stands and delivers as well. He really enjoyed that shot.
Absolutely right, stand and deliver, because nobody moved. It was there to be driven, and Daryl Mitchell, well, he loves hitting straight. It's in the zone and it's nicely timed.
Change of pace. And just standing out as well of his crease. This shows you what this pitch has been like.
Well, you mentioned Shadab Khan's father is in the house, and so is his father-in-law. That's him. That's him. Change of kit. Keenly looking onto his notes, making sure they were correct the first time round, and if not, making amends now.
You start to see this a lot, don't you, now in international cricket? A number of former players making a change and assisting and helping. Especially important information that they pass on, especially when playing in their home conditions. Bit wider of the crease that time.
We were talking about matchups earlier. I heard Grant Elliott and Sikandar both talk about matchups. Shaheen Shah Afridi versus Tom Latham 6 times in international cricket. Out of those 6 times, 5 times with the new ball. And that also makes a difference. Grant made a good point that where he bats, situation of the game, and in one-day cricket he normally bats at 5. When the ball not swinging, slightly different story.
End of the over, 166 for 2. Now, Rouge, you mentioned the matchup. Don't let facts get in the way of a good story. Come on, 6 times. Let's just focus on that. That's a great matchup.
Yeah, Lisa Stalekar in Pakistan, and well, she's talking, she's making a point for all the Pakistani fans out there. Shaheen Shah Afridi gets Tom Latham 6 times.
Current run rate, 5.53. And they'll certainly want to increase that, and given the fact that they've still got plenty of wickets in shed, they'll be looking at something over that 330 mark. Shadab Khan coming into his 7th over. The other thing I wanted to get a bit of an understanding, given that this series is so important for both sides in the build-up to the World Cup, is what have the top 4 nations been doing since the 2019 World Cup, and what is the average score? Now, the top 4 countries at the moment are Australia, New Zealand, India and England. And the average has been 281. And I was thinking, okay, hang on, the World Cup's now in India. Does that number change slightly? Obviously different surfaces, drier surfaces potentially. And since the last World Cup, the average score generally in India for ODI cricket has been 269. So roughly the same. I'm going to ask you to put your captain's hat on. If you were leading one of these sides, what are you looking to try and do? What are you trying to gain from a batting perspective if you're a New Zealand team to get ready for the World Cup?
I think from a New Zealand point of view, it's probably a slightly different conversation, considering 9 of their frontline players aren't playing in this series. And there was a debate earlier on whether who bats in that top 3. Good over from Shadab, 168 for 2. So from a New Zealand point of view, you'd imagine ideally as we lead into the World Cup, or you could say subcontinent surface is slightly similar. You just find in India, ball might grip and turn a little bit more in comparison to Pakistan. From a New Zealand point of view, I think it becomes who bats in that top 3, whether someone can really stick their hand up and say, well, that's a position available, and grab it by the scruff of the neck. From a Pakistan point of view, I think there's a lot of boxes they need to sort out and tick in terms of consistency with the 15. They need to earmark who the 15 will be. And leading into the World Cup, this is probably the one scheduled series at the moment. Not just that, I'm a firm believer of picking players while they're in form, and there's a huge case of Iftikhar Ahmed in that middle order who has missed out in this one-day squad.
Naseem Shah coming back in. And Daryl Mitchell, and what he has been able to do, has been busy as soon as he's come in. Yeah, he had a bit of a life, but he's been willing to open up and find that one fielder that is normally inside the circle and has put pressure on Pakistan's side. Good partnership as well with Will Young. Even that was timed nicely, but straight to Baba. He scored his runs all around the ground. There's a hallmark of what he's been able to do. Straight down the ground has been fruitful for him. Just that one boundary square, which was the reverse. Hardly any risks in his shot. Yeah, the one opportunity that he gave, but he's certainly cashing in. And it looks like Naseem Shah is very happy with that. Mitchell isn't.
Well, Naseem Shah, for him it's out. It's just a matter of convincing the skipper. Rizwan wasn't convinced. Babar has got a very quizzical look, and as he always does, just in time.
Third umpire to director will have a play review for caught behind. On-field decision is not out. Front foot check, it's a fair delivery. Let's start with a front on spin whistle, please.
Stayed low, that was for sure. Nip back
Ball is close
as
to
well.
the bat. Let's confirm with outrage. There's a gap between bat and ball. Flat line when ball next to the bat. Satisfied? No bat involved. You can go back to the on-field SN. You stay with your original decision. Not out, you are on screen now.
And daylight between ball and bat. That's amazing how certain bowlers can hear certain things.
Always. The bowlers can always hear the nick, which most of the time is not there, especially the quick ones.
I like how you justified the quick bowlers. Well done, well played. thing that New Zealand will like potentially is the fact of the lack of bounce. But they're still got to bowl on this surface. So they'll be starting to think, okay, full straight at the stumps, variable bounce. An opportunity for our bowlers to strike. First, they've got to get a total on the board to really challenge Pakistan. Good running. Oh, he's really pushed the fielders throughout his innings so far. We don't often see this. Just the drop and run, take the pace off, call off the bat.
And they both go immediately as he sets off. Very important in the tight singles. And he would have been in quite comfortably in the end. He's been playing a really good knock. And the one thing is, when Daryl Mitchell plays as intent, he likes to take the game on. We saw his wagon wheel, loves hitting down the crown. He's gone with what suits him best. And Naseem Shah, on the other hand, has been the pick of the bowler so far. Just the 9 runs in his first 5. One delivery here. He's bowled with some pace. He's bowled in excellent areas. And yet to be rewarded with the wicket, though.
Still a good over again. 169 for 2. Run rate has just dropped slightly. That means Pakistan are just squeezing at the moment. Naseem Shah coming back in the previous over. Shadab Khan is operating very well at the moment as well, just getting just enough turn.
Jazz fan pulse, which Pakistani player has the most runs against New Zealand in one-day internationals? And Zamam ul Haq or Saeed Anwar.
Chance. No. Haris Ralph thought he was in with being able to potentially pull off an absolute classic catch. We've seen him do it before, but it just shows you how powerful Mitchell hits the ball.
Now once again, he hasn't middled this one, but once again he's gone straight. It was close, but dipping in.
Sometimes it's all about being able to pick up the ball quickly, and Haris Ralph at long off maybe didn't necessarily read it straight off the bat. Interesting flag choice. It was Anzac Day not that long ago. Obviously, for Australian and New Zealand citizens, they celebrate that. The name Anzac was around what happened in Turkey as well.
And 25 of 38 now, this partnership. Since Will Young's wicket's been taken, the run rate just dips. And you just imagine with the kind of scores that have been scored on this surface and the kind of chases, they will have to get a go on here. 33 done, 175 for 2.
First one-day international between Pakistan and New Zealand. Pakistan won the toss, elected to bowl first, and New Zealand have been able to put the runs on the board so far, 175 for 2. Now, so it's time for some Islamabad culinary delicious delights. Samosa chaat. Now, given that it's the first time that I'm here, I'm expecting, Aruj, that you're going to be taking me out shortly after and we'll be eating some of these delicious.
Now we could go now. There is 6 of us. The rest of them could work.
I don't mind that.
All right, then let's go. Change of comms. But yeah, surely it's a wonderful place. The cricket's always fantastic. The viewing experience by far the best in terms of stadiums, and hence why you get the best crowds here in Pindi. T20s were a sellout. How about we take you up the mountain tomorrow night to Monal? Wonderful ambience, wonderful food, and the view quite spectacular.
All right, lock me in.
Done deal. At the moment, Naseem Shah locked in with the ball. 5 overs, 9 for none, yet to be hit for a boundary. He's been exceptional tonight.
He has certainly been the standout. And Bubba is bringing him back in because they need another wicket. Probably pitched outside leg stump. That's the only issue. Yeah. That's the information that's been passed on to him as well. But nice, full and straight.
His lines and lengths this afternoon have been quite impeccable. Just pitching outside leg stump.
Nicely driven down the ground, but still not the power and timing that Latham has been searching for. Naseem Shah, excellent. And talk about groupings. The length, the line has been impeccable. Makes it so hard for the batters really to get going. That top of off stump has been honed in. And he's doing that in his second spell as well.
That's exactly where he's been bowling. Top of off, hitting the part of the bat right on the shoulder. And here's a look at what he's done so far. He's yet to pick up a wicket, but the pressure he applied with that ball moving laterally off the surface and in the air. And there were a lot of plays and misses, a few close calls as well. And he's got fantastic figures, and he's been bowling with some pace as well.
Well, you talk about pace as well. I saw on Twitter, actually, today was the day that Shoaib Akhtar clicked over to 100 miles. Obviously from this area as well, and no doubt has inspired so many fast bowlers.
The Rawalpindi Express, 161 k's an hour. That is quick.
I'll be honest, I'm glad I never faced something like that.
Oh, well, the women's game, there's a few quick ones going around. Who is the quickest you face in the women's game?
Oh, Catherine Fitzpatrick, a name that only those that followed women's cricket back then would know, but certainly she would have been clocked over 125 kilometres an hour. At the moment, Shabnam Ismail from South Africa. Nicely worked off the pads. Just 3 runs off that over, 178 for 2. next to bat, Mark Chapman, Henry Nicholls, Ravindra. Chapman obviously getting an opportunity to be back in this ODI setup based on his wonderful performances in the T20 series. And he's actually only played 5 ODIs since making his debut back in 2018. So this shows you that he's in a bit of a rich vein in form, which is something that you mentioned as well, picking players that need to understand conditions and feeling quite confident about themselves.
Yeah, I really think being consistent in your plans, in your communication and strategy leading up to a World Cup. We're what, 6 months out, and if you keep chopping and changing at this stage, it makes it that much more difficult for the players, because there's lack of role clarity and not sure of your place in the squad or the 11. And that's where Pakistan need to be clear coming in, because this is the 5 games they get as preparation. If this is the 15 that they plan to carry forward, well, they need to stick with them then.
Swept well and into the gap as well. You feel like Daryl Mitchell is starting to realise he needs to get going, because Latham is only striking it just over 50.
He's done well. He's done well because he hits it in front of square. There are fielders on the leg side. He's gotten his eye in. And for New Zealand's sake, they'll want him to bat through.
Sorry, Latham is striking it at 44. It's not what they need at the moment. So that's why Daryl Mitchell needs to probably take a few extra risks. Remember, they'll be targeting something over that 310, 320. He goes again, this time even better. 1 bounce for.
Yeah, Shadab can just look and smile, because he's been hit for a 4. 9 came off his over. 187 for 2.
See that through the Manhattan, since the last wicket, obviously of Will Young, it's really kind of started to dip quite suddenly. There's a couple of big overs there, and that's really Daryl Mitchell that's decided to go and find the boundary. Plenty of singles being taken simply because of potentially defensive fielding, and quite happy to milk those singles. Right now is the time for New Zealand to strike. So Harris Ralph comes back in. 1 for 32 off his first 5 overs.
Oh, you talk about Mitchell just changing gears. The previous over took Shadab down for 2 boundaries. This one was a better strike, a cleaner strike. Against the spin, but he was well and truly in command and control of that shot. You talk about Latham at the other end, 12 of 26. Off late in the ODI version, just been a bit off colour. Last 4 ODI scores 8, 5, 0 and 1.
Work there by Mohammad Rizwan. Yeah, maybe, and that's why he's taking a little bit of extra time. He wants to get himself in. But the game moves on pretty quickly. And Mitchell, who struggled in the T20s, is now finding some form in the longer format. Excellent work behind the stumps. Even the skipper enjoys it as well.
Well, you've got Mark Chapman. Played an innings which he will remember for a very long time a few days ago to come in.
All you have to do is flip the KFC bucket and wear it on your head as fast as you can. The winners get finger-licking good prizes from KFC. I'd like to see you try and do that.
KFC, if you're listening, we'll take the chicken, please.
Getting close to dinner time, so why not?
Yeah, Chapman, Henry Nichols, Rachin, Ravindra all can bat. And yes, sometimes you just take a little bit more time. But they've got the firepower in the tank for the last, say, 10, 12, 8 overs. We just want Latham to get a move on.
A quick single taken. Bounced up nicely. But one thing is true is that New Zealand have been able to rotate the strike well. Really good communication.
Hasn't been easy. Each batter that's come in has taken their time. The wicket slightly slower and lower in comparison to what we're used to seeing in Pindi. Yes, they've run well between the wickets. It's probably why Daryl Mitchell is just starting to take the bowlers on. He's been in there quite a while, 72 of 84. He's playing a really good knock. And seems to be middling everything at the moment.
That's well done in the end. Second bounce before he got to Rizwan really did kick up. Fun to knock out your teeth a little bit. Lucky we've got someone in the house and sort that out.
Now, teeth are not a problem. Teeth can be taken care of. We know a couple of dentists going around.
Single, and Mitchell will retain the strike as well. Partnership 42 of 58, 192 for 2.
The sun is setting here in Rawalpindi. The lights are coming on, and the projected scores are looking good with that foundation that they've laid. 192 for 2. New Zealand, after being asked to bat first. The crowd is picking up, and Shadab's family enjoying the game. On extreme left, that's his wife. And his mom wearing that orange print, and of course next to her is Shadab's brother in that yellow t-shirt, and that would be his father-in-law, the guy with the beard. Shadab playing after August 2022, his first ODI.
is what the New Zealand batters have done really well. The singles, the strike rotation, dot ball percentage has been very less for them. That has helped them have those big overs in the middle.
That's a good shout. It looks good. Is he going to consult Rizwan, then Babar? What do they feel about this? Well, there's no bat. Is he asking that? Look pretty adjacent, Sana.
It looked close, but Pakistan only has one review left, so a bit conscious with the use of DRS there. Babar Azam was a good shout. This is why the DRS has not been taken off the gloves.
This time bat on ball, he's got timing on it. That's well done by Naseem, covering a quick round to his left, stopping that second.
This partnership is a bit slow on the slowish side. 44 of 61. Tom Latham, the captain, he has taken a lot of deliveries. He's not in form.
Nice wrist work, slightly short in length, and it's nice and easy single there for Daryl Mitchell, who now moves to 74, in fact 75, playing at number 3.
Especially with the field restrictions, 5-fielder inside the circle. This is where you don't want to be striking at 48. In the last 10 overs, one fielder will go out. This is the phase of the innings where you would want to accelerate.
Five runs of the over. It's 196 for 2. This partnership now 47. A major chunk of that from Daryl Mitchell. It's a beautiful sunset here in Rawalpindi. And great camera work. Just before this, Shadab completed his quota of 10 overs. 1 for 56 is where he finished. And back to Haris Rauf. Will bowl his 7th now.
Daryl Mitchell now moves to 77. He was dropped on 23 of Agha Salman's bowling. He has had him twice. Standard catch at this level. And then Agha Salman just bowled one more over and never returned to the bowling. 2 of 15. One chance he created.
Yeah, the batters, once they drop, are good batters. They won't give you a second chance. They'll always make you pay.
He has had good outing against Daryl Mitchell. 1 over, and then the next over, Will Young was facing him, got a couple of boundaries there, and then never returned to the ball. Daryl Mitchell is now on 77 of 89 deliveries.
Slight fumble and allows them to come back for the second. Also brings the 200 for New Zealand. 201 for 2 after those 2 runs added to the total. And that's the Sensodyne sensitivity free moment, because life is too short for sensitive teeth.
And New Zealand have set them up really well. 200 up in 37th over. They are the second best team in the last 10 overs of one-day cricket.
Yeah, at least 2 more.
The platform has been set. 203 for 2 runs, 2 wickets only, and still a lot of batting to come. They've got Mark Chapman, the highest run getter of the T20 series. Nichols is back. Rachin Ravindra can bat as well. So a lot of batting still left.
So when you look at what score is going to be good enough, and we discussed that if Dew comes in, would it be making it batting easier than what it was? We saw with the new ball in the power play, it wasn't as easy to survive out there.
And even for the bowlers, executing Yorkers, slow ones, that gets tougher as well. We saw a lot of low full tosses in the last match from Pakistan bowlers.
Nice looking shot. Got a bit of hand onto it, so they'll take the pace away. That's very, very well done. That short cover by Abdullah Shafiq. End of the over, 205 for 2. Batters to come. Chapman, the in-form player who's been asked to stay back because he wasn't there in the ODI squad initially. Another 12 overs to go. These are the options available to Babar. Shadab is done with his 10 overs.
Agha Salman still not being used. I would want to see 1 over. There's a left-hander on strike. He has an upper hand on Darren Mitchell. And again, a shot being played because of the field setting. There's only one fielder on point, deep point, playing that reverse sweep to get a boundary. Excellent running there, a couple of runs from the boundary, and the crowd is enjoying now. The weather becomes more pleasant. The sun is not there anymore. So you can see big smiles and people enjoying themselves.
That's well done. Very well done there. Surely was a boundary. Just the right timing in that dive to the left.
And it's not easy as a fast bowler going to your wrong side, the left side, and keeping yourself so low, and that's why he's being appreciated by the spectators who are always here to support cricket, whether it's franchise cricket or international cricket.
That's a super shot. It's all about placement in that one. There's a little full and he just works it onto the onside, bisecting the two, mid-wicket and wideish long on.
Too easy for Daryl Mitchell. He has been playing so well down the ground. It was right in the block hole. Half volley almost. Use of the wrist. Played it in the gap. Easy for. Moves on to 87.
We talked about the sun setting down. As the sun settles, Rizwan's dark glasses come out. It's going the other way around. That's the sunset, and then you got the dark shades on Rizwan. That's a good shot. He's got all of it behind that and just misses that vehicle parked at wide long on. 218 for 2. That's been the scoring pattern. Last ball of the previous over.
It was again full. Daryl Mitchell, full swing of the bat, full swing of the arms. The extension was there. It was the maximum this time. He's looked really comfortable on the spinners. Just one chance of Salman Ali Agha. Otherwise, whether it was Shadab, Nawaz, he has looked really comfortable. And these are the projected totals. The current run rate takes them to 279, but definitely they like to go to that 320, 340 mark.
Shaheen Shah Afridi back into the attack. 6 overs, none for 34. You just talk about that previous over where a boundary and a maximum was hit. You just get a feeling that when Nawaz started getting a touch predictable because he's been trying to fire the ball into the pads. And it's just making it easier for the batters to work it around onto the onside. Keeping in mind, you got 5 in the circle. Shadab is now the on-field captain as Babar has gone to the dressing room for a bit. He was the captain in Sharjah, leading Pakistan against that series against Afghanistan. Call is for 2, and they should be able to complete that. That's good running again.
The running between the wickets have been really good. The calling has been loud and clear. They have run in straight lines like you want your batters to run. And because of that, they have been able to steal quite a few runs from the opposition. Daryl Mitchell, 95 of 97, approaching his century.
He's been very good in the weave. He's got maximum of those singles. He's played with a straight bat. Whether it's the spinners or the fast bowlers, he's just looked to play everything through the line, and results have come his way. He's batting 96, not out at the moment.
10 boundaries, 1 maximum. In the partnership, the contribution in this partnership has been 51 of 43.
Oh, that's a full toss. It's probably slipped out. It's been given by Ehsan Raza. Hits him on the full, just around that knee roll
took a bit of time and then raised the finger. He's going upstairs for sure.
Third umpire to director, we have a play review for LBW. On-field decision is out. Front foot check, it's a fair delivery. Let's start with the front on spin vision, please. Just rock and roll it, rock and roll it. There is a gap between, I can see there is a big gap between bat and ball, so no need for the ultra edge. You can move on to ball tracking when it's ready. Waiting for the ball tracking, gents. Ball tracking coming up. Original decision out. Impact in line. Wickets umpire score. Go back to the on-field. SN. You can stay with your original decision out. You are on screen now. Make a signal, please.
Yeah, just clipping that leg stump, and it's the 7th time Shaheen Shah Afridi has dismissed Tom Latham across formats. As the end of this, 20 for Tom Latham, and New Zealand with that are 2-2-2 for 3. The man in form for New Zealand, Mark Chapman, comes out. Number 5 is having a wonderful time there with the bat. What a T20 international series that was for him. And he's got 200s, Mark Chapman, with 124 not out his best. And he looked to make good use of the remaining 10.2 overs.
One of his centuries was on debut for Hong Kong when he was representing Hong Kong. Mark Chapman, that's the wicket. Tom Latham missed a full toss and the review was retained because of the umpire's call, and Shaheen Afridi getting Tom Latham once again, 7th time in all formats.
End of the over, 222 for 3. Just 4 away from what would be his second ODI 100 if he gets there, Darryl Mitchell. The last 10 overs now. The sides do look to score maximum in those 10 overs in one-day internationals. A good size look to target at least 100.
You're talking about the power play and the run rate. New Zealand is amongst the best, one of the best, the second best in run rate in the last 10 overs. Number 2, New Zealand, 8.09 since 2019. 50-over World Cup, they have been able to score that runs, but two of their main batters, the best batters, Michael Bracewell and Glenn Phillips, are not there. But what's good for them is two people who are amongst runs. Daryl Mitchell is now on 96 and Mark Chapman has been the highest run getter. So the platform is perfectly set for both of these batters.
Yeah, New Zealand would like to have Daryl Mitchell scoring a big 100. Can make full use of the time he spent out there. The last 10 overs would do wonders for New Zealand, where they want to end up at the end of the 50th. If you get him now, then surely will put brakes on that scoring.
And he has been doing this all day long. Singles down the ground. Naseem Shah has looked like he is bowling on a different surface. Only 13 runs of 6.3 overs. He has been brilliant today. This pitch is not easy to bowl if you're a fast bowler. 2 maiden overs, just 13 runs. You can feel for him that he doesn't have a wicket in that wickets column, but he has bowled brilliantly.
So many fast bowling options Pakistan have. He hasn't really been in the 11 consistently. He's in and out. And with the arrival of Ehsanullah, another pace bowler who's available to Pakistan. You have Wasim Jr. sitting there. There's plenty of options in terms of a fast bowling department.
Some quiet overs, just 2 of it of 5 deliveries. Crucial ball here.
There's so many fast bowlers and they're equally quick. I mean, nobody is less than 140. That's a good problem to have, actually. You give rests to your bowlers, Haris Rauf, probably Shaheen Afridi if you've got the series in your hand. End of 41st over. It's 224 for 3. See that right column starting from Mohammad Wasim. We've got Shaheen Afridi, Naseem Shah, Haris Rauf, Ehsanullah, the fast bowlers that are available. All of them are very quick. Probably see Usama Mir hopefully in the matches to come. Mohammad Haris was added into the ODI squad. A second wicket keeper, top order bat option. Nice looking shot. To put away the full toss, you gotta find those vacant zones, and he's made it look easy.
Absolutely. Rightly pointed out, he makes it look easy because he's still moving. He uses the crease after the trigger movement. He uses the crease and makes the bowler adjust. Shaheen was going for that Yorker, low full toss, and there was no fielder on the leg side.
That's a good ball. Just a hint of movement.
That's a really good comeback. He was still using that trigger movement to push off Shaheen Afridi, but this time Shaheen stuck to the line outside off. The ball held its line, and he was able to beat very important dot balls here. This is what you can do when you are in form. Boundary and just take a single, bring the main batter back on strike, who has been scoring runs. Babar Azam still out. And Shadab Khan taking on the reins of captaincy. The manual scoreboard and the scoreboard operator.
Good looking shot, excellent shot to get to 100. Second one-day international 100 for Daryl Mitchell. He has played marvelously. It's the way he scored and the way it looks like a day where he planned that he's going to get that big one.
And what a way to bring it up. The signature shot. He has been playing this so well, straight down the ground. The whole day he has been scoring in that area, the V, and that's the shot that brings up his 100, and this is what it means to him. He was lean on runs in the T20 series. A lot of emotion, a lot of support. Now the platform is even better set. He's got the 100 away. Now the acceleration can start.
Once again, a very good run, a very calculated single there.
This is where New Zealand has been really good. They have not missed any single. Played it with soft hands, already 10 off this over. And what an innings this has been. He was under pressure. Daryl Mitchell coming into this ODI series, a lean patch in the T20 series, and he comes back with 100.
And also importantly, he's been given this all-important position to bat at number 3 for the first time. He's come out with flying colours. Inside edge, a bit of a movement again into Chapman. And you need a bit of luck as well. 42 gone, 235 for 3.
Yeah, top drawer effort from Daryl Mitchell. 102 from 104. He was ably supported by Will Young earlier on. Now Chapman and Mitchell got 8 overs left here, and they're surely eyeing that 3-figure, well, into 3 times mark, 300. Naseem Shah now to bowl his 8th. He's been the pick of the bowler so far for Pakistan. 7 overs, just the 14 runs. And he comes around the stumps to Chapman.
Well, Aruj, I heard ugly rumours that Daryl Mitchell hadn't had any form out here in Pakistan, which I found very hard to believe, because every single time I've watched this man play, he makes 100. So basically he needs to carry me around with him wherever he goes, because he's back to run-scoring ways once again. Magnificent work from him. Looked almost inevitable from the time he got himself in. Now he needs to really kick on and accelerate, get New Zealand up above 300.
Falls short of the man on the leg side. 9 runs and over gets him over that 300 run mark, and if he's out there, that is surely on the cards. 11 fours, 1 big 6, and the emotion in that celebration, that did tell a story. Short of runs in the T20 format. You heard correct. Butch. But now that you're here, well, that's what you say.
Yeah, there's only one hero on this broadcast, and she's standing next to me. People's champ.
People's champ. Well, the real people's champ has been Daryl Mitchell this afternoon. 103 from 105. He played down the ground. There was one of the shots off square off the wicket. Everything else through mid-wicket all the way till long off, and he timed them to perfection. Looked in control and took the attack on.
He is a terrific player in all formats. Numbers for him in ODI cricket, perhaps not quite what you'd expect from a player of his quality at this moment in time, but well, Elliot was saying that it was time that he turned that undoubted class into regular big scores, and this is how he got there today. Peppered the long off and long on boundaries with singles as he got himself in, and then lofted 6 over mid-wicket. Nudged the ball around. Strike rate is almost 100.
Goes back straight past again. Doesn't get enough. Oh, he does. First boundary hit to Naseem Shah in his 7.4 overs.
Yeah, a bit of a swipe, really. Was aiming in a slightly different direction, you feel, over mid-wicket, but he'll take the boundary any way it comes.
Now, which Pakistan player has the most runs against New Zealand in one-day internationals? Jazz Fan Pulse.
I reckon it was the most wickets, Ruji. 244 for 3.
.44 for 3 New Zealand, 7 overs left. The way Daryl Mitchell is going, plus he's got Chapman on the other side. What a fantastic maiden T20 centuries a few days ago at the same venue. Led New Zealand home from when they were in a spot of bother. 121 run partnership is what Chapman got. A 72 run partnership tonight between Daryl Mitchell and Will Young. Daryl Mitchell and Will Young 102, Latham and Mitchell 72.
I mean, it's a really good pitch, and a little slower perhaps than those that we saw during the QSL, perhaps even in the T20 series just recently, but it's still a good deck.
Jazz Fan Pulse, which Pakistani player has the most wickets against New Zealand in one-day internationals? Wasim Akram or Waqar Yunus?
My phone just buzzed. It was Waqar celebrating the runs that he'd scored against New Zealand. Hope you're enjoying it wherever you are, Wiki. We're missing you.
In the slot. Picks up a couple of runs. He was in the slot to get the treatment he's been giving all afternoon, Daryl Mitchell, and he'll feel he missed out.
Big period in the game this for both teams. New Zealand obviously will be looking to get above 300. I think Pakistan might think to themselves, if we can pick up a couple of wickets here, do our thing at the death, we could keep them below that total.
Pace off. We see it so many times from Haris Rauf, just taking the pace off. He bowls a slow pace, bounces as well. Difficult to get the timing on that, especially when you're trying to hit through the line. So, especially to Mitchell, that is a good tactic from Haris Rauf.
Yeah, agreed. And the ball just seems to be holding a tiny bit. Obviously, two new white balls at either end, but they do get a little bit old and a bit ragged, so they will grip on this slightly more abrasive surface. And Pakistan to be thinking, we just pick one up here, we knock over Mitchell.
Haris Rauf, as he so often does, rattles the timber behind. Mark Chapman has to walk.
Exactly as we're talking about it. These Pakistan fast bowlers at the death are sensational. You get a little bit something happening for them, whether that's off the pitch or the ball reverse swing, and they can be irresistible at the end. So all the hard work New Zealand have done up to this point can still be undone, and they will believe it can be. Haris Rauf picked up his second. Little huddle for the Pakistan team. Dangerous Chapman has gone. New Zealand 2-4-8 for 4.
A new batter in, Henry Nicholls. Announced as part of the one-day squad, wasn't part of the T20 squad. 63 games, the highest of 124. But at the moment, what matters are the 6.2 overs remaining. How many they can get in that. In the block hole.
Yeah, my feeling here is that it's going to be really difficult to start against these guys. Good a ball striker as Henry Nicholls is. Haris Rauf around the wicket to the left-hander, mixing his pace up. Chapman looking to go for that extravagant scoop stroke. And the ball hitting just underneath the top of off from Haris Rauf.
Excellent over comes to an end. A wicket and 4 off it. It's 248 for 4. Naseem Shah, the pick of the bowlers. 8 overs, 23, 2 maidens in that. And he's still got a couple of overs in terms of whether he can pick up a wicket or not. He's back into bowler's 9th.
Spoken a lot about the context of this series. 5 matches here in Pakistan, 2 in Islamabad and 3 in Arooj's hometown of Karachi. Build up to the World Cup. Both teams in their preparations. This could be the only preparation that Pakistan get for the World Cup if things don't work out against Afghanistan in the Asia Cup. The thing I'm going to say to you is it's important for another reason. Pakistan have not won a single series at home this summer. Surely it's going to be this one to turn that one around.
Well,
that wasn't the enthusiastic response I was looking for.
Now, prior to the T20 series, I'm sure 2-2 was probably not what a lot of people would have bet for. Pakistan 2-0 up. New Zealand came back in some fantastic fashion to level that series. You'd almost feel it was more of a New Zealand win than a draw, in the fashion that they came back and the players that they were available to them away from home, playing against a full-strength Pakistan side. However, like you said, the 5-match series at the moment probably the only one lined up till other confirmations come through in the lead up to the World Cup. So important for Pakistan to get the combinations right, which players they've earmarked, and whether, if this is the lot of 15, who plays where, role clarity, and all of that comes in. A couple of players sitting on the bench will feel hard done.
There's a lot of talk about the lack of hitting towards the lower middle order. Difficult to get going here for Nichols with the changes of pace. So I'm thinking of somebody like Imad Wasim, who had the most incredible PSL, forgive me. Please forgive me. Just the sort of player in the prime of his career as an all-rounder that might have a role somewhere in the lower part of the innings for Pakistan. You've got Iftikhar, who's left out. And people are very surprised about that. Real pace there on the bench from Isanullah. I don't think the pace bowling is particularly the issue. Osama Mir. Good change of pace. The leg break bowler who sat on the bench here at the moment. Is Shadab's form making his position in the side under threat? There are plenty of questions, aren't there, for Pakistan. There is Osama Mir down the bottom there. He and Isanullah were stars of PSL for Multan Sultans. And really making sure that lower middle order, the middle lower order, is a bit more bulletproof for Pakistan. Are there players outside of that squad at the moment who could find themselves in it? And how do they get there if these are the only 5 matches we got?
For everyone listening, we'll continue that debate after we come back. 2:51 for 4.
Yes. Not sure. I'm not in this toilet.
At the current rate, they get to 279 New Zealand, with 6 wickets still in hand, with Mitchell on 109. Nichols can bat as well. They should surely still be eyeing that 300 mark. Haris Rovers picked up 2 more wickets here, will close out the innings from the pavilion end. Yeah, but just continuing on what you had said, it's surely a case of Imad Wasim and Iftikhar in this one-day squad. They've done, you'd imagine, more than enough. And like you say, to just make that low middle order bulletproof, who are the most reliable resources to get you out of a tough situation? So often than not, Pakistan ends up getting into trouble because of the low middle order batting, which doesn't get them over the line. They've got the world-class bowling attack, one of the best in the business, to close games out. Probably going down. They've got one of the best bowling attacks in the world, and so often than not, they have to do more than what should be required of them, because Pakistan doesn't get enough runs on the board. The Pakistan batting order doesn't close out games. I just feel the way Iftikhar's been striking, We saw it in the T20 series. We saw Imad throughout the PSL, like you said. Also gives you that new ball bowling option with Imad. Iftikhar can bowl his off spinner. So those are your complete options in that positions of 5 and 6. At the moment, Pakistan taking a different route.
That's going to be tight. That's going to be really tight. He might have been better off booting it rather than bending down to flick it onto the stumps. That might have allowed Mitchell to gain his
Third
ground.
umpire to director. We have umpire referee for run out. Can I have your side and angle, please? At the wicket keeper end. Pad grounded before the bail's off. Satisfied? I'm ready to make my decision for the big screen.
Yeah, not out. The time it took Haris Rauf to bend down and gather the ball in might have been the time that allowed Mitchell to get back. He might have been better with a trusty right boot.
I'm not sure the Pakistan men's cricket team is known for their football skills.
Maybe not so trusty. Mind you, I heard you having a pop at their fielding earlier, so maybe they're picking it up wasn't a good option either.
Well, Darren Mitchell yet to be run out in ODI cricket internationals. First 3 deliveries from Rauf, just gone for 2. 3 fielders on the leg side boundary, long off back as well. I guess a front leg out of the way into the vacant leg side. Couple of runs. A good couple of runs again.
I think what you're seeing here is that Mitchell is finding it difficult, even as well as he's played this deep into his innings. He's finding it hard in these last 10 overs to really make consistent strikes. Pakistan have changed their pace up well. They haven't gone to the Yorker. I don't think they've had to. I think the pitch is tired enough that they can drive the ball in with changes of pace and cause batters to miss hit or miss cue.
Once again, a brilliant delivery to follow up, this time with pace on. Now you just see what Mitchell's trying to do there, clear the front leg and open up that entire arc of hitting straight. He's done that so well with change of pace. It hasn't been easy. The last 20 runs have come off the 19 deliveries. The point that you've just alluded to.
And it's not been through lack of trying either. He's been swinging, he's been trying to move himself around the crease, he's been trying to be aggressive, but just hasn't been able to find the middle of the bat.
It's a good over from Haris Rauf, just the 5 of it. He'll want to finish off well. That's 4. Finishes the over off at the boundary, Nichols. 46 done, 260 for 4. .260 for 4 now, New Zealand. 4 overs left in the piece. Last over of the previous delivery, searching for the Yorker, missed it. Last 30 balls, 36 runs and the 1 wicket. So it's not an easy surface to just swing through the line, especially with the change of pace.
Okay, adjustments to the leg side field. Shaheen Shah Afridi. Just the 1 fielder inside the circle. Short fine leg, the rest on the fence. And one of them might be in play now. Taken. Change of pace. Fakar with the green shoes comes in and takes an easy catch. And this Pakistan bowling attack at the death will pick up wickets. Mark my words, they will pick up wickets.
Shaheen Shah Afridi. Once again is a change of pace, gets on the toe end of the bat, and you can see immediately he knew, hadn't timed that. The bat rolls in his hands. Fakhar Zaman, a very safe fielder, takes that with some utmost ease. Starts the over off with a wicket here. Shaheen Shah Afridi, and it's a big important wicket. Daryl Mitchell, well, he can raise the bat to a Pindi crowd because he has played a magnificent innings. 113 from 115. Gallery claps him off. 260 for 5. Rachin Ravindra, a new batter on the crease. Very new into the piece of international cricket. Oh, he's got his work cut out. He has to come out and swing hard and try and get as many runs here in the last 4. Gets off the mark with a single.
So first ball of the over from Shaheen, and it's a cut-up. They've been very, very successful for Pakistan at the death here. Mitchell again just trying to get that front leg out of the way, trying to whip it over the leg side. There were 3 fielders back there. He picked out the middle one. And it was Fakhar Zaman who did the job of dispatching Daryl Mitchell, who played quite superbly. Lack of form? What lack of form?
A standing ovation from his teammates and from the crowd. Just the one. Well, at one point 300 looked very likely. At the moment, not so much.
Look at those wheels. They're quite something, aren't they?
Would you like a pair?
Well, remember the days when you were banned if you had any sort of colouring on your
I've also
on
played
your
in that
white
time.
shoes.
I'm from that time.
I wasn't trying to out your age, Ruji. But they are special.
Normally you see Shadab in fluorescent greens as well. Green, blue. Well, the crowd, they've been fantastic. They've been live and they've been quite a noisy one, as they always are. Another one change of pace in the block hole. This is excellent bowling from Shaheen Shah Afridi.
Yeah, I mean, we asked the question, didn't we, at the beginning of the series about the ODI format and the way that it's being squeezed from all angles by T20 tournaments and Test matches and the schedule in particular. But, the Pakistan fans, particularly those here in Islamabad, they've been wonderful throughout this summer of cricket here in Pakistan, whether it be Tests, T20, and now this ODI series have come out in force once again.
Excellent fielding. Shadab gets a hand to that, stops a certain boundary. Another good over from Pakistan, and Shaheen just the 5 off it. 265 for 5. 265 for 5 New Zealand, 3 overs left. Haris Rauf to finish off his quota of 10. Confusion, required a direct hit, didn't, and they get the single in the end. They might just be 2. This is unacceptable. The first throw, okay. This is not good.
It was Imam ul Haq who had time. He only had one stump to aim at, but he had time just to steady himself as the batters were doing the cha-cha in the middle of the pitch. I think it's Shan Masood again. Second time today. He's just failed to get a mitt on one as he's bent down to pick it up. I don't know if the hamstrings are a bit tight or something, but he's struggling to get close to the ball when it's on the floor.
What should have been no runs turned out into a couple. Not the first time the ground fielding's been questionable. A culprit on both occasions, Shan Masood. The boundaries have dried up, the runs have dried up just a little bit for New Zealand. 268 for 5. They get 283 if they continue the way they do. They need over 11 to get to 300 now.
It's that carelessness, isn't it, Pakistan? There's excellence everywhere in the bowling. They've dragged it back brilliantly. And then you chuck away 2 runs like that. Straight up in the air. Rizwan goes back. Shaheen comes forward. And the ball ends up on the deck.
Now just out of the window from here in the commentary box, just confusion. It should have been Shaheen Shah Afridi's catch all along. He kept looking at Rizwan for the longest time, but then he did signal to say, I got this. It was too late in the end. Once again, the cutter gets the top edge. It went a long way up in the air, and Shaheen Shah Afridi in the end doesn't get into positions, makes a mess of this one.
Haris Rauf concedes another 2. More untidiness. That's the point, isn't it? These games are won and lost in such small margins.
And call for 2 again. This is excellent placement for 2.
Yeah, it's been good. I think Henry Nicholls, in the first 6 or 7 deliveries of his innings, came out and tried to find the boundary. He quickly realised that it wasn't on, the ball wasn't coming onto the bat, the bowling was good. So now he's just decided, right, I'm going to dink it into the pockets and run as hard as I possibly can. They might find themselves close to 300 doing it that way.
And in doing that, they've picked up 7 in the first 4. Haris Rauf has gone for runs tonight, 65. A swing and a miss. Very close to that off stump. Now you can see what he's trying to do there. Carve it into the offside behind backward point. He's probably hoping to use the pace as well. It was an offer 146 kilometers per hour from Haris Rauf.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how he tries to close this one out. Last ball of the previous over, he went for that Yorker. Nicholls paddle swept him for 4. Success has come with the cutters into the pitch.
And success continues to come with the cutters into the pitch. 48 done to 72 for 5. 272 for 5. Shaheen Shah Afridi to now bowl his fine low over. Clipped into the leg side. There is a fielder. Pakistan's fielding so many times becomes a reason of debate for all the wrong reasons. They've been a little bit sloppy with their ground fielding tonight. Catch is put down as well. We calculate the number of runs those amount to. Could so well be the difference between the game. Again called for 2. This is excellent placement and equally good running. Pindi crowd giving us a little bit of a light show of their own. Ten deliveries now left. Boundaries have been really hard to come by. One off every now and then, but it's just been running between the wickets into the pockets.
Henry Nicholls there looked like he was having some blood pressure issues, having drilled that ball straight at extra cover. They're having a great time here in Pindi. One more game to come. On Saturday afternoon, their summer will be done.
They're looking for 2 again. This is excellent running. This is excellent running. And the 2 will now turn into 3.
It's so frustrating because it's just carelessness. That's all that is. It's not a lack of skill. That's not a lack of practice. It's just not really paying enough attention to the basic things. Just sloppy.
That's the one thing that is entirely in your control. Once again called for 2. And they're running for this. This is excellent from Nicholls in particular, taking the fielders on and doing it repeatedly successfully.
You can just see there, you just saw a shot, Mark Chapman up there in the dressing room, and sort of the light in his eyes as they push their way towards 300. They might not get there, but I think in that Kiwi dressing room at the moment, they're thinking to themselves, you know what, this is a decent score. Not been straightforward to go out there and bash it all over the place. It's become more difficult as the ball has got a little older. We're giving ourselves a chance here.
With that single, Shaheen Shah Afridi will finish with 63 from his 10, 2 wickets to him. 10 comes off the penultimate over, 282 for 5. First of the 5 games in this 5-match ODI series. Pakistan putting New Zealand in. They have 282 for 5. Last over here. Naseem Shah, 26 for none. I cannot believe this. Shan Masood again. He's had a shocker.
These are all heavily taped up. I don't know if that's an excuse. I don't know, but he's just having an absolute mare. A Western super mare, as we'd say back in the UK.
wide. We'll have to re-bowl that. It all just adds up, doesn't it? It's really smart. Oh, what's happening here? What's smart about that, Grant? He's got his own light show going with the crowd here. I don't think anyone's responding.
I think it's a rhythmical issue, really. I mean, could he have looked any stiffer out there?
A big appeal from Naseem Shah. Nobody but him interested.
Grant Elliott playing spot the white guy out there.
Well, let's have a look at this one. DRS, we're coming upstairs.
Third umpire to director, we have a play review for LBW. On-field decision is not out. Front foot check, it's a fair delivery. Let's start with the front on spin vision, please. Appears to be no bat involved. Let's confirm with the ultra edge. Flat line, gap between bat and ball, roll it through the pad. No, roll it through the pad, please. Yes, satisfied, no bat involved. Now you can move on to ball tracking when it's ready. Original decision not out. Pitching outside off, impact outside. You can go back on the on-field. SN, you can stay with your original decision not out. Let you know when you are on screen now. Make a signal, thank you.
Yeah, a bit of a wishful appeal from Naseem Shah. Pakistan have lost both reviews with 4 deliveries left. 286 for 5, New Zealand. They run through, keeper misses. Add 1 more to the total. More importantly, Henry Nicholls back on strike.
It was a whisker away out of the hand of Naseem Shah. It was quite a long way away out of the hand of Mohammad Rizwan. Nicholls on strike. 3 balls to go.
Once again, the change of pace.
It's been really difficult, hasn't it? None of the New Zealand batters in these last 10 overs have managed to hit anything with a cross bat towards the leg side. Every time they've attempted it, the ball has either bounced underneath the bat, just held and stopped a little bit, crashed into inside thighs. It has not been straightforward to accelerate here.
Advances, doesn't get all of this. Taken, Mohammad Nawaz, and Naseem Shah finally has his first. He's been rewarded for some exceptional bowling.
Yeah, once again, it's a change hard into the pitch. Ravindra trying to go down the ground, realising perhaps that he doesn't want to go cross-batted, needs to try and get the full face on it. But the length was not there for the stroke. Mohammad Nawaz taking the catch. The talented Ravindra has to go. He's the 6th one to leave the scene. 288 for 6.
Adam Mill, and he's got a free hit without being a free hit. Last ball here. Bowled him. Naseem Shah has two. He's been rewarded at the back end with 2 wickets. What a spell. 10 overs, 29 for 2 to close out the game.
Well, that is fantastic work. That's really, really good. Spiked his man first up. Adam Milne barely knew what had hit him. Certainly heard it if he didn't see it. 288 for 7 there, New Zealand finished. They were well short of 300 in the end. Pakistan's bowlers, led by Naseem Shah, have dragged things back quite brilliantly for Pakistan. They've still got quite a chase in their hands. You feel the surface, unless it changes under any dew as the lights take more of an effect and the evening cools, we won't know that just yet. But at one point New Zealand looked like they should have been on for 320. They finished 288 for 7, and Baba is a pretty happy man.
And Naseem Shah has definitely enjoyed his outing out there. 10 overs, 29 for 2. The leader of the pack tonight, just conceding the 1 boundary in his 10 overs. Is quite a good effort from him. Last 5 overs, 37 for 3 is what New Zealand got. The going got really tough towards the back end, especially with the change of pace into the surface. Like you mentioned, Bhuj, if the surface continues to play how it did in the last 10, you'd imagine 282 is a good score from New Zealand. 288. Pakistan now requiring 289 in their 50 overs. In the meantime, let's head down to Sikandar Bakht.
Well, I've got Will Young alongside me. Will, to begin with, firstly, 288. Happy with that score?
I think so, yeah. We talked about it throughout the innings. We sort of said 270 initially, and then to get 288 in the end, I think is round about par.
New role for you. First time opening the batting. How did you find that? And especially with that new ball, the surface was a bit testing out there?
Yeah, it was nice to play the T20s first and get a feel for what the surface would be like. But we knew Shaheen and Naseem Shah were real threats with the new ball. So Chad and I were looking to get through that unscathed if we could, and then build an innings from there.
Was it part of the plan? The power play was a bit slower from the two of you, and then you started picking up.
Yeah, I think we wanted to assess conditions, and part of that was seeing what was going to work and what potentially wasn't. So yeah, we got through the first 5 or 6 overs a little bit slowly, and then we finished, I think, 49 after the first 10, so we'll take that.
All right, 288. Just hope there's no dew out there.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how it plays under lights. Hopefully 288 is enough.
Okay, have a good one.
Thank you.
86 from Will Young. At the top of the order, good hand from him of 78 deliveries, but the star of the show for New Zealand, 113 for Daryl Mitchell, his second ODI century of 115 deliveries. In the back end, scoring got really tough. New Zealand, they finished with 288 for 7. Partnerships, irrespective of the format, extremely important. 48 for the first, 102 for the second, and 72 for the third. Pakistan with their 6 bowlers, 2 wickets apiece to Shaheen, Naseem and Haris Rauf. Shadab with 1, but the standout feature, Naseem Shah, 10 overs, 29 for 2 with the 2 maidens. Right, as the story stands, New Zealand have set Pakistan 289 to win this first one-day international. We'll be back with the run chase.
What a magnificent 100th then by Daryl Mitchell. He's been integral to this side, and you can tell what it means to him. The celebration followed by, obviously, the applause by the captain and in the dressing room. What a stellar performance by him, and he's got New Zealand to a decent target. Hello and welcome to the Inverex Solar Energy Pitside Show. We're here halfway now. New Zealand will be looking back and thinking perhaps they could have got a little more in terms of runs. Pakistan managed to pull things back in those last 10 overs. Naseem Shah was brilliant with the ball, conceding only just one boundary, and Haris Rauf chipping in with the wickets as well. I've now been joined by a very, very special guest. Lisa Stalekas joins us for the first time on Pitside, and alongside her, I've got Sana Mir. Lisa, firstly, a very warm welcome to you in Pakistan. Hope you're doing well.
Yeah, I'm doing very well and certainly enjoying the cricket, but also all of the people that have made me feel very welcome.
Well, a warm welcome to you, Sana. Welcome back once again. This is very much a familiar surrounding for you. You're a local here. But let's talk about the performance. Let's get to the cricket as well. Pakistan, the way things started for them, you've got to say the last 10 overs, they have worked out well for them. Especially the way you look at Naseem Shah and the way he bowled, in particular in these conditions.
I think both in the power play and at the death, Naseem was brilliant. With the dot ball ratio, I think he hit the length really well. He moved the ball and then he executed the Yorkers at the later part of the innings. So he was very impressive. Just 29 runs of 10 overs and two wickets. He was brilliant, I think.
What about Daryl Mitchell then? I mean, we know what he can do with the bat. We've seen that in the T20 format, but for him to be able to replicate that in the slightly longer format and give New Zealand some kind of stability, how do you look at his performance?
Yeah, I really rate his performance simply because he was able to really get off the mark straight away. Like, he was able to put some pressure on the fielders, and this was early on in his innings, and then he was quite happy, given that it was the second power play, to expose that fifth fielding position that would normally be out. And he was the one that really got the partnership going with Will Young. And even when Tom Latham came in, he decided to go up a gear, which is really important. So a special moment for him to be able to get 100 here in Pakistan, but so important to get his side close to that 300 mark.
This started off well at the top with Will Young chipping in with the runs, but you look at Pakistan's performance, there was a period where they were sort of looking for wickets and it was hard to find any in these conditions. But just, you know, touching upon the variations that you saw from Shaheen with the slower ball and other things, how do you look at the way they've come back into the game?
I think in the middle, Lisa pointed out in the commentary also that at one point it was very easy for the New Zealand batters to rotate the strike. At that point, there was a dull moment in the Pakistan fielding and bowling, but at the end they were able to execute it really well. In the last 10 overs, New Zealand is the second best team as far as the required run rate is concerned, but they have not let them really exploit that foundation that was set. They were 202 for 2 in the 40th over, and then to restrict them to 288, it's pretty good.
It is damn good, you've got to say, considering that at one point it looked like we're looking at a 340 target or so. Pakistan bowlers managed well, but it was the Daryl Mitchell show from the New Zealand perspective. We'll take a short breather. When we come back, we'll look at some other things, so don't go anywhere. Back on the Inveric Solar Energy Pitchside Show, 289 is what Pakistan is looking at. We spoke about Daryl Mitchell and how phenomenal he was with the bat. It's time to head over to Sikandar Bakht, who's got Grant Elliott. It's time for Ground Zero.
Ground Zero, brought to you by Inveric Solar Energy. All right, welcome to Ground Zero. I've got Grant Elliott alongside me. 288, you feel they didn't get to that top gear in the last 10, but don't take it away from Daryl Mitchell, second ODI 100. And the way the transformation came about from T20s and a couple of days later, today, he's a different batter.
Yeah, good question, Sikandar. He came into this game having not performed that well. Well, not to his expectations. He's done well in all three formats. I've brought my own lapel mic. I'm going to tell you exactly what he's done. What he's done, I'll put my lapel mic in here. There we go, perfect. He's played simply. If you look at his wagon wheel, he's played straight, he's played in the V. Anything that's been slightly short, he's just got onto the back foot, he's bunted it straight down the ground or found that mid-on and just been able to pierce the gaps. And then the other thing he's done extremely well is he's been able to get down to that length. So he's been coming down to the wicket, he's been hitting the ball nice and straight, getting his boundaries. You'll see all of his boundaries, they've been straight. So the ability for that best delivery that's back of a length. How can I, A, score one off it down the ground or front and back foot, but then also come down the wicket to dominate that length. And he's been dominating it nice and straight, heading it to mid-off, mid-on. So he's kept it simple, kept it extremely simple. He's done the basics and he's done it well throughout the middle stages.
Another guy who's done very well was Naseem Shah. His 10 overs, 2 for absolutely nothing.
Oh, Naseem Shah, he was outstanding. And I think in that power play, that's the key here for Pakistan. If they can dominate the power play with the bat, it'll take pressure off them in the middle. Naseem Shah did the basics as well. Back of a length, hitting the stumps, just that perfect line, perfect length, and he was creating pressure. And that's what it's all about. So New Zealand will look to replicate exactly what Naseem Shah did. But can Pakistan counter that?
Yeah, well, interestingly, strong breeze alongside here, so dew might not come in. This might be a good score to fight New Zealand and Pakistan in this ODI. That's all from Ground Zero. Ground Zero, brought to you by Inveric Solar Energy.
Well, you heard it from Sikandar Bakht and Grant Elliott. They spoke about how lengths are going to be key in these conditions. Also saw Naseem Shah, but we're talking about fast bowlers here. Naseem Shah is not the only fast bowler that Pakistan possesses. There's a certain Shaheen Shah Afridi that we're talking about, who is definitely the premier fast bowler for Pakistan. Let's hear his thoughts now. I have with me arguably the best fast bowler, new ball bowler in the world right now in perhaps all formats. I'm talking about none other than Shaheen Shah Afridi. Shaheen, बहुत-बहुत शुक्रिया हमें ज्वाइन करने के लिए. पहले तो बताएं, पहले तो ईद मुबारक. अभी तक ईद चल रही है. गुजरे. हाँ, बिल्कुल बिल्कुल बिल्कुल. वो चलती रहती, पूरा हफ्ता हम ईद मनाते हैं. ये बताएं कि ईद कैसी थी, कंसिडरिंग शादी के बाद वाली ईद. ईदी कितनी दी आपने अपनी वाइफ को, ये भी बताएं. और क्या किया, कैसे सेलिब्रेट किया?
नहीं, अच्छा रहा. घर गया था अम्मी अब्बू से मिलने. काफ़ी टाइम बाद ही टाइम मिला था कि मतलब ईद स्पेंड करें फैमिली के साथ, भाइयों के साथ. और नमाज के बाद टाइम ही नहीं मिला घर आने के लिए क्योंकि बाहर लोग इतने थे, तो उनसे मुलाकात हुई. और काफ़ी टाइम बाद क्योंकि गया था तो देखा भी नहीं था किसी को. और ये ऐसे ही ईद बेगम को अभी तक ईद ही नहीं क्योंकि मैं कराची गया ही नहीं, तो जाहिर सी बात है.
ऑनलाइन ट्रांसफर हो जाता है वैसे आजकल?
नहीं, असल में मेरे सारे अकाउंट ख़राब हो गए.
अच्छा, यू नो ये कैसा टाइम है, एक महीना बड़ा अच्छा रमज़ान का गुजरा, ईद का. इट्स अ टाइम ऑफ सेल्फ रिफ्लेक्शन एज वेल. इंसान अपनी जर्नी को देखता है, अपने सफ़र को देखता है. जब आप अपने सफ़र को देखते हो, जिस तरह से आपने शुरुआत की एक टाइम पे, यू नो अंडर 15 के ट्रायल्स, क्रिकेट किट तक नहीं थी. जब वो एक सफ़र देखते हो, रिफ्लेक्ट करते हो अपने सफ़र को, तो कैसे देखते हो कि कैसा आपकी जर्नी कैसी रही? एंड here you are now, perhaps, like I said, the best fast bowler in the world right now.
नहीं, देखिए अंडर 16 से स्टार्ट किया था. मुझे भी याद है, मेरे भाई हैं संदल अफरीदी, उसको उन्होंने मुझे कहा था कि यार ट्रायल के लिए जाना है. ऑनेस्टली मैंने उनको कहा था कि यार मैं क्या करूँगा, इतने लोग आते हैं, मैं ट्रायल में मुझे कौन लेगा. सिर्फ 2 बॉलों पे ही उस टाइम सेलेक्ट हुआ था. तो उसके बाद ऐसा लग रहा है कि वो कल वाला दिन था, आज वाला दिन, ऐसे अभी भी वो दिन याद है, इतनी जल्दी लाइफ गुजर रही है।
क्या 2 बॉल्स नहीं, आपने कहा 2 बॉल
ट्रायल्स में 2 बॉल ही किए थे, और उस टाइम हमारे कोच थे सर साकिब फ़कीर, उन्होंने सेलेक्ट किया था।
वर्ल्ड कप फाइनल पाकिस्तान पहुंचा, T20 वर्ल्ड कप फाइनल में, एंड देन उसके बाद एक अनफॉर्चुनेट इंसिडेंट विद योर इंजरी, तो ऐसे फील होता है जिस तरह कि अभी एक अनफिनिश्ड बिजनेस है पाकिस्तान की, कि अभी वो एक जो ट्रॉफी हमने घर लानी है वो रहती है, और वो मौका पाकिस्तान को मिलेगा बिकॉज लेटर ऑन इन दिस ईयर वी हैव द ODI वर्ल्ड कप इन इंडिया। तो क्या उसके लिए क्या आपकी प्लान्स हैं, कुछ गोल सेट किए हुए हैं कि मैंने इंडिया में परफॉर्म करना है, मैंने इस प्लेयर को आउट करना है, हाउ आर यू गोइंग टू अप्रोच द वर्ल्ड कप?
देखिए जाहिर सी बात है हम अनलकी रहे, क्योंकि ये 3 उसमें पहुँचे, सेमीफाइनल, 2 दफ़ा फाइनल में, एशिया कप के भी, वर्ल्ड कप के भी, बट ऐसा लगता है कि हम बिल्कुल करीब है जीतने के। तो इंशाल्लाह वो टाइम दूर नहीं है, ये एशिया कप, ये वर्ल्ड कप, तो ये हम अचीव कर सकते हैं इंशाल्लाह। जैसे तैयारी जारी है, एक तो ये कि हमने वनडे ज़्यादा खेले भी नहीं है, T20 के बाद सारे लड़के वनडे खेले, जो कि आसान नहीं होगा, 8 वनडेज़ है और फिर उसके बाद एशिया कप और वर्ल्ड कप खेलना है, और कंडीशन पाकिस्तान और दुबई की तरह होगी, जाहिर सी बात है, लेकिन अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह लड़कों को पता है कैसे इस विकेट पे खेलना है और कैसी बॉलिंग करनी है। तो उम्मीद है कि इंशाल्लाह ये एशिया कप और वर्ल्ड कप हमारा होगा।
ठीक है। यू ऑल्सो हैव अदर ग्रेट फास्ट बॉलर्स इन योर कंपनी, हारिस रऊफ भी हैं, कलंदर्स की एक तो पूरी कलंदर्स की टीम इकट्ठी की हुई है आप लोगों ने, पूरा जो एक टोला है इकट्ठा है पूरा, जमान खान भी हैं, हारिस रऊफ भी हैं, आप भी हैं, अब और भी प्लेयर्स आ गए हैं, और भी बॉलर्स आ गए हैं, सानला आ गए हैं, दस ऑब्वियसली नसीम। तो इनके साथ एज अ बॉलिंग यूनिट आप पाकिस्तान की बॉलिंग यूनिट को कैसा रेट करते हैं?
देखिए पाकिस्तान की ये हिस्ट्री रही है कि फास्ट बॉलर काफ़ी अच्छे रहे हैं, पास में देख रहे हैं, आमिर भाई हो गए, मोहम्मद इरफान हो गए, वहाब भाई हो गए, आसिफ हो गए, जितने पाकिस्तान के आप ओल्ड बॉलर्स देखे, हसन है, स्टिल बॉलिंग, तो पाकिस्तान की तो बॉलिंग है ही अच्छी शुरू से, और ये अभी जितने भी हैं माशाल्लाह, एक तो है पेस, और आप पेस से आप किसी टाइम भी आप दूसरी टीम को आप मुश्किल में डाल सकते हैं। तो एक अच्छी बात है कि सारे यंग हैं और चाहते हैं कि हम परफॉर्मेंस करें।
नहीं, लेकिन आप अगर आप कंपेयर करें हमारे बॉलिंग अटैक को टू द रेस्ट ऑफ द वर्ल्ड, तो फिर क्या समझते हैं कहाँ पे है पाकिस्तान का बॉलिंग अटैक?
देखिए आप जितने मैचेस खेलते हैं उतने आपको सीखने को मिलता है। आप एक चीज़ है कि आप इतनी जल्दी आप किसी को बेस्ट लेवल पर रेट नहीं कर सकते। अगर आप ट्रेंड बॉल को अभी मेरे साथ करें तो मेरे तो अभी मैचेस भी काफ़ी कम है, ट्रेंड बॉल काफ़ी ऊपर है, मिचेल स्टार्क काफ़ी ऊपर है, तो आप इतनी जल्दी किसी को किसी से कंपेयर नहीं कर सकते। बट हाँ आप इम्प्रूव कर सकते हैं, चीज़ें क्या उन्होंने क्या अचीव किया है, कितने टाइम में, उनकी क्या अच्छी चीज़ है। तो आई थिंक अगर वो आप फॉलो करेंगे तो उसमें आपको सक्सेस मिलता है। बिल्कुल नए लड़के हैं, बॉलिंग अच्छे कर रहे हैं, बट उम्मीद वो है कि जितना खेल लेंगे उतना उनको सीखने को मिलेगा।
अब T20 फॉर्मेट से वनडे क्रिकेट में शिफ्ट करना है एज अ बॉलर, उसकी क्या एडजस्टमेंट की ज़रूरत है? बिकॉज 4 ओवर्स हैं, वहाँ पे ज़्यादा ओवर्स कराने हैं, तो वहाँ पे गेम प्लान एज अ बॉलर चेंज होता है आपका, या पेस का होता है कि मैं अपनी पेस 4 ओवरों में ऑब्वियसली आप एकदम से ज़्यादा जान भी मार सकते हैं, बट आपके मुताबिक आपकी पर्सनल एडजस्टमेंट क्या होती है?
देखिए T20 में ना, T20 में बहुत कम टाइम होता है सोचने का कि यार बस इस बॉल पे ये होगा, इस बॉल पे। एक तो बॉलर भी ज़्यादा सोचता है, बैट्समैन भी सोचता है कि मैं ये करूँगा। वनडे क्रिकेट में आपको एक लाइन और लेंथ पे बॉलिंग करनी, जैसे टेस्ट क्रिकेट होती है उसमें सारे फील्डर पीछे होते हैं। अगर वो फील्डर T20 में पीछे हुए तो रन्स बहुत होंगे, लेकिन हर चीज़ की अलग अलग साइड की है। लेकिन यह है कि लेंथ को एडजस्ट करना पड़ता है, और उसके हिसाब से वेरिएशन आप उतनी नहीं कर सकते जैसे T20 में करते हैं, क्योंकि वनडे क्रिकेट में आपको एक ही लाइन और लेंथ में बॉलिंग ज़्यादा करनी पड़ती है प्लान के हिसाब से।
अच्छा, ये न्यूजीलैंड की सीरीज़ कितनी इंपॉर्टेंट है पाकिस्तान के लिए आगे? ऑब्वियसली
जाहिर सी बात, देखिए 8 वनडेज है, 5 ये फिर 3 अफगानिस्तान के साथ हैं, तो ये बहुत ही ज़रूरी है। हर मैच बहुत ज़रूरी है, क्योंकि हमारे पास वनडेज ये एशिया बड़े इवेंट से पहले, जो अगर आप प्रैक्टिस के मैच अगर आप इंडिविजुअली के लिए आप आपस में टीम, तो इतने नहीं होते जो इंटरनेशनल प्लेयर्स का वो होता है, मैचेस का होता है, तो ये बहुत हेल्पफुल होंगे। आई थिंक अगर हमने इसको अच्छे से खेलना है तो बिल्कुल हमारी तैयारी यही है कि हम एशिया कप और वर्ल्ड कप जीतें, तो उसी को लेके चलेंगे।
Chale, thank you so much, Shaheen, for your time. It's always a pleasure to speak to you.
Thank you.
And we wish Shaheen all the best. He is our #1 ace bowler of Pakistan cricket at the moment. And हम यही उम्मीद करते हैं कि वो इसी तरह perform करें और इसी तरह जो है पाकिस्तान का नाम और मज़ीद रोशन करें. Always great to hear the thoughts of Shaheen Shafidi. 289 is the target. Quick thoughts, who's winning today?
Well, with this wind around, I actually think the dew's not going to come in. So I think Ish Sodhi and Rachin Ravindra is going to actually probably cause a few headaches for some of the Pakistan players.
All right, what about you, Sana?
I do think with the power play, they have got good bowlers, and the difference can be the fielding. Pakistan was not really good with the field, so New Zealand was splendid in the T20s. So I do think it can be a very tricky chase if New Zealand has a good power play.
Absolutely. We saw a dropped catch by Agha Salman earlier on as well. The ground fielding shots were obviously something that was reiterated again and again. Perhaps that is an area that Pakistan will be looking to improve, but they managed to pull things back in the end. Let's find out how the response though is with the bat from Pakistan. We'll take a short break, be back just in a bit.
Welcome back once again to the Pindi Cricket Stadium. It's Dafa News presents KFC Pakistan versus New Zealand ODI series, the first ODI. And the target is right there at the bottom of your screen. 289 to get. That's what Pakistan needs in the 50 overs. Tom Latham, and with a breeze outside, would feel that they have a good chance. No worries about that ball being wet or soggy later on. Grant Elliott alongside me. Grant, if that happens, 288 is not a bad score.
Yeah, absolutely. As you join us for hopefully a successful run chase for Pakistan, pulling that off to the T20s. Fakhar Zaman comes to the crease. I'm expecting him to be aggressive. It's one area that I think New Zealand lacked in, was being aggressive in the power play. There wasn't much swing around. His partner, Al Haq, the other left-hander. So two left-handers up top here. New Zealand would have looked at where were Pakistan successful, and you look to Naseem Shah, 2 for 29 of his 10 overs. He bowled with a bit of fire, but it was probably more the discipline, line and length and consistency that he showed. Really did make the New Zealand batters work for their runs in the power play. So Sikandar, I think when you talk about that 289 score, I think the opportunity lies in the power play here. If there is no dew, rotating the spinners through the middle. But what will make that easier is if they get off to a bit of a flyer here. Expect Fakhar Zaman to use his feet as he did in the T20s. Has to get off the mark by using his feet and looking to dominate the bowlers early on.
66 was scored in the last 10 overs. You just feel with Darren Mitchell around at that time, could have had more. Here we go. Adam Milne. Just that great channel. 4th, 5th off stump. Just 66. And we showed that graphic earlier how New Zealand is the second best side to score maximum runs in the last 10 overs in one-day internationals. But those batters are different.
Yeah, I think in New Zealand conditions, you know, you can dominate the last 10, but I was speaking to Shane Shah-Afridi on the boundary at the end there. He said the ball started reverse swinging from about the 37th over. There was a bit of reverse, which does help those death overs.
Runs here for Fakhar Zaman and for Pakistan. Off the mark with a boundary here. Great looking on drive.
Well, first delivery from Milne, there was no swing. This one just swung back into the pads of Fakhar Zaman. It just helped it on its way. See that seam, brilliant seam presentation, but Fakhar Zaman well balanced to cope with that. Just punches it through with a straight blade. Off to a great start.
What a shot that was from Fakhar Zaman. The first 4 runs for Pakistan and for him. Just closing the face of that bat and getting it into that vacant zone. Watched it onto the bat.
Yeah, on the eye, it always looks like the players roll their wrists, but if you're a young player and you actually watch that at impact, the bat is straight. It's a straight blade. He's almost looking at mid-on. Because of the angle, the ball goes just a touch squarer.
Oh, there was a good attempt from Tom Latham. He saved a boundary there to call the pace off. But there was a deflection, wasn't it? Was it the pad or something?
Yeah, it's always interesting as the batter walks through. He's definitely hit it. Sometimes the umpires will ask you, and it looks like Alim Dar did ask Fakhar Zaman, did you hit that? And he said yes. I'm sure if he was caught, he may have said no.
Yeah, he surely hit that. The dive was right. The timing of the dive was correct. It's just probably hit him a little high on that glove. Those just stick, don't they?
It's always a tough one to right-arm bowler, left-hand batter, because of the angle. You're blindsided for a little while with that one-down leg. Tom Latham did well. He got a hand to it. Anything they say you get a hand to goes down as a drop catch, unfortunately, but that would have been spectacular.
So 7 of the over. Pakistan are 7 for none. This is what happened, 288 for 7 New Zealand after they were asked to bat first with that big 100 from Daryl Mitchell, 86 as an opener for Will Young. I wanted to squeeze in Jimmy Neesham somewhere in there with that form that he had. Can't play everyone.
Yeah, I must admit I was probably surprised that Neesham was left out, or maybe it's a niggle thing. Maybe, you know, he did have a niggle in one of the games, but I think that Mark Chapman has come in and got the opportunity, so that potentially would have been at the expense of Tom Blunder or Jimmy Neesham. But what Jimmy Neesham does provide is obviously the 5 overs. Chapman bowls left arm orthodox, but Neesham obviously the seam. Matt Henry, he was extremely successful in the T20s. Missed out the final game due to a bit of a stomach bug, but you can see why. And we spoke about Naseem Shah. Naseem Shah kept things simple. That's exactly what Henry did. He just managed to hit 47% of his deliveries just on that perfect length. There was a little bit of seam movement around. He utilized that well. But the ability to be so consistent put the Pakistan batters under pressure, and we can expect more from him like that tonight.
Yeah, Naseem Shah was extremely good, 2 for 29 in his 10 overs, got 2 maidens in that. He's really looking to get some wickets in front of his name, and he got 2 on the last 2 balls of the innings. Just the one there. If you would play Jimmy Neesham, you can't leave Chapman out. It's got to be someone else.
Yeah, I think also Henry Nicholls, he's travelled this far. But potentially Henry Nicholls is someone they're looking at to, if they do shove everyone up the order, maybe he slides into the middle. He's sort of been bunted around that order quite a lot.
Yeah, he's lucky to get away with that. You bowl that length at Fakhar Zaman, he uses that horizontal bat so well.
Yeah, we just spoken about Matt Henry's consistency, and there he tries a short one, gets away with it. So it wasn't short enough. Yeah, like New Zealand, talking about Jimmy Neesham, I think they've got so many options one day, and I'd love to know exactly who that person is going to be batting at 3 in place of Kane Williamson. Because that would settle a lot of stories out there, but and guesses. That's the end of the over, 9 for none.
That's the experience that Pakistan has in their squad. We'll talk about ODIs. 96 for Babar. Fakhar Zaman being the second most senior.
Naseem Shah, well, he was stand-up bowler for Pakistan, and you can see why. Getting a length, getting the ball to move, seeming it both ways. But it was the length. And then at the end of the innings, came on with changes of pace. Got a few probably deserved wicket. That one there, just a ripper of Yorker. Bowled well today. But also, I will say that he bowled extremely well and he settled into that line and length, but I don't feel that the New Zealand batters actually tried to counter it in any way. Sikandar, I reckon they just stayed there and held their ground. They didn't move around the crease, and you can see from that graphic 39 dot balls out of 60. Incredible performance from him, especially in a day where normally you see opening bowlers go for almost 60 on a good day.
Yeah, this time the shorter length goes against the bowler. Sits nice and pretty in front of the eye line, and he pulls that shot. He's gone for 4.
Let's have a look at this length. Yeah, it was short. It was short enough. Waist height. Not a lot of bounce in this wicket. Just helped on its way. Still got to pick it up quickly. It's come at 149 k's an hour. It's well negotiated there by Imam.
A good call to send Imam back. Direct hits.
You just dab. This is hallmark of New Zealand's play. It's disciplined bowling, but it's backed up with excellent fielding. And that's where they can try and scamper for those, what I think is 20 runs, maybe a bit short here. They can make it up in the field. Diving, support running to the boundary.
Again, that fuller length onto the pads, and it's been put away. Might not go to the boundary. And they surely come back for 3. Easily completed. Adding 3 more to the total.
Yeah, brilliant running. There's the Pakistan 11. 2 openers, and then Baba, Shah Masood, and Rizwan. Shadab and Nawaz in the middle to lower order, and then the bowlers at the end. Powerful middle order, that is. Hopefully, if someone gets 100, they may not be needed. Sikandar. That's what it requires for Pakistan. Someone getting a 130. That way, that 289 total doesn't look dangerous at all.
Nicely picked up once again off the pads. Imam ul Haq. In fact, it's Fakhar Zaman who puts it away this time for a boundary. 3 overs gone. It's 20 for no loss. That's a New Zealand squad. Apart from Tom Latham and Henry Nichols, a few who've got an opportunity on this tour.
Yeah, looking at that list, New Zealand team, when we looked at the Pakistan team, we obviously saw a lot of experience. Was the delivery, Milne just straying it once again on leg side. He's been a little bit leg side-ish. Well put away. There's one name that stood out for me this Sikandar. That was Rachin Ravindra. No wickets to his name. And he'll play a little bit of a part through the middle here with his left arm orthodox. And bowling well in the T20s. He'll get an opportunity today. Get that first ODI wicket. Carl spoke about the length that Henry bowls there, back of the length, consistent length, just hitting the ropes, a bit of movement. Tom Latham still deciding on no slip. He's a mid-wicket catcher and a cover catcher instead.
Now that's a good shot. Straight bat, full face, and will earn him the reward with a boundary.
Well, this always looks like an exquisite cricket shot. As good as you get in cricket there. Weight transfer forward, straight bat, punch down the ground. It always looks effortless. Matt Henry, if anything, just ever so slightly too full. That's where Daryl Mitchell dominated today in the V.
Again, another very good looking shot.
Well, there you go, Daryl Mitchell, bowling option, 11 wickets. Rachin Ravindra, nothing next to his name, so that's the name that stands out for me. So there's 6 bowling options, and Mark Chapman, he can bowl a little bit of left-arm orthodox. So opportunity there for potentially the 2 spin twins. It's normally a top-order player, Rachin Ravindra. So very much at the start of his career with his left-arm ortho.
Another big crowd for the first ODI. All full houses at T20s. And here it is, Sensodyne sensitivity-free moment, because life is too short for sensitive teeth. Yeah, good call to avoid that single. It's 25 for no loss. Zaman and Imamul Haq opening and a positive start. This Pakistan keeping that run rate around just above 6.
Yeah, that's better from Milne. Milne's just, if anything, just strayed just a touch, almost a stump, which shows you 2 things: how well these 2 are batting, but also how good this wicket is and how ruthless it is on the bowlers. If you get your line slightly wrong in your length, we saw Henry get his length just slightly wrong in the last over. Now Milne, who's been punished with anything on middle and leg, 2 left-handers have whipped him through the mid-wicket.
Yeah, again, that leg stump line again has been put away out of Milne. This time for a couple. He's just straying a little bit on that middle leg, and just easy work for the 2 left-handers.
Yeah, I mean, there's such a small balance between, the word would have been, let's attack the stumps, let's try and bring LBW, bring Bold into play, but get them playing straight at that back of a length. But coming over the wicket and there's no swing, if he gets just a little bit of width to these batters, they'll put him away. So he's strayed more on leg side than outside off. Even that there, it's a great delivery. It's almost, if he strays just a stump on the leg side, he's in trouble. So I think the option is what we saw Shane Shah-Afridi do. There was no swing early on. What he did was he came around the wicket. changes of pace, brought the stumps into play. So that's the option for Adam Milne. He could come around the wicket, gives him a little bit more margin for error with the angle.
Yeah, keeping that in mind, now he's got a short mid-wicket, so it's a 5-4 offside field. Yeah, and good straight bat for that single. That's important, the strike rotation. Taking a single inside that 30-yard circle with 5 men or 4 men in the circle there on the offside.
Yeah, really good start from Pakistan here, rotating the strike. Also, when we look at New Zealand, just 49 off their power play. That's the first wicket at 48. And sort of think if Pakistan can just get to that 60 mark, and now Adam Milne decides, no, he doesn't. He was thinking about coming around, decided against it. He's pushed square leg back instead.
It's not a bad idea having that short mid-wicket there. Just if he feels that the bowlers are more leg stumpish line fuller length, then we'll probably hope gets more bottom hand coming in and it'll be in the air for a while.
Especially if you get a ball straight, and I think we saw it from Pakistan. The slips left pretty early. They preferred the short mid-wicket and short cover, bowling straight.
Oh, that's gone right past that short mid-wicket, flying over his head for a boundary. Serious power and timing in that shot with the end of the over. 32 for no loss. It's 32 for no loss. In comparison, 15 for no loss at the same stage was New Zealand. Nice shot. That's so typical Imamul Haq. Very strong behind the square on the offside.
Well, we've seen it time and time again during the T20s, and now here, just a slight bit of width. Henry knows he got that wrong. He wants to be on and off stump line. Just strayed a touch. Imamul Haq, well, the Pakistan players are great on width, puts it away.
Oh, you call him and send him back. Well done. How good was that shot? The last ball of the previous over. The sound on that.
Yeah, Fakhar Zaman goes bang. Look at that. It's halfway up off stump. It gets a little bit of length. Adam Milne's bowling high 140s. Just whips it over mid-wicket. Shot of authority from Fakhar.
Oh, he hasn't got hold of that. That's in the air. Will he get to it? No. Short fine leg went after that. Just lands between the two fielders. Got that top edge.
Yeah, good signs from New Zealand. This is the first genuine short ball. One that's actually been directed well. They've got it wrong on a few occasions. Got almost waist high. Adam Milne sprinting towards it. Daryl Mitchell sprinting the other way. Couldn't haul it in. Little luck there from Imam. It's kind of one of the things that I've been thinking about leading up to this one day is bounces and how often New Zealand are going to use the bouncer. We saw Pakistan not use it that often, the T20. And speaking to the New Zealand players, they also felt that the boundaries were too small, but scared to use it in the T20. One-day cricket, only 4 players out in the middle stages. I think it's an underutilised tool.
Beautiful delivery with 139 clicks on that. Just feel Fakhar got into 2 minds.
It's called the ice cream cone for Tom Latham. Not right in the middle of the hand, just in that webbing. Yeah, good finish. It's a 6th over, 37 for none.
That could be the difference, Grant. The power play, how Pakistan has started off, and what New Zealand achieved in their first 10 overs, just 49. That could be the difference.
Yeah, well, it's called a power play for a reason. New Zealand are maybe a little bit circumspect. Will Young opened the batting, batted so well today, excellently. Really a techno bowling change. And Will Young came in today, knew that he was short of runs, same as Daryl Mitchell, shorter runs in the T20, and they performed, but I sort of feel like they just maybe a bit watchful early on. So you're right, it's an opportunity here for Pakistan.
As my favorite Tapalti Lounge. Haven't really had a chance to be there.
It's kind of, you've promised me so many times you're taking me to the Tapal Lounge, but need to experience it. A nice cuppa.
Again, slightly short, got protection this time. No, I'm taking you there. I will have you nicely seated with a camera panning across you, sipping on it.
Better be my favourite, green tea and lemon. That one was absolutely spanked by Fakhar Zaman. Seeing the ball well, he's seeing it early. Sign of a batter who's in great form is latching on to those 2 lengths, the short length and that full length. Aggressive stuff there from Techno. He's got square leg back, which is great. So they've decided now that they're a little bit too scared to maybe use the ploy of just trying to bowl wicket to wicket, but which is fine. Mid-wicket catcher and the cover catcher, but that square leg, the man on the left of your screen there, he's there for that delivery. Got to get it head height. We've seen Imam already play a pull shot that just fell short to the fielder. Perhaps an opportunity for New Zealand.
Pakistan have had a good start, 40 for no loss, and they've kept that momentum going. 6 and over is what they're scoring at, and these are the boundaries. Most of them on the onside, been a little shorter or a little too full, and they've been put away by Fakhar Zaman and Imam both. This was a glorious drive, very straight bat, and this was smashed. Another Imam special. More leg stump line, more runs. 6 boundaries already, 3 apiece. Power play for New Zealand had 7 boundaries. We've already got 6.
Yeah, if anything, the New Zealand bowlers, they'll probably admit it after this power play, they've just been a little bit leg-sided, and might be because of the 2 left-handers. Want to adapt to that. Now Tickner changing that angle, coming around.
Single to end the over. It's 43 for no loss.
After 7 overs, Pakistan 43 for none. They've done really well in the power play. At this point, New Zealand were 30 for none. Matt Henry to continue.
Excellent start from Pakistan. The Kiwis would have been hoping halfway that the conditions stayed similar to those that they faced in the last 10-15 overs of their innings, in which the ball didn't come onto the bat and was difficult to score. Pakistan have shown that that is not going to be the case. They're off to a flyer. Shot hammered away by Fakhar. Aleem Dar showing that he's lost none of his cat-like reflexes at square leg.
And onto the short ball really quickly, and look at Aleem Dar. He might have retired from the ICC elite panel, but he's still pretty active in the field. What a career he has had.
Yoga, I reckon. Keep saying it, but crowds have been so good here in Islamabad. It's been Test cricket, PSL, and now first of 5 one-day internationals between these two teams. Top edge, but it's a vacant lot down there at fine leg, and it'll go all the way for 4.
And problems for Tom Latham. Pakistan are running away in the power play. It was a top edge, lucky chance for Imamul Haq. It's looked good, but this time not in control. Rachin Ravindra on the boundary, made an effort but couldn't stop the ball.
I think it's a worthwhile tactic from Matt Henry and the New Zealand quicks. Imam has top edged at least 2 of those hook shots now.
Yes, the plan looks really clear from New Zealand. They are using that short delivery, even though they are leaking runs, but they are looking for the wicket from that short delivery. They have not had a lot of slips because there have not been a lot of movement from the bowlers. But they are trying that short pitch delivery to the Pakistan batters. But both the Pakistan batters have answered well till now.
Nice looking punch drive from Imam, brings no run. 48 without loss. just the sort of start that Pakistan, the green machine, are after. 48 from 46, Imam and Fakir have both played some pleasing strokes. They both come with the right sort of aggressive intent. Big Blair Tickner sporting the Bruce Reid Memorial hairdo and moustache. Here's your Jazz fan pulse question. When was the first ODI played between Pakistan and New Zealand? Was it 1, 1973 or 2, 1976? Sad to say I was alive for both of those.
Why are you giving away your age? You don't look that old.
Well, I was fishing for compliments, obviously.
From those dates, what I remember, 1973 or 76, is when I started playing cricket, I got to know that the first World Cup was played by women instead of men. There were 2 years difference, and I didn't know that when I started playing cricket.
Obviously, you were doing research from, what, 10 years, 15 years after your birth. And run down to third man. Obviously, the women got there first with overarm bowling as well, didn't they?
Absolutely, they invented the overarm bowling.
Nothing in this sport that women
Ladies
didn't do first.
Ladies first to play the World Cup. Ladies first to bowl the legal delivery. And you used to call it a gentleman's game.
Well, I don't know about that. Certainly not as it applied to me, anyway. There's that old saying, isn't there? Gentlemen to the left, because the ladies are always right. Lisa Sthalekar in the back of the box, just reminding me, it was Betty Wilson, was it, the first player to take a test 10 for and score 100. The list goes on and on and on and on.
That's why we need to have someone like Lisa in the com box, so she can remind us, because
Oh, whilst all that's been going on, Pakistan have gone past 50.
just you wait and watch. Let Lisa come, and then we'll have to listen to her stint.
So I've got no price up here. I've got yourself and Lisa and Aruj and Zainab next door. Mahek's knocking around somewhere. I'm going to have to leave as soon as this stint's over.
And although they have been using the short delivery, this length looks really good. After 9, Pakistan 51 for naught.
Like batting together, these two. Only one partnership in history of Pakistan cricket who have scored more runs at the top of the order. These guys were, you were alive when these guys were playing, surely? Sana.
Absolutely.
And they were?
Saeed Anwar and Amir Sohail, 2,856 runs between them. And after them, it's Imamul Haq and Fakhr Zaman with 2,139 runs and still going on. And they have their careers in front of them, so they can definitely surpass that legendary opening partnership of Saeed Anwar and Amir Sohail.
swiped away. Such a familiar sight and such a familiar area. Productive one as well for Fakhr.
His release shot, whenever you bowl a few dot balls to Fakhr Zaman, that's what he wants to do. He wants to use his feet and wants to go to this mid-wicket area. That's what he does. This time for 4 runs. New Zealand using all pace in the power play. Pakistan used Mohammad Nawaz in the 8th over. That's the difference between the bowling attacks.
Just cramping Fakhr for a bit of room there. Dangerous to aim at his leg stump, such as his strength through that leg side. Sometimes Fakhr will just use any sort of width to lever it onto the leg side as well. It makes him really difficult to bowl at when he's playing well.
Fakhr Zaman loves the leg side. Scored 101 in the last ODI, which was also against New Zealand in Karachi, January this year. So he likes playing against New Zealand. And Pakistan would want one of these to go on to make big runs.
Yeah, it's so important, isn't it? You've got all that experience of Babar and Rizwan to come. It's so important that these guys set the tone for them at the top of the order, get them off to good, quick starts, use the power play. Shortage for Pakistan in the batting, and it's well documented. There's always been that sort of middle to lower order, and so having a functioning opening pair followed by this man who's the best in the business right now, 76 as Pakistan captain, to go along with all the other accolades in one-day international cricket. What he needs is a win or two. That's the thing that'll make him happiest, I think.
Absolutely, and I think he's got a really good head on his shoulders. He has handled the fame really well. He's handled his achievements really well. Babar Azam, very young, achieved so much. And alongside him, Rehan, the new manager of the Pakistan team. This is his career. How impressive is that?
Yeah, it's incredible. The ODI strike rate as well is up in 93. Loves the format, that is for sure. Ranked #1 in the world. 10 overs gone, 57 without balls. Pakistan with their noses in front at the end of the power play, and then Dar with the signal. What happened here? First in the early exchanges here in Rawalpindi, not on this surface this evening. It's going to be what goes on in the latter half of this run chase. Again, Tickner going for the right armpit of Imam ul Haq. Plays it well and scampers back for a couple.
And when you compare the New Zealand bowlers to the Pakistan bowlers, you can see that the New Zealand bowlers have been a bit shorter in their lengths as compared to the Pakistan bowlers. 50% of their deliveries are on the halfway delivery and halfway mark, and the difference is the pace also. Only one bowler can bowl up to that 150 mark, so that's why not really challenging the Pakistan batters.
Yeah, it's definitely been a ploy. It's not You don't look at that pitch map and go, oh, you know, well, they've missed their length. They've been short. They've run up and bowled long hops. It's been deliberate. They've smashed the ball into the middle of the deck. Pakistan batting lineups have had one or two problems with the short ball over the last 12 months or so. So it's certainly been a plan that they've come in with. It hasn't worked for them yet. That doesn't necessarily mean that the plan is wrong.
Absolutely. I think if you're clear with your plans, that's one tick. You have clear plans, you are able to execute them. Whether they give you the result, that's another thing, but at least they have a plan, they are executing it. But then you need to have a plan B. If that's not working, you definitely have to quickly take a couple of wickets here, otherwise Pakistan can run away with this.
Careful, careful. That's where that lack of pace can sometimes get you outside the off stump.
This length has really troubled Fakhr till now. There have been a lot of dot balls from this good length because the pitch is still on the slower side. It's not coming onto the bat as we saw in the T20s.
No, so 3 fielders go back now. Restrictions have been lifted, so 3 back on the leg side for a miscued hook or pull shot. Not miscued that one. We'll find the straighter of the 3.
Imam ul Haq, he only plays one-day cricket right now, not been part of the franchise cricket in T20 format. It's not easy to come back into international cricket, start performing between big gaps, but he has done well. Single of the last delivery after 11, Pakistan 62 for naught.
So if you're just joining us in this first of 5 one-day internationals, New Zealand were put into bat by Babar Azam. 288 for 7 thanks to a superb 100 and return to run-scoring form for Daryl Mitchell. 113 from 115 for him. Naseem Shah was the pick of Pakistan's bowlers with 229 from 10. And Pakistan's quicks in particular dragged things back really well in the last 10 to 15 overs as scoring became a little bit more difficult. And in reply, well, Pakistan are rolling along very nicely, thank you. 227 required from 39 now with Imam and Fakhr and not out batters. Adam Milne with a change of ends, hoping that'll change his luck. None for 25 from 3.
They have an over gone, no use of the spinner till now for New Zealand. They've got Ish Sodhi and Ravindra.
There he is, Rachin. Oh, nicely played. Nicely played. Completely deliberate from Imam. Bring up another boundary to the Pakistan score.
It's looking really easy for Pakistan right now. Imam ul Haq, just using the pace of the delivery, opened the face of the bat, knew that the third fielder was really wide, played it really fine, close to his body, under his eyes, for 4 runs. And we talk about momentum in a game of cricket, and the last 10 overs have really given Pakistan that momentum. 202 with 6 or 7 wickets in hand, and then just making 80 odd runs. Of course, they didn't have the services of Mitchell Bracewell or Glenn Phillips, but still, Michael Bracewell. But that momentum shift has really boosted Pakistan.
Again, short. I think also, I mean, the conditions have played entirely as Baba would have hoped that they would when he won the toss. Underneath the burning sunshine in the daytime, that the pitch would be a little bit tacky, a little bit dry. The ball wouldn't quite come on. Run scoring would be difficult as the ball got a little older. And then, as the evening cools, the pitch just starts to come onto the bat that little bit better and afford them a better start. So right now, everything going completely according to plan. Heaved away again. And you can't help but think that that line is too straight at Thacker, and he just spoons it into the leg side for another 4.
He's standing for that delivery. He wants a bit of length within the stump so he can just swing his arms, take it to the leg side. Only one fielder or square of the wicket, plays quite further from him. The partnership looking really good. 71 of 71.
Well, it's looking all too easy for Pakistan. We've watched them long enough to know that that doesn't necessarily mean that things will stay that way. 12 gone, 72 without loss. Around the wicket again from Tickney. I think this is the right way to go to somebody like Thacker. He was going along like grease lightning. Zik Motor Oil, speaking of grease, unveiled the real peel to reveal. Cutter. That's what I think we should see more of. We were just talking about it off air, Sana and I, that the way that Thacker plays and the fact that this pitch is a little on the slow side, not only to bowl around the wicket but also to take pace off, try to bowl the odd off cutter as a right arm bowler, would make it more difficult for him to just keep hacking it across the line into the leg side. Those 3 aren't bad, are they, to come?
He's still looking on the leg side, making sure where the fielders are. What he's done really well, Fakhar Zaman, when they've got the fielders on the boundary on the leg side, he has looked to play it down onto the ground, even when it's a short delivery, is not gone into the trap of trying to hit it in the air, go for the maximum. That ploy is not working. They will have to think something different, like you said, some cutters going away from him, let him reach, get him out of shape.
Just going back to that that fan pulse question. I suppose it's no coincidence, or maybe it is a complete coincidence, that the two highest run scoring opening partnerships for Pakistan are both double left-handers, and that bowling attacks sometimes find that really disconcerting to have two left-handed batters at the top of the order. Most right-arm bowlers would prefer bowling at right-handers. You end up with two of them.
That's a really good point, because the length and the line becomes very different, especially in the power play with the new ball.
Trying to think of any others in world cricket there's been double left-handers at the top. Hayden and Gilchrist. I mean, they're a nightmare to bowl to anyway.
I remember they just demolished the bowling lineups when they were playing together. One of the most powerful opening partnerships.
In far too straight, far too straight. Would not be the line you're aiming at when you set off at the top of your mark. At Fakhar Zaman. It's another good over, another comfortable over for the home team. 76 without loss from 13. How could I forget? Our pal Nick Knight, Marcus Trescothick back in the day.
How could you?
He's very quiet. You don't notice he's there half the time.
That's why I'm talking to Lisa, that's why off spinners are so important. Why are they not playing any off spin? Remember Mohammad Hafiz always had the wicket of any left-hander in the opposition. Lisa was the same.
They're coming thick and fast now. So we've got Chris Gale and Shivnarine Chanderpaul. They were pretty successful. Jayasuriya, Upal Taranga.
Beth Mooney, Rachel Haynes.
Sacklane would have sorted them all out. Now Saki. He bamboozled the right-handers as much as the left, though, with the doozer in the early days. Looking well, Saki, my old teammate. That's what Ramadan will do for you.
Not to all the Muslims, I tell you. We love our pakoras. Some of us have got it wrong. We eat a lot at sunrise, then a lot at sunset. Some of us have got it wrong.
I'll tell you one thing. takes a bit of used to getting used to over here in Thankfully, I've been here enough. It's just how late you guys eat. Oh, my Lord. Well, there's a game within a game going on out there. New Zealand paces in the power play, as Sana said, very much in that blue zone, the short zone. Pakistan, well, their strength is always trying to get the ball up there, trying to skid the ball through batters' defences with their extra pace and pitches that don't bounce particularly high, above stump height. So you've got two completely different ways of going about the business of bowling with the new ball in ODIs.
You can just still see the fielding has been pretty good. Another couple of runs saved because he's got a hand on this one. The point fielder, Mark Chapman. It was hit hard right from the middle of the bat. No fielder behind him. He did well to got a hand on it.
In that career, astonishing. Couple of hat-tricks in that as well, I think. Certainly remember one in the World Cup. That average, 21. Little genius. Interested to know what the split is. Left hand, right hand. I'm guessing more right-handers. Anyway, 14 gone. 79 without loss.
Without loss. Good partnership from these two. Exactly what they needed. And New Zealand have gone about things slightly differently in the sense that they've only used fast bowlers. And now in the 15th over, we're going to see Ishodi of leg spin. He's changed his run-up over the last probably 12 months, really worked on trying to get a little bit quicker through the crease. And he feels that that's certainly benefiting him. He's got a huge opportunity right now to make an impact. Field for him. Three fielders out on the leg side. And one deep cover. Turn and assistance to help your evening, Rouge.
Hello again. We're still here. We still haven't gone out to eat. What was it? Samosa chaat earlier on? .79 without loss. Pakistan cruising, you'd say. And two experienced campaigners, Imam ul Haq, Fakhar Zaman, and some very good class to come as well.
Thought about taking a quick single. Lightly decided not to. That's why, given the partnership between these two at the top, and as you mentioned, the calibre still to come, you thought that they might have tried something different. I know from a bowling perspective, a fast bowler's bowled a lot more short deliveries. And that's the one thing I love about cricket. There's no right or wrong way. You can go about things completely differently, but you've got to get results for that. And at the moment, 79 without loss. Pakistan, you mentioned, are cruising. A required run rate 5.94. They're not that far behind that. Still 10 wickets in the shed. Look for two, and they'll get it comfortably. Nicely worked to the leg side.
Absolutely right. You've got your own way of doing it, but I just feel that New Zealand bowlers just didn't adapt to the surface they were playing on. Pakistan showed them the way, as the areas in which to bowl, and they have bled runs.
Go, sides! Sides!
Just the two of the over, 81 for no loss.
Those worms coming together slightly, just a slight dip, probably in the last 2 or 3 overs. Chance for New Zealand just to see if they can apply a little bit of pressure. Tom Latham just marshalling his troops, trying to get the angles right. Errol Mitchell had an opportunity with the ball in hand. He was fairly successful against Sri Lanka in the ODIs, the recent ODIs, picked up a couple of wickets. Goes around the wicket to start with. And you're going to get punished if you're going to hang the ball out there. Oh, and I think he's done all right, Mark Chapman.
Good with the effort. I'm sure the umpires will still have a look. It was there to be put away. Whether their right arm or the right part of his body was touching the ball as it's sliding under him. Lisa Stileka thinks he's all right.
It's this one, isn't it? Is his arm on the Toblerone, as I like to call it? He's using the ball as a foam roller just to loosen up the body. And unfortunately, all that hard work doesn't quite restrict the runs, but a good effort indeed. Just shows you that the difference between fielding ability between the two sides already.
We spoke about this in the first part of the game as well. With Pakistan, they were just sloppy. It was just a couple of lazy efforts, not enough attention to detail. And this is the one part of the game that's well in your control. And so many times, Pakistan's excellent bowling is undone by their fielding. And it is a game of fine margins. And I'd imagine it was probably 10, 15 runs extra. Overthrow, the drop catch in there as well.
Well, just on that, I'd be fascinated to find out from you is what is fielding like for the domestic players? Do they spend a lot of time doing it? Because I remember when I was training, it was almost competitions within each other to try and outdo each other in the diving of a catch or being the one to hit the direct hit, and all of those things are so important.
I think with fielding primarily, you got to love it. You want the ball to come to you. You want to be the one making that difference in the field. It wasn't the case for Pakistan tonight. Again, have a look at the efforts. It's all just too casual, a little bit too lazy. And it just becomes a feature of conversation with Pakistan more times than not. Highlights link that they'll want to raise.
Nicely struck. There is a fielder out there. Rachin is out there. A little bit of a fumble, but keeps it in front. You're right, you will have to want the ball to come to you, and I don't reckon, even in the replay we just showed, it wasn't really the right intent. And also, I also put it down to senior players within the side as well, to also make sure the right players are in the right fielding positions. Now that takes a bit more effort because you have to run between right and left-handers. And he just gets away with that. After 16 overs, it's 88 without loss. Time for everyone to have a drink. Stanley, 201 runs off 34. The partnership between Zaman and Al-Haq, 88 off 96. Both getting close to that 50 mark as well.
Well, you asked me a question when Pakistan and the fielding, and especially the domestic circuit, it probably isn't one of our most strong suits, because apart from the test venues where you see like Karachi, Lahore, Pindi, Multan, the other grounds that we have don't have a lush green carpet. The soil underneath is rock hard. There's a lot of variable bounce.
Yeah, Sarge.
Most of the times it's almost a case of not getting injured. Hence why you see that the horizontal drives, there's a little bit of hesitation. It's gotten better, and that's probably a reason why Pakistan needs to put in that much more effort when they come into that top level. Give yourself that extra time to get the fielding right. Moment of brilliance in the field can so many times change the complexion of the game.
.46, 53 delivery, strike rate of 86. It's the 5 boundaries. He's used his feet exceptionally well so far this innings. No hesitation in dancing down, trying to get to the pitch of the ball, not allowing it to spin, but also use the pace of the New Zealand fast bowlers as well. At the moment, New Zealand are searching for their first wicket. Let's get a sense. They're not quite sure how they're going to get it. There doesn't seem to be a clear plan. I mean, mid-off is up. Maybe an opportunity potentially to see if they want to dangle that carrot. Change in the field now. A little bit more strength to the offside. We haven't seen too many wrong-uns from Ishodi yet.
Oh, so it's brilliant point.
Just the 4 runs from it. 91 without loss. partnership, Fakhar Zaman and Imam Al-Haq. 91 off 102, and they've already scored 6 century stands already. They seem to understand each other's games really well. So good off their legs for both players, strong down the ground. And then when they miss their length, they can punish them square, especially Fakhar Zaman. He's the more powerful. He bludgeons the ball. You can see he's heaving a lot of them to the leg side. And it's important that these two continue. Pakistan are absolutely in the box seat at the moment, in control of this run chase. Daryl Mitchell to continue. And they're going to need a little bit more of that fielding effort just to lift this New Zealand side.
Pakistan doesn't have to try and do anything different. The required rate 6 shouldn't be a problem with 10 wickets in hand. New Zealand, I think, is the one who has to take the initiative to try and do different things, just to out of the box thinking. I think Ish Sodhi in particular will play a huge role.
Yeah, I think also the fact that you can maybe trial, maybe because of milestones as well, this is where you could potentially just bring a fielder in. Just make it a little bit harder for them to just knock it into the gap and get up the other end.
You've touched a very sensitive topic, Lisa Stileka.
I've just flown in. What have I done?
You will find out on Twitter.
What if I'm not on Twitter? I've just deleted my account. No, just kidding.
They'll find you. They'll find you.
I'm just thinking of, if I was New Zealand, what I would actually try and do to create some pressure. You need to try and build some dots. Make it feel, try and get that required run rate up. Now, ideally, you want to pick up wickets, right? But if you can't do that, then you create the dots and maybe you can jag a wicket because they feel like they've got to start going. Something has to change. Someone has to make or take a bit of a risk. Because at the moment, if I was Pakistan, why would I change? I'm going great. I'm scoring at the runs that are required. I'm not having to take too many risks. They're giving me plenty of singles on offer. This is why I'm actually throwing the gauntlet down to New Zealand to say, you guys are going to have to change something. Oh, all of a sudden, a shot out of nowhere. And it goes in the gap for 2.
That's a good area to Fakhar Zaman. Just outside off stump, drag the length back in. And Fakhar Zaman has a wild swipe at that end. But New Zealand, they won't mind that. They won't mind that because they give them half a chance. Two very different players, Imam Al-Haq and Fakhar Zaman. Fakhar Zaman very dominant on the leg side, very powerful with that pickup shot as well. And I just feel when Ish Sodhi comes on, whether he's confident to bowl those wrong ones to Fakhar Zaman, slightly outside the off stump. And then see whether he goes with that heave across the leg side.
Drives it through. A beautiful way to bring up his half century. Of 53 deliveries, his 16th half century in ODI cricket.
16 half centuries, 8 centuries. And once again, right up the top of the order, Fakhar Zaman providing that flair and aggression with the runs. End of the over as well. It's 99 for no loss.
There's the wrong one. But can he bowl it to this one on strike? Look at Zaman. Good moment for him. Driven nicely through the covers. Nice way to bring up your half century. And to celebrate 50 years of Brighto Paints, any player who scores a 50 will be awarded 50,000 rupees by Brighto Paints. And the 100 partnership was brought up as well. Their 7th together. These two just absolutely love batting together.
Acknowledging the crowd as well. And
can his partner in crime join in the half century? We've already seen 3. And remember, if he gets 50, we'll get 50,000 PKR from Brighto Paints. But he just can't get it away at the moment.
he likes to use his feet, come down the track, head over the bowler, mid-off up in the ring. Does he nudge it round for a single?
And that's his 50 as well. His 15th 50 in ODI. 9 centuries to go along with that. These two look like they're in overdrive. Very comfortable out in the middle. Racking up the runs again, individually and collectively, and putting Pakistan in a very strong position. I think Sodhi is the only one that thinks that that was pad first. He's trying to convince, and everyone's looking down. 102 without loss. Mitchell to Imam Al-Haq. They'll come back for 2 as well. That's good running. Good moment there. Yeah, runs galore for Pakistan and for these two as well. And to celebrate 50 years of Brighto Paints, any player who scores 50 will be awarded 50,000 PKR by Brighto Paints. There's a lot of paint, and 50,000 being shared around tonight. I think they should give a bit of paint as well, don't you?
Brightening up the day. That should be Brighto Paints' new tagline. Brighto Paints, if you're listening, it came from me. That's Fakhar Zaman. That's his moment of glory. They've played well. Both of them have played well. Some really good cricketing shots. That's 100-run partnership as well. Right up the order, providing the stability, and both willing to take the game on.
Lovely, Daryl. Lovely, Daryl.
Yeah, I'm glad to see Tom Latham is up to the stumps as well. Maybe that's another way you can keep the batter in their crease. Because what he's done today, or I should say tonight, the power has been coming through the leg side, but he can show that he can hit through the offside as well. What is most destructive is when he can take the ball from just outside off stump or even onto the stumps to the leg side. Just like that. That is clean as a whistle. And it goes all the way.
You know, the crowd of Pindi continue to get treated by some really good ball striking. And Fakhar Zaman, well, when he times that, it pings off his bat. It was in the slot with the angle into the right-hander, clears his front leg, and it swings it all the way. 92 meters, that is a big hit. Opportunity in the crowd. Yep, that was a good shot.
And hangs the ball out wide. Good work. We're able to take a bit of pace off it. You mentioned about his front foot just clearing. He actually, having watched a fair bit of him now, it just stays open, doesn't it? It never really gets to the pitch of the ball. And because of that, he can really swing his hips through the ball. That's where the power is. It's not necessarily the arms. It's hips and hand speed. That's why little people like ourselves can hit the ball hard every now and again as well. 114 without loss. Neck and neck, really, those worms. At the same time, New Zealand were 106 for 1. Remember, right at the back end, Pakistan were able to really put the brakes on New Zealand. At the moment, Pakistan, with the bat in hand, certainly look very comfortable. Rachin Ravindra gets his opportunity with ball in hand. 15 wickets so far in just his List A career. Still searching for his first wicket in one-day international cricket. Could it be tonight?
Oh, down.
It's not quite right. Sometimes the first delivery just gets stuck in the hand a little bit. You say sometimes. Oh, hang on, what did you bowl?
Leg spinners, well, we're allowed that first one to get stuck in the hand and go God knows where. Halfway down the pitch or a gentle full toss for 6.
Yeah, that's a good area. You can actually see that the foot marks as well, potentially from right arm fast bowlers. That's what he's going to try and target. Just that outside off stump. See if he can get a little bit of purchase out of those foot marks. Get one maybe to turn back sharply.
Yes,
Yeah, important to bowl to one side of the field. Close out one area and let the Pakistani batters take a chance. Fakhar Zaman likes left arm spin, likes to go into the leg side and over the boundary. And guided away nicely. But he's equally up to the task when it's outside the off stump because he waits for the ball. But I'd like to see them bowling more to the off stump of Fakhar Zaman. Just pull the length back and try and get him to play through the offside, through the covers.
Yeah, and given the fact that mid-off is up. Excellent work. $118 without loss. Six bowlers used so far for New Zealand. And the spinners, Mitchell and Ravindra, sorry, Sodhi and Ravindra, have just been used lately. Looks like we're going to have a change in ends as well now for Ish Sodhi. See potentially if he can extract a little bit more from this end. Field very similar to what he had the other end. Three fielders out on the leg side. Mid-off is up. Now you've got to be willing to toss the ball up. Those three fielders out in the deep there. He did toss it up. And Imam Al-Haq answers the most emphatic way. Six straight back down the ground.
As straight as you like. It's a trademark Imam Al-Haq shot. He plays it really well. And poses for the pictures at the end as well. He doesn't try to overhit, which is one of the features when he uses his feet. Gets to the pitch of the ball. More often than not, times it over the boundary.
That's close. And given. So the change in ends has worked. But he's gone straight upstairs.
Third umpire to director, we have a play review for LBW. On-field decision is out. Front foot check, it's a fair delivery. Let's start with the front on spin, please. There's a big gap between bat and ball. Satisfied, no bat involved. You can move on to ball tracking straight away when it's ready. Original decision out.
They stayed low, that delivery. And turned sharply.
Original decision out. Impact in line. Wickets hitting. Go back to the on-field. Essen, you can stay with your original decision out. Let's you know when you're on screen. You are on screen now.
Good decision by the on-field umpire. Always hard when the ball is turning that sharply. How much further did the ball have to travel? He was really deep in his crease. But he goes for a well-made 60 off 65. Pakistan lose their first wicket for 124. Well, the skipper, Babar Azam, comes out in the middle, and this was the welcome that he got from the Pindi crowd. before the wicket even fell, the chant of his name was echoing around this stadium. I think they were disappointed that the wicket fell, but they get to see their skipper out there. That's a win-win, isn't it?
A phenomenal record this is. 96 games, second best average since his debut. 59. He has a staggering record and he's in red hot form as well. Got his third T20I century a few days back. But if there's one kind of bowling art that has undone him is the googly from the leg spinners off late.
It's a nice way to welcome the skipper. And this is the reason why they decided to change ends, just to see if they can extract something a little bit more out of the pitch. It has worked, hence why Henry Nicholls is now in first slip, waiting for that little edge.
Oh, yes.
A wicket of Imamul Haq. The ball just did enough and clipped him on that leg. What didn't go for Imam was he was so far deep in his crease, the ball didn't have to travel a lot. On-field decision was a good one as well, and Hawkeye confirmed. Sodhi, he has one.
Picked out of the hand. And goes with the turn. It's been a successful over simply because they needed a wicket, New Zealand. They finally got it. They've worked extremely hard to get it. Now they have to put the squeeze on. We often say once you break a partnership, it's very often that you lose the other set batter as well. This is a chance for New Zealand to strike and then the spinners really to come into their own. Tentative prod. Wicket off that over, 125 for one. This is a pretty impressive list of players. Highest averages in ODI cricket. Minimum of 50 innings. And Babar Azam at the top, 59.41. Maybe De Villiers. He's up there. This was before today. Poor delivery and isn't put away, unfortunately.
Now this is good from Tom Latham in terms of keeping the slip in. Babar has just come out onto the crease. Just taking his time. Rachin Ravindra just needs to hold his nerve and hit the good areas. Keep Babar on strike and try and bowl a few deliveries to him.
I'll be interested to see the speeds. Rachin bowls at last delivery, 88. One a little bit quicker, trying to jam it under his bat. This one a little bit slower again.
He bowled well during the T20 series, especially towards the back end. Sort of get a measure of the surfaces and bowl with good control.
stake, lads. Come on, we go again.
Isn't it interesting, since the wicket has fallen? Been a couple of dots onto Fakhar Zaman as well.
Firing the previous one in. He's bowled quick when he wanted to, but the average speed 87.7. With the variation in speed, the control of length becomes important as well. And sometimes the variation in speed, if it's off target, is the one that travels.
Well, beat him in flight, but the class of Babar Azam able to get it for a single. 4 runs off this over so far. It's been 10 balls since the last boundary as well. That's the number that New Zealand need to keep looking at. Can they extend the boundary balls? Another single racked up. It's 130 for 1.
Nicely turned away from Fakhar Zaman. He's looked so fluent at the crease. Great foot movement. Up against it here with the New Zealand spinners. Let's have a look at Ish Sodhi. This is last over. Bit of turn. Variations in pace. Variations in what he's bowling. Really mixing it up, not allowing the batters to settle. It's an important period here.
Yes.
Especially with the new batter, Babar Azam. Sana Mir next to me as well. Sana, such a huge moment in this game and period with the 2 spinners operating.
Absolutely, and first time in the series, the T20 and the one day, that there's some assistance for the spinners.
Yes.
Like you talked about how there's a variation in spin, so the control is within the fingers and the wrist of the spinner because the pitch is assisting them.
Yeah, we didn't see a lot of turn in the first innings from Pakistan. Ish Sodhi managing to find something there. Generally, it's the wrist spinner that does find that turn and a bit of bounce. That's a big shout, huge shout. Potentially outside the line. I'll be surprised if they don't go up here. Well, Tom Latham discussing it with Henry Nichols. Ish Sodhi look keen. Yes, he goes up. Of course he does.
Third umpire to director, we have a player review for LBW. On-field decision is not out. Front foot check, it's a fair delivery. Let's start with the front on spin vision, please. Ball is close to the bat. Let's confirm with the ultra edge. Keep rolling, keep rolling. Gap between bat and ball. Flat line when ball next to the bat. Roll it through the pad. Satisfied, no bat involved. You can move on to ball tracking when it's ready. Original decision not out. Pitching in line. Impact umpire's call. Wickets missing. Go back to the on-field. SN, you can stay with your original decision not out. Lets you know when you're screen. You are on screen now. Make a signal, please.
Well, excellent decision, Masan Raza. It looked so close. I was excited about it. Tom Latham was excited about it. So was Ish Sodhi. Sana Mir
I don't know how excited you were. You thought it was possibly missing.
Not many times on Pindi pitch you'll say the batter has been saved because of the spin. That's how good Ish Sodhi is bowling. He's extracting some extra spin.
This time decides to go back, give himself a little bit of time, Babar Azam. Perfect time to get a batters inside their first 20 balls when they're getting accustomed to the pitch. Ish Sodhi's right on the money here. He's asking questions.
Yes.
Oh, and another good delivery to finish. It wasn't a very fruitful over for New Zealand, but almost. 131 for 1 after 24. Having a look at the bowlers that have been used, the 6 bowlers. Daryl Mitchell, crease. This has bowled the 3 in Rachin Ravindra at the moment. He will continue. It's been good. Excellent line and length. And you'll feel that at this stage now it's about trying to bowl as many dot deliveries as they can to Babar Azam, make him feel uncomfortable.
And one thing that New Zealand has to improve is their DRS. This was the decision they took against Babar Azam on Ish Sodhi's bowling. And the review was lost. This good looking shot from Babar Azam, full toss there. A rare bad delivery from the New Zealand team.
Yeah, just got his length wrong, Rachin Ravindra. It's put away by Babar Azam. They had him on the ropes. Bowled with a lot of discipline to him. Can't bowl that to world-class players. This time just on the back foot. It's almost looking to play everything off the back foot now, just to rotate the strike. Well, New Zealand, they've struggled with their DRSs. Say it with laughter in my voice, but the success rate there, just the worst, 21%. So, not great at deciding on whether it's a good decision to go upstairs or not. They've done everything right there. The captain's behind the stumps and Ish Sodhi's the bowler. Conferred with a few players square. Well bowled from Rachin Ravindra. He saw him coming.
Very well bowled. And yes, that's such an important part of cricket now, using DRS well. So the World Cup is right around the corner. Good bowling there by Rachin Ravindra, watching him till the end.
Yeah, good finish. Just the one loose ball, 6 off it, 137 for 1. Pakistan going along very steadily at the moment. New Zealand trying to make some breakthroughs. There's a shout to Babar Azam. One thing with this New Zealand team is they'll keep trying till the end. Oh, and an inside edge. Bit of fortune for Babar Azam. It was wide, it was full. I'll look for 3, just get the 2.
Babar Azam has a knack of accumulating runs, this time from the bottom edge, inside edge. And with these runs, he has crossed 12,000 runs in all formats of international cricket. That's some record. Still young, a lot of cricket for him to come.
Well, he's making it happen here, Isodi. It's just subtle changes in turn, bounce. This one missing the outside edge.
The best thing about a spinner is when they can put the doubt in the batter's mind whether to come forward or back on the back foot. That's what he's doing to Babar Azam.
Oh, pumped away by Babar Azam. The first shot of real authority. Isodi gets slightly full and he puts it away.
Absolutely a bullet shot there. The banner is absolutely right. Babar Azam, flight was there, right in the arc. Full swing of the bat, still head. Took the mid-on fielder up. Maximum for Babar Azam.
One thing that's really good here is Tom Latham, the captain. He's recognising this period. He knows that Babar Azam, world-class player, he's still keen to put the slip in.
Before the six, New Zealand were a little ahead of Pakistan, but now it's neck to neck. 144 for 1 for New Zealand. At this point in Pakistan, 145 for 1.
Well, two edges. That one, just bottom edge. That one, ever so close. Would it be nice to get an edge for Isodi and then put away. Slightly full. That's the thing with this Rawalpindi pitch, is get it slightly wrong, just off line and length, you'll get punished. Cut away, front of square. He thought he got it better than that. Misfield from Mitchell. A look for three, decide against it. It's off the middle of the Babar Azam bat. Looking in good nick now. 147 for 1. Looking at that, just over the halfway mark here. New Zealand and Pakistan neck and neck. I almost feel that this is the stage of the game with the two spinners operating. Pakistan can wrestle a little bit of authority, put their hands around this game. Reverse sweep. Well, great shot there from Fakhar Zaman. He puts it away, some innovation.
Very well executed. New Zealand has got 5 fielders on the leg side for Fakhar Zaman. He goes on to the offside. Brings out the reverse sweep, connects it really well. Good hit position. Right onto the ball for 4 runs.
Now 4 and then the 1. You feel this is the moment, I said it earlier, where both teams are trying to wrestle a little bit of authority back in their favour to get to the end line. I feel that if Pakistan can be a little bit more aggressive here, we saw Will Young get out, trying to be aggressive, trying to push that score on. You feel that Fakhar Zaman wants to do the same. He's ably supported by Babar Azam, who now looks in. He's faced his 19 balls. He's ready to go.
And what Pakistan is doing really well is they're targeting Rachin Ravindra, because Ish Sodhi has been bowling really well, 26 of 6. But Rachin has been a little bit on the expensive side, 21 of 3.3. So they are going at the less experienced bowler.
It's a good point you make, Sana. Rachin Ravindra is normally a top order player. He plays domestically. He's come into this New Zealand team. He's more of a all-rounder.
So his bowling is probably underutilised in major association cricket back in New Zealand. So he's having to learn his trade under a lot of pressure here. As you say, Sodhi is putting even more pressure on him by bowling well. Because he's bowling so well, they're almost looking at him and potentially targeting him. But he's held his own on this too. He's bowled well in T20 cricket, now getting the opportunity in one days.
Yeah, it's a big jump coming from T20 into one-day cricket. You have to construct your overs, you have to plan your overs.
Excellent over from Pakistan. Boundary off the first ball and then just turning it around with those singles to get 9 off the over. 156 for 1. Well, if you just joined us from anywhere in the world, it's neck and neck here against these two teams. Exciting first one-dayer of a 5-match series. Babar Azam against Sodhi. He's been making it happen out there, Sodhi. Wrist spin, that was a shout that went upstairs, a review. That one play and miss, but then the fullest delivery just gets it slightly wrong. Put away. That's what happens with a world-class player. You can't give them that bad delivery. You have to be in that area time and time again, which is what we saw from Naseem Shah today. 2 for 29 off his 10.
Yep.
Now they're just pushing it around.
And good captaincy from Tom Latham here. He's keeping Sodhi in the attack. Dafa News cricketing fact, Babar Azam's batting average in ODIs in Pakistan is 80.23, the highest by any batter on Pakistan soil. He's keeping Sodhi in the bowling attack, having a slip, so he understands the value of a wicket here, keeping the wicket-taking option in the attack.
Turned away. Brilliant batsmanship there, the craft of just turning the wrists on it. Wasn't a bad ball from Sodhi. Hitting a good delivery for 1. Now, I think, talking about Tom Latham and the slip, I feel that New Zealand were maybe 20 short with the bat. So identifying this period as a period that is integral, because you almost feel that Pakistan, if they keep going, they might win the game around the 45th over. To win this game for New Zealand, they need wickets through the middle, and Sodhi's a wicket taker.
Yes, I think Naseem Shah bowled really well for Pakistan in the death also. The last 10 overs, Pakistan were able to restrict New Zealand. So definitely 20 to 30 runs short New Zealand on this pitch, in this ground where the outfield is lightning fast as well.
Short, you heard Sodhi. Sodhi wasn't happy with it. It was short, it was the wrong one, and it was leg side. Once again, Babar Azam jumps on it.
And you know the batter is confident when the use of feet and the weight transfer becomes like that. He quickly judged the length of the delivery. It was back of the length and made room onto the leg side where there was no fielder.
How many times have we seen that? A 4 and then just push for 1. Getting 9 off the over with ease at the moment.
And how many times you have seen the bowler overcorrecting, a short delivery and then followed up with a very full delivery.
Again, first boy.
There's a shout. I think this is going down. It's hopeful from both captain and Sodhi. Babar Azam one was a lot closer than that. Into the over, 164 for one. There's a lot of Babar Azam fans wherever you go in the world, not just Pakistan. He's one of them. He is such a lovely batter to watch when he's striking the ball. He's in full flow, which doesn't take him long. It's a little bit shaky early on in his innings here, but quickly after he faced 20 balls, suddenly he was into his work. Change of bowler here, Rachin Ravindra. It's changed out. Blair Tickner. It was a wild delivery early on, maybe a bit stiff. He comes in with a backward point, third man, one leg and square leg, which would suggest that he's going to be looking short and back of a length. But there's nothing back of a length. With all you have to do is KFC bucket, wear it on your head as fast as you can. The winners will get finger-licking good prizes from KFC. Tried that, son? Bucket flip.
Tried the chicken, not the bucket flip.
Make sure we get a bucket in here at some stage, maybe the second one day. See if we can do the bucket, or you can do the bucket flip.
Then I need to have some prizes as well. You have to guarantee me some prizes to do that.
Always prizes. There you go. They're the prizes. What are those? They look good. Those masala chips. Local delicacy.
Yes, the masala is right there on the left.
Yeah, I haven't tried that yet. I haven't tried the masala chips.
You have to call an ambulance with it if you have to try the masala. You can't take that risk.
I'll take my spice. Take the risk.
This much?
Oh,
are you sure?
That is a lot. Okay, maybe I'll say go easy on the masala, heavy on the chips.
Then it won't be masala chips. But what they're doing is putting it...
Delicately played there by Fakhar Zaman.
But what they're doing is to put it in the ice cream boxes, so they might not be as spicy when you taste them.
Maybe with some ice cream. Well, Blair Tickner, he's trying to get spicy out there by coming around the wicket, changing things up. Trying to shut the angle down for Fakhar Zaman. What Fakhar Zaman's doing well here is he's stepping straight, he's getting his front foot out of the way and giving himself a little bit of width. You can have some masala chips with some tapal tea. Wash it down with a beautiful cuppa in the Tapal Tea Lounge.
Now you're making me hungry, Grant. First the chips, then the bun kebab, tea.
Pulled away, smashed away by Fakhar Zaman. He moves to 82 and he's seeing the ball well.
From the New Zealand Pacers, the length has been short. Blair Tickner has been fuller in the first spell. This time, he bowled short. And Fakhar Zaman is really set. He's going to dispatch it wherever he likes.
It's a wonder with Fakhar Zaman. He was dropped for or left out for the T20, final T20 game. And you wonder if that's provided a little bit of momentum or impetus and drive for him to succeed today.
And there's so much at stake for all these players. They want to cement their place in the one-day squad for the World Cup in the 11, not only in the squad.
It's been pulled away. This time a little bit finer. He'll look for two. Decides against it. End of the 29. 172 for one.
.116 from 126 is what Pakistan require. 9 wickets in hand. Current partnership 49 of 48. Fakhr Zaman, he's on 83. Babar Azam 27. Matt Henry back into the attack. Bowled well throughout the T20 series. Picked up a hat-trick as well. Fourth Kiwi player to do so in T20Is for men's cricket.
Well, they're being given a treat, aren't they? Sending the odd message home. Get yourself down here to Pindi Stadium. Check out Babar and Fakhr, who are making it look very, very easy at the moment. 50 from 49. Excellent partnership of 124 for the first wicket between Imam and Fakhr. Pakistan doing it easy.
A couple of runs for Babar Azam. First 2 games here at the Pindi Cricket Stadium in a couple of days' time. The second one, and then we move to Karachi. 3rd, 5th, and the 7th of May to close out the series.
And finish off the home summer. Pakistan. Been a successful one thus far. Boy, would they like to finish off with a win here in this series. And as Marouge was telling you, the next second of 5 ODI will be on the 29th of April here in Pindi. Crowds will be flocking in then, no doubt, to see off their heroes for another year.
A delicately played fielder there. This is good running. They come back for 2 and easily in the end. Well, you touch on the season in terms of getting cricket up and running. A very successful one on paper in terms of results. Hasn't really gone Pakistan's way. Leveled the T20 series as well a few days back, and they will want to finish off. I mentioned this earlier, full strength Pakistan side.
I mean, in truth, it should be a mismatch, shouldn't it? Almost got that out clean. New Zealand shorn of as many as 8 first-choice players in white ball cricket due to certain competition over the border. Pakistan playing at home, as you say, full strength. Should be too much for the Black Caps. They have been so far today. 178 for 1.
New Zealand 166 for 2 after 30 overs. Pakistan 178 for 1, and they are in pursuit of 289. 111 is what they require of the last 20 overs. A runner ball 54-run partnership between Fakhr Zaman and Babar Azam has been smooth sailing so far for Pakistan. And New Zealand, on the other hand, is still searching to break this partnership and also control the flow of runs. Angle into the left-hander.
Yeah, Tickner with hands on head, flattening down that mullet. That ball just slid under the bat of Fakhr. Think back to New Zealand's innings. The players unable to make contact with those cross-batted shots towards the back end of the innings because the bounce was a little variable.
He also picked up 3 wickets in that final game. The T20, the 50-20, New Zealand won that. Nicely driven, and there is a sweeper fielder, should be just the one. Just a quiet period in the game. Pakistan going along their merry way, don't have to do anything different. Well, they can do something different after that. Maybe use some Sensodyne for a sensitivity-free moment, because life is too short for sensitive teeth.
I bet you tell them off, don't you? But when they come to you, your patience. And you've spotted them on the TV having an ice cream or a fizzy drink or something. I bet you give them pelters when they come in. No sympathy whatsoever.
Absolutely none. Take care of those pearly whites, they cost.
They do at your place.
Common sense. Well, good for my business then. Go on. Use some Sensodyne, invest in a good dentist. Happy days. Run through for a quick single. I mentioned Blair Tickner's 3 wickets in the final game. He bowled really well and picked up some crucial wickets, including the one of Babar Azam. 3 for 33 in that game. Mohammad Haris was second to go, his first delivery in fact. I didn't think he required the sight, and then Iftikhar, the one player who could have taken the game away, he scored runs, but then he was picked up. He enjoyed that game, and even more so because New Zealand came from behind and took the game, leveling the series as well. Different story, different format. End of the over, 184 for 1. Just come back to the TV because this has been referred for a run out. And Daryl Mitchell in the background appealing.
Third umpire to
We are
director.
going to have a look.
We have an umpire referred for run out at the wicketkeeper end. Can I have side on angle, please? Pad grounded before bails off. Satisfied? I'm ready to make my decision for the big screen.
Important to make sure. 184 for 1.
Well, hard to see how New Zealand dragged themselves back into it from here. Pakistan only require 105 from 113. 9 wickets in hand. Conditions more favourable second half, as Babar would have calculated. Pulled away into a gap. No chase right there for Chapman.
Yeah, PCB giving out this car to the win of a Jazz recharge activity during the series, so stay tuned. Hoping everyone has a driving license to drive out on that. If not, I don't think we're allowed to play, but
not sure about the visibility out of that windscreen.
Right, chap. Well done, boy. Chippy. Chippy.
prepping for drinks. 3 deliveries left in this over before the players can take a bit of a breather. The umpires as well. ODI format, switching to the first one in particular from the T20 version, always feels much longer than the remaining ones to come. We've still got 18.5 overs left in the game. Oh, he's far way down, Fakhar Zaman. For a second, he stood in the middle of the pitch looking at the skipper. And the skipper's like, what are you thinking?
I think it would have been a comfortable single here, really, but Bubba was ball watching. Fakhar almost made it all the way down to his end and back. No prizes for guessing who would have got the blame for it in the stadium, however.
You don't run the skipper out. It's never the skipper's fault. We've all been there, we've all done that.
Well, you've been the skipper.
So have you. Well, sometimes in a game like this, a little bit of uncertainty, a run out here and there. Into the leg side, should pick up a couple of runs. .32 done. Pakistan 189 for 1. And we will take a short break for drinks. New Zealand, well, they got 288 for 7. Centurion, Daryl Mitchell with 113. Pakistan now in reply, 189 for 1. They require another 100 runs from the last 18 overs. 108 deliveries, and the standout performer for Pakistan so far, Fakhar Zaman. He's played well. He put away the bad deliveries. He went for his shots and picked up anything that was slightly off length. Tried a couple of innovative reverses as well, but then stuck to his guns into the leg side. 88 of 90, 9 fours and 1 big hit.
Yeah, you'd have seen more of Fakhar Zaman over the years than I, Guru. The one thing that's really impressed me over the course of the last 6 months or so has been the strength of his offside play. We all know about the big red line over mid-wicket and all of the boundaries in the square leg mid-wicket region, but it's been the shots piercing extra cover, the shots that put a square on the offside that have started to make it very, very difficult to bowl it. Can't just simply hide the ball wide of off stump and hope that he's going to drag something across the line now. He'll bang you on both sides, the side of the wicket where the ball is supposed to go.
Sliding down. Blair Tickner, a little bit enthusiastic. Well, Fakhar Zaman's worked on his offside play for sure, and I think the one thing that stands out when you see him play is that he's stable when he plays a shot. More often than not, through the offside, he would overbalance and hang his bat out there. Not that his feet move that much as well anyways, but he still has a very good stable base now that he hits through the offside. A little bit more in control, waits for the ball to come on, especially anything slightly short. He's happy to open the face and guide it through. Just like that.
Yeah, it was good to see him back in the runs, back in favour, back in form. Kiwis, they'd have had a big huddle there in the drinks break. We know one thing about our friends from New Zealand is they don't give games away, they don't give up. They've been going to come up with a plan, come up with a player, somebody that's going to wrestle this game away from Pakistan.
4. Overcorrecting in line and clipped off his legs. Babar Azam very strong in that area.
Well, I can guarantee you in the huddle, the plan was not run up and bowl a leg side half volley. There's nothing going right at the moment. Bowlers just straying, and they're straying at the wrong men. Babar is in terrific form, and Babar is imperious as always.
Oh, this crunch sounded really nice. There is a sweeper. And the fumble allows for 2. Very rare occurrence in the Kiwi outfit. You rightly mentioned, which they don't give away much. Kind of team that fights their way through, and they're always in the game. With Kiwi, you get the fact that they're always in the game. Now, you and me were on comms towards the back end of the Pakistan innings, where there was a lot of change of pace deliveries driven into the pitch, the cutters. He's heard me.
Yeah, it was really successful, wasn't it, for Haris Rauf, Shaheen, Naseem Shah. I do feel, you know, obviously Pakistan got themselves off to a much faster start, and the pitch against the new ball was a lot easier to hit through the line. So they don't have that sort of pressure of the unknown, of not knowing how many they're going to need to get. They've got the target in front of them, they're flying along.
Running hard again, looking for 2. Good over for Pakistan. 10 come off it. It's 199 for 1. 90 from 102 is what Pakistan require, and the partnership now just moving away from the green line for New Zealand. 75 of 72, this partnership between Fakhr and Babar. New Zealand trying with a change of bowling.
Yeah, they've got to try everything they can. Milne has a little bit of extra pace, as does Henry. Neither have been particularly successful, though, so far. Hold a ball, do something for them. Part of the reason why they've been unsuccessful is because Fakhr has been so good. He really is looking sharp in his game at the moment. Rouge was mentioning the fact that the front foot doesn't move a great deal. In fact, it always seems to land in pretty much the same place. The beauty of it now is that he kind of gets himself very, very stable on that front foot. Head goes to the line of the ball. Feet stay perhaps a little leg side. And that accesses that offside as well as being to drag it into the leg. And on pitches like this in Pakistan, where there isn't an enormous amount of sideways movement off the seam, you can do that. You can leave a bit of a gate. As long as the bat comes down straight and your head's over the ball, you're in business.
It's a feature of his game that he's worked on. Opened up his range of shots. Saw in that package that we showed you again. His head and his balance, he was very stable when he hit through. A lot of runs now start coming on the offside for Fakhr as well. Sodhi's now bowled 7. He's picked up 1 wicket. He's got 3 overs to go. Pakistan also bring up their 200. I just feel his 3 overs will be very important. Probably the time where Tom Latham can dangle the carrot with Sodhi and invite Babar and Fakhr both to take him on, and in that pick up a wicket. He bowled well through the T20 series as well. Picked up 1 tonight. It's been spanked into the leg side again. Sweeper there.
Yeah, you really have got yourself into that position in the game as a fielding captain, whereby simply allowing the batters to turn over the strike and just whittle down the run rate is no good. You've got to try and perhaps bring another player into the circle, leave a gap, try to entice them to hit the ball over the top, do something out of the ordinary just to open the game up for you a bit. Otherwise it's a stroll.
That sounded really nice and pierces the field. He's a man in form. And he now moves to 94.
Went for the cutter, but again it's too short. Ball just sitting up now. Fakhr's not missing out in that area. Not today, not any day.
To finish the over. 34 done. Fakhr goes to 95. Pakistan 206 for 1. Rate of scoring. The last 2 50s have come in good time. 48 and the previous one 44 deliveries. Partnership 82 of 78. Pindi crowd getting ready to, in anticipation of a Fakhr Zaman, a 3-figure milestone. Well, 3 overs left of leg spin, and I think this is a good move from Tom Latham.
I think it's the only move he had left in the pack. At the moment, the Pindi crowd that you mentioned are serene.
What a big delivery, a huge shout. Just felt you heard the ball hit the bat. A discussion. Probably the conversation is whether that hit Fakhar Zaman's bat or not. The timer's ticking down. Tom Latham goes for it.
Third umpire to director, we have a player review for LBW. On-field decision is not out. Front foot check, it's a fair delivery. Let's start with the front on spin winning, please. Roll it through. It looks like there's an edge from the bat. So confirm with the ultra edge, please. Keep rolling, keep rolling. Yes, there is a spike when ball next to the bat. Satisfied, there is a bat involved. Go back to the on-field. Aleem, you can stay with your original decision. Not out, we are on screen now.
Yeah, good from Aleem Dar. Just admit that it sounded very, very woody to me live. Surprised that Latham went for it, really.
Short. Babar Azam will feel out on, missed out on an opportunity. Surely. I mean, that deflection.
You're not impressed with that at all, eh? It was a shocker.
Oh, Latham, well, most often than not, blinded by the action happening in front. Sodhi should have known. Excellent piece of fielding. Excellent piece of fielding. Fakhar Zaman now on 98.
Yeah, superb from Matt Henry. About the Kiwis not giving up. It's a full-length dive from the quick. The reason I mentioned the crowd being serene, just get fit. If you're out there as New Zealand, you think, get Babar out. Upset the crowd by having him walk back. See if you can cause some ripples of panic. We've seen it happen before.
Through the offside. And through to his 100. The crowd are on their feet because Fakhar Zaman has back-to-back ODI centuries, and he's done it in quite some fashion. 9th ODI century in international one-days. He's played one special knock here tonight.
Yeah, hearty congratulations from his captain. Fitting that he should knock it through extra cover to bring up that landmark. Job's not done, Babar says to him. Job's not done, but that has been a quite stunning innings from Fakhar Zaman.
Great numbers, 15 50s, 9 one-day international hundreds, and that is the moment where he goes to glory. The 3-figure mark, and applauded by the crowd. A picture perfect. Well, ones and zeros. 100 from 100, 10 fours, 1-6 at 100 strike rate. And straight to the fielder again. Excellent over in terms of Fakhar Zaman reaching 100-figure mark. 35 done, 2-1, 2 for 1. 2 centuries on either side, 250 so far. Now Babar Azam on strike, he's on 47. Pakistan requires 77 from 90, and New Zealand still searching. This time it's the skipper's turn. Yes, Snow was looking for the third. In all of that, he gets 49.
Wonderful moment. We've seen a lot of 3-figure scores here in Pindi over the course of this summer. Babar Azam almost more ecstatic than Faka, the inscrutable Faka Zaman. And that was quite superb.
Oh, what a delivery. Adam Mill, Tom Latham, the entire Kiwi setup, and it has been given. Babar Azam, well, he has to walk back for 49, and the crowd, they have been hushed.
Well, they were making so much noise that Babar, I think he knew he nicked it, but he just wondered if he might get away with one. He will be absolutely furious there, because he thought that Faka should have come back for 3. The Faka Zaman should have been on strike, that Babar should have been off strike, having celebrated 50. And he had a little word with his partner, as if to say, come on, we should have made 3, and then he nicks the very next delivery. Tiny bit of outswing from Milne. That is the wicket the Kiwis needed. If they're going to get back into this game, cause a bit of an upset, cause a bit of panic in the Pakistan dressing room, then that is the way of doing it. Babar's gone for 49, Pakistan 214 for 2.
Shan Masood makes his way out, number 4 for Pakistan tonight. Plenty of drama in the middle. Price scalped Babar Azam. No matter which team he's playing for, he's always on the opposition's mind, and they have picked him up. The crowd have been hushed. The chants of Babar was sort of off the charts a little bit as he was on 49. Well, that chapter has now been closed. Shan Masood, he comes in. He's got an opportunity here.
Yeah, Shah Masood had a rotten old day in the field. The fumbles and handling errors aplenty. He comes out now at number 4. Crowd are a little bit disgruntled that they're not getting any more of the Babar show. Yeah, he's not happy. And I don't blame him, actually, because there was 3 there, no problem at all. Faka sent him back. Perhaps a little bit of a flash of anger that took his concentration away. Faka better not get out before he's won the game. That's all I'll say.
It always comes down to the place prior to. We thought there was 3 on. Babar thought there was 3 on before he nicked it. He was obviously arm sideways, asking Fakhr that there's a run on there, there's a 3rd on there. That would have been in his half century. It would have been a different story. He wouldn't have been on strike. And now he has walked off. of Ashan Masood. He got one game against the New Zealand series earlier on. Didn't get a run then.
Yeah, speaking of a run, here we go. Here's the run that didn't happen. Thought it would have been hit for 4. Baba says, come on, mate, you should have got 3 there. And then that, just a sort of a wave outside of the off stump. Perhaps his concentration not quite on it, and he was spewing, as the Australians might say.
Ashan Masood yet to get off the mark. Excellent over from Adam Mill. Picked up the big wicket of Babar Azam. 36 done, 214 for 2.
.214 for 2. Pakistan losing Babar Azam in this previous over. Dr. Fakhar Zaman has got 100 not out to get to those remaining 75 runs.
And all of a sudden now, there's an opportunity for New Zealand just to try and take this game as deep as they possibly can. Yeah, at the moment, it's still very comfortable. 74 off 83 deliveries. The required rate is 5.35. They're going at 5.94. Ashan Masood only playing his 7th ODI, still trying to make a name for himself. There's a chance just to put a bit of pressure on him. Cover mid-wicket, need to squeeze a little bit more. Make sure he doesn't get off strike easily. Everyone in New Zealand needs to hunt like a cat. Sometimes those black shirts, you can make a bigger bubble of yourself as a fielder. So all of a sudden you look up as a batter and you go, where is the gap? How can I get off strike?
You talk about Ashan Masood. He's been trying to make a permanent place in the 11. He's a genuine opener. Even in the T20s, he's unable to break through in that opening pair. So he's been working hard on how to be as good at number 4, which is not his genuine number. And yeah, very few opportunities. He's been with the team for a while now, but it's just to break into that 11 has been tough. He had a brilliant English season not so long ago. He was one of the top scorers there, and riding on that form, he once again was given an opportunity to wear Pakistan colours. It's been hard work for the bowlers. I mean, Naseem Shah bowled so well, 10 overs, 2 for 29. The 2 wickets came on the last 2 balls of his quota. You've got to wait for your opportunity as a bowler. You've got to be very, very patient on this square. Seen that happening in the PSL, now the T20s, and now ODIs are no different.
Yes,
216 for 2. As the bowling, 6 of them have been tried, only 2 successful. You need more than 300 here. That goes without saying if you're batting first.
Yeah, just looking at this, what Pakistan need at the moment, 73 off 77 deliveries. And you kind of go back to New Zealand and their batting in the first innings, and you start to think, okay, and we spoke a bit about this halfway through their innings. They certainly looked like they were potentially going to score 310, 315, even 320 plus. You start to put 40 runs on the required rate, and all of a sudden it's 111 off 77. And then you start to create a little bit of scoreboard pressure, which assists the bowlers. Yeah, there's not going to be a lot there from a pitch perspective. But for New Zealand, Daryl Mitchell was really the only star. I actually feel it was the skipper, Tom Latham. That's where things started to slow down. 20 off 36. Mark Chapman coming in off the back of T20s. Maybe he could have been elevated. Maybe they needed to bring in Jimmy Neesham. That's something that New Zealand will think of. Maybe not now, but after this game.
Yeah, I'm with you on Jimmy Neesham. I mean, just a couple of days ago, he had a great match-winning partnership with Chapman. Yes, a different format, but you'd rather go on the skill of him being able to clear the boundary. If you need someone right at the end in the last 10 overs to get you at least 100 as a team.
And we are putting a bit of pressure on New Zealand. We've got to remember that this isn't their first string 11. A lot of the players are over playing in the IPL. Jimmy Neesham and what he can do. The strike rate isn't there. His average 28. Yeah, you probably want a little bit more. But his ODI strike rate is 99. And that's kind of what you want at the back end, isn't it? It's not there. They're not there to score a big amount of runs. They're there to make an impact. Gone. Well, all of a sudden, they've been able to make a breakthrough and pick up now 2 wickets in a short amount of time. Plenty of balls being eaten up.
Yeah, Shan Masood attack in January against the same side, and here just sort of a soft dismissal, just hands it to short cover. It's 2 overs for that 1 run. Pakistan 3 down now, 217 on board. Rizwan comes out to bat with Pakistan 3 down at 217. Rizwan has had a very good 2022, but it's been a dream run for him in the opening slot. ODI is a different story. Bats down the order. Look at that wicket again. Shan Masood, 12 deliveries for that 1 run. Sometimes you need a bit of luck as well.
You do. And sometimes when you're searching for runs, you're just out in front of yourself because you want to get that onto ball instead of the other way around, letting the ball allow itself to come late and you hit it as late as possible. Out in front, searching for it, wanting to get off the mark. Mohammad Rizwan, he has an opportunity now.
Right on.
This is the little opening that New Zealand was searching for. They're really hoping to pick up back-to-back wickets, yet there's still plenty of experienced players to come. One thing about Pakistan is they've got some options in the middle order. Question mark is, can they deliver on the world stage? Top order has been always so dominant.
End of the over, it's 2-17 for 3. That's the summary of the first ODI. Pakistan asking New Zealand to bat first, 288 for 7. Second 100 for Daryl Mitchell. And Pakistan now require 6 and over from here on if they want to win this. 72 or 72.
It's the first time that New Zealand have been able to get it down to this equation. Now it's important that they push hard even more.
Come on, why not?
Can they put some pressure on Fakhr? You can start to see that mid-wicket and cover are really squeezing a lot more. There seems to be a little bit more urgency out there on the Black Caps. Last over, Sodhi. Love to have one more wicket in that column.
Oh.
And he nearly got it. Nearly got it, but it was well played as well. A little bit fuller than what he expected, but when you're on 101, you're normally seeing the ball pretty well.
Yeah, he got it right in the middle of the bat. When you look at that, you just feel that you're playing with danger. If they get Fakhr Zaman, you're right about that. Then you get Salman Agha to come in. He hasn't had much of cricket. Last I think he played was in January. Oh, slogged by a land between those two fielders at mid-wicket and wide square leg boundary. So now Fakhr Zaman wants to change that equation. 6 and over. 2 boundaries already.
You start to get a sense, given that he showed his last over, he's actually searching for the wicket, isn't he? He's actually just trying to tempt him a little bit more. Fakhr Zaman is up to the task. 3 deliveries left.
No!
The best strike rate in the history for Pakistan in ODI cricket. Afridi at the top, 116. And Fakhr Zaman not far behind him. It's the type of players that you want in your side, because they get runs and they get it quickly. They put pressure on the opposition straight away as soon as they come out to bat.
Oh. Chap.
9 of the over. 226 for 3. That one was just climbing when they lost 2 quick wickets, Babar and then Shan Masood. But that last over with the 2 boundaries just helped Pakistan bring that required run rate down to 5.7. Boundary to start the over. Fakhar Zaman has made up his mind that he wants to wrap this up now.
And he's just changed where he's taking his guard as well around the off stump, whether it's because he wants to get things moving or the fact that Adam Milne is coming around the wicket, so he's trying to close down that angle that just goes into his hitting arc and finds the gap perfectly. He is a bit on the charge at the moment, wants to get it done.
That's not a bad idea after losing 2 quick wickets. Doesn't want the opposition to start controlling things. It takes the fight back, gets 3 boundaries. Quite a few winners there on the leaderboard, and the winners today, Ali Rizwan, Hikmatullah and Abdul Ahad, Jazz fan pulse winners. Just talking about a while ago why not Nisham, and then also discussing earlier on if Iftikhar should have been in the squad. Do you feel that the sides are now looking at their best possible 15, looking at the World Cup coming up later in the year, if Asia Cup doesn't happen before that? And this would be Pakistan's only bilateral ODI series till the World Cup. Similarly, talking about New Zealand, we talk about subcontinent conditions. They're going to Bangladesh later before the World Cup, and this. Giving a fair run to the guys who are available, apart from the usual suspects who are busy playing elite cricket. So maybe they prefer Henry Nicholls over Nisham, or just want to give him a fair run.
It's interesting because you've seen him over a period of time, whether it's been in the domestic T20 circuit. And he comes in, he comes out. You know, he's the type of player that gives you that one instance where you go, wow, look at the power he possesses. Don't know too much about the setup that he's in and how much opportunities he's been given over a period of time. You start to look at where the game is going. This is nicely tickled down to fine. And another boundary. Rizwan getting in on the act now. Just to continue that. You see how the game is going, and T20 cricket has played an important role in ODI cricket. And when you come to a World Cup, there are going to be moments that your lower order or your tail or your last 10 overs is going to be very crucial to winning important games, pressure games. Now, have you got that hitting power? Don't need it all the time. Hopefully your top order score the bulk. That's the plan. That's the formula that's worked for a long period of time. But I think teams need to start to look at having a finisher. And I put that in inverted commas. 2, 3, 8 for 3.
Final 10 now. 238 for 3. Just carrying on with what you were saying, and we had a discussion with Grant Elliott also asking and trying to understand what he feels about it. Like, number 3 slot will be empty if Kane Williamson doesn't play the World Cup. Who bats there? Is it going to be Daryl Mitchell? Or they have quite a few options at the top orders. If Conway and Young are opening, then where does Finn Allen go? So I think they still have, they're going to England to play an ODI series, and they go to Bangladesh after this, so they still have a lot of time to figure it out. For Pakistan, this is the only series, and we talk about ODIs. I'm just told they might play an ODI series versus Afghanistan, but nothing's confirmed on that. Down the wicket. He's got a lot of height on that, but he'll clear the fielders inside the circle and get a boundary. Mohammad Rizwan.
He's already had success against this team back in January. A couple of 77s. Strike rate was always up there as well. Doesn't muck around. It's actually well bowled in the sense of line. It turned. He was defeated, but he went with it because he's such a good striker, and he finds the ball with his hands. He gets himself a boundary.
And this time again, similar shot, but he gets more distance on that, goes for a maximum.
You can see the difference with a player like Mohammad Rizwan coming in, being willing to play with that freedom, wanting to put the bowler under the pump by using his feet. Was beaten the first delivery, still went through the shot. Second time was better. 76 metres and 2 big blows. 10 runs already off the first 3 deliveries. Now mid-on goes back.
As a result of those 2 shots, now he got a long on long off right next to the rope. That's the first one. The second one was a better connection. You talk about transformations. Rizwan is completely a different player from what he was batting at number 6 in his initial days. It's nowhere close to what he is today. And sometimes numbers really help. Given the opening slot, and he was a changed cricketer altogether. 249 for 3. Zaman 116, and a couple of lusty blows from Rizwan, 17 of 11. They're coming back to Mohammad Rizwan. Yes, yeah, you're talking about T20s as far as opening slot is concerned, but he's just a completely different cricketer, and probably that also goes with Shan Masood. Is he happy or in his comfort zone batting at 4?
Maybe it's about clarity in what you're selected for and the type of cricket that you play, and it fits the mould of what the team is looking for. Mohammad Rizwan is a dasher. He loves going hard at the ball.
.39 more needed. This partnership now 33 and just 21. It was 50s gone quicker, the third and fourth.
When you look at this series and you compare it to the T20 series that just took place, T20 World Cup is not for a while. It's in the distance. So there was a chance to potentially for Pakistan to experiment a little bit, try and blood a few new players, try them out in different roles. ODIs are slightly different. I think they would have been surprised as well as how well New Zealand came back in that T20 series. Remember that this isn't the front or the best 11 that New Zealand can put out on the park normally. But the ODIs for Pakistan, this is their top side. And as you've rightly said a number of times now, there's question marks about future series for them in the build-up to the World Cup. So this becomes even more important. That's why players like Fakhar Zaman needs to be able to finish off a chase like this. Can't afford to get out. Senior players, players that get themselves in, score big, don't want to get out just after 100 when there's 30-odd runs. They want to stay unbeaten. And someone like a Mohammad Rizwan, they need to come in there and play with the aggression. He's done that already. And he's got the hustle as well between the wickets. So this is excellent from Pakistan. It just shows that New Zealand was short by 30 minimum.
That's one thing probably that was missing, the big hundreds, the hunger. When you want to finish the game, you got to a landmark, individual landmark, but just don't throw your wicket away. Make the bowlers work hard for your wicket. And that you started seeing in Fakhar Zaman over a period of time. Or for that matter, Imam ul Haq. More often than not, you'd see him getting 100, and that's it. 105, 107, that's it. But now you feel that they want to stay out there and do a greater job at that is finishing a game. 254 for 3. Top scores in ODIs for Fakhar Zaman. 210 not out wasn't Bulawayo. But a big 193 versus South Africa. And this one joins the list of the top 5 knocks.
And Maz has actually found us a great stat as well. There are only 10 batters in men's ODI cricket in the history who have an average over 45 and a strike rate of 90. There's only one from Pakistan, and that's Fakhar Zaman. One female as well, Meg Lanning. I reckon these two numbers will be interesting to watch, especially as we build up to the World Cup and see the change in ODI cricket. I think there'll be a greater expectation of batters to go at a quicker rate. Yes, you've got to get the job done. Teams are starting to score more and more runs. Doesn't matter what format it is.
Oh, that's gone in the air. Should be taken. And that is Fakhar Zaman's end. So a bit of a chat before this delivery between the captain and Ravindra has worked, whatever that chat was about. But Fakhar Zaman walks Pakistan lose their fourth, with still 34 to get.
Well, a big moment actually for Rachin Ravindra. He picks up his first wicket in one-day international. It was a swipe across the line. It wasn't quite there for the slog sweep. In the end, Chad Bose just takes a simple catch. And he removes Bakar Zaman after a wonderful 100. 117 off 114. Didn't quite finish the job, but certainly has got Pakistan extremely close. It's 255 for 4.
Salman Ali Agha is the new batter in. It's been a regular member for that number 6 position in the ODI side for Pakistan.
Nicely flighted delivery. Wasn't as full as he thought. A big moment for Rachin as well. First ODI wicket. And whilst it may not come in a winning match, it's something that he'll always remember as a cricketer. And so will that man. 100 is 100 in one-day international cricket. It's good to do it on home soil as well.
Quality chin, quality chin.
A single to end the over. Pakistan moves to 257 for 4.
Pakistan require 32 of 42 deliveries, still 6 wickets in hand. Rizwan, well, he's played himself in on 23 now and on strike to Henry. Has been clinical so far from Pakistan. Right up the order, made use of the hard new ball. New Zealand, well, they didn't do themselves a favour up front. The wickets so often one brings two was the case here for Pakistan, or New Zealand rather. 31 of 41. New Zealand, well, one thing's for certain, they will be fighting till the last ball. Now pick up another wicket here, just a twist.
Yeah, I think it's been tidy from the New Zealand bowlers. Maybe that power play that you mentioned, Uruj, a little bit leg side-ish. 2 left-handers in. Henry and Milne coming over the wicket, just lost their line just slightly. That power play was always going to be an important part of this game. Pakistan set themselves up nicely.
It's a matter of getting ahead of the game. Most importantly, especially in placid conditions in terms of surface compared to most parts of the world, Pakistan surfaces allow the batters to make use of that hard new Kukubur. It travels the Pindi outfield as well quick. And that's where the platform was laid. Pakistan didn't have to try and do anything different after. New Zealand, excellent in the outfield. Rachin Ravindra this time around.
Yeah, they'll fight till the end, New Zealand. It's just 30 runs to win. It seems imminent that Pakistan will get over the line. The wicket of Fakhar Zaman, we saw Shan Masood come in, struggle a little bit. It's not a surface that you come in and you feel accustomed to it straight away. You need a few balls. We even saw that with Babar Azam. You bowl those dots just like that, keep dotting it up. Saw Rizwan take a few chances against Rachin Ravindra. Tom Latham keeping the field up. He's still doing the same now. He's only got 3 players outside the inner ring. He's inviting a risky stroke. He's asking Pakistan to take a little bit of risk to get reward.
And if an excellent over from Henry, just the 2 off it, Pakistan 259 for 4. The lower third important. And in eyesight for Pakistan. 30 of 36. Rachin Ravindra, he's picked up his first international wicket in 1 day. A prize scalp as well. Fakhar Zaman, his first international wicket. Well, it's a long series, Grant. 5 games in this. 2 here, and 3 in Karachi. And now we keep talking about adapting to the situation. New Zealand saw throughout the T20 series very quick to adapt. Excellent to crawl back into that series and gets enough and gets 4. Rizwan in a bit of a hurry here. He races to 28. Pakistan now only require 25.
Well, Rizwan, he gave himself room the previous delivery and then now just stands still. Rachin Ravindra goes outside leg stump. He just helps it around the corner. He's a crafty batter, especially when he's hitting square and behind square. It's hard to tie down. You just stray in line.
This time he will have to re-bowl that. We're just talking about opportunities, and obviously it being a case of a shorter practice getting into the series. Tom Latham has mentioned that a couple of times, never made it an excuse though. A big huge shout just from Tom Latham. Halim Dar unmoved, Rachin Ravindra as well. And Tom Latham did mention the last T20, just have a look at that again, more of a case of bat hitting the ground. Now, one thing that was one of the biggest positives out of that series where there were different players stepping up at different occasions. There's few players that came through in terms of impact, in terms of match-winning performances. And similar case tonight. Will Young got runs, Daryl Mitchell, fine knock from him. Cut away for 4. Rizwan, well, he's not sparing anyone. 10 of the over. Pakistan 269 for 4. We're back in a couple of days' time. Live action, same venue, same time. For the second one-day of this Dafa News Presents KFC 5-match one-day series. And an important one, as both teams, I'm sure, will be looking at preparation for the World Cup in a few months' time. Last ball of the previous over with an offer. And Rizwan, he's making full use of it. Comes down the track and belts it away for a boundary. Rizwan, hey, well, he's rubbing off on Salman Ali Agha.
Yeah, crafty captaincy from Tom Latham. He's keeping the offside up. He's saying you're going to have a go to try and get some runs, get it up and over. Fortunately, just through the gap there. Had to take risks to get runs.
Stand taken. Come on, boys, says Blair Tickner. He has his first. Pakistan have now lost 5, and they still require 16 of 28.
Well, this is the thing with this New Zealand team. They never give up. There's a bit of hope. You never know. You keep trying. You keep putting the ball in good area. You can get rewards. Previous delivery was hit through cover points in the air. That one, not enough blade on it. Just enough for New Zealand. Not enough for Salman. He goes for 7, 2-7, 3 for 5.
Pakistan, well, they've lost 5, and in walks Mohammad Nawaz. He's got 150 to his name. It should be a fairly straightforward task. 16 from 28, but New Zealand, well, they've just inflicted a bit of a jolt. And that's how that played out. Feet not going anywhere, just trying to slash through the line. Disappointed in himself, Salman Ali Agha. And Tickner, well, he has his first for the night. And driven and straight to the fielder.
A heck of a start from Nawaz there, straight off the middle of the bat. Aruj, you asked me about New Zealand and players stepping up at certain times, and I think, you know, one of the things in the hallmarks of the New Zealand team and why they've been so consistent is they play players consistently in the same position, and they play them for long periods of time. Gives them the opportunity to adapt. Not only adapt, but actually understand their role. Everyone gets given a role description in the team, but if you keep chopping and changing in the order, it's difficult to go from middle order to, you know, top of the order. And that's the sort of thing, you look at
Will Young. He opened the batting today. He batted at 3 the whole time during the T20s. He didn't perform that well, but he was given another opportunity here to open and produce the goods. Almost repays the faith of coach, selector and his teammates. It was something that was brought in during the McCullum era, is giving people extended runs rather than chopping and changing teams, because no one gets settled.
Absolutely agreed. And important to provide that faith, that consistency that we all talk about, and the role clarity as well. What's required for the player, and the fact that the support staff have their back. Excellent over from Blair Tickner. Important wicket. Just the 4 off. Pakistan requires 16. They're 273 for 5. .116 for Fakhar Zaman, just trumping Daryl Mitchell's 113 if Pakistan are to get the 16 off 24. Now, cricket is a funny game. Every time you say it should be fairly simple, comes a little speed bump. We're talking about consistency and role clarity and giving players a extended run at the number in the batting order, no matter what that might be. And I still believe there still needs to be fluidity in batting order and being able to be flexible with your plans. But that can't be a consistent solution. Oh, smashed back past. One bounce into the fence. And Mohammad Rizwan, well, he wants to get home in a bit of a hurry.
Yeah, this is aggressive from Rizwan down the wicket. It's not really an area that you see him dominate. He's normally hitting square of the wicket. Henry, who's consistent on that length, asking questions. Well, that's one way of doing it. Run at it, get the length that you want and spank it over his head. Yeah, going back to your point about it, you have to be flexible and fluid with your batting and your roles in general, because even bowling, there might be a time where you might be an opening bowler and take it to you in the power play and you have to change, and as a first change bowler you come on, or a spinner. But I do agree with you with the batting order. I think it's moments during the innings. This is hit fine, just one. And those moments in the innings where I thought today Tom Latham went in, maybe there was an opportunity, New Zealand were going well, just to be more aggressive, maybe send in Chapman and say, you know what, go and play freely, try and take the game on, because we actually want to try and get 320. Because at the moment we're looking at 300, and that's where New Zealand, I think they needed 7 and over from that midway mark to get that 300. So I agree with you. Flexibility, players that can understand that and don't have to be so rigid in their approach, because those moments, it might just be 5-10 overs where suddenly you can change the game.
I think a very important element in that is a two-way communication model, where the players are communicated the plans along with the role clarity, with plans A and B, B probably being the one where, well, if this happens we might do this. Most of the times where players sort of drift away from the plans given is when there's no clarity or surety, and hence why the chopping and changing and selection debates and players warming the bench and then never to be seen again. Oh, that hasn't gone anywhere except for rolling along the carpet very close to the off stump. Not sure if Mohammad Nawaz could have done anything about that. End of the over. Henry is done for tonight. 10 overs for him, 45 for no wicket. Pakistan 278 for 5. The crowd, they're cheering on for a Pakistan win. 11 off 18. Last ball off the last over. How that's missed the off stump, and nobody knows, but it was very, very close. Aleem Dar. Brilliant reaction.
That was so funny from Aleem Dar. I didn't see that reaction. He was playing table tennis the other day. I was watching him for a while. Look at this. Oh, no. No. Please, no. He's just glad he didn't have to make a decision.
Brilliant. Off 17. Rizwan's played a good hand here. He came on, he took the attack on, played with intent, 37 of 31. More importantly, pounced on the boundary opportunity. 5 fours, 1 big 6. Now, Pakistan in particular, you talk about the middle order, the lower mid order, the finishing off the game ability and where those come from. And so often they get themselves into a tangle. Now, the current squad, Mohammad Rizwan coming in at the number that he is, still has Nawaz and Shadab to come more than handy with the bat. But it's about these opportunities or these situations in the game when you want the players who are out there to finish the job. And don't leave it for the next batter to come in. Sometimes it doesn't go according to your way, even if the equation is as simple as that. So Nawaz and Rizwan will finish the game off. Okay, up and over, and 4. And he pulled it back in, but into his old body.
And Nawaz taking the game on. He's only been there 7 balls. Down the wicket. Blair Tickner bangs it in. Adam Milne did well. He pulled it back, but as you said, Arouge straight into his other arm, unfortunately. Know where it was. He'd done the hard work. But 4 important runs for Pakistan. They edged a little bit closer. 6 to win now.
1 hit away. Is that the hit? I'm not quite sure. Cleaned up, pick up runs. 2 of them, now just 4 required.
I like the aggressive nature. You spoke about Rizwan. Rizwan came in, he was aggressive. You almost feel when you talk about role clarity, Nawaz is one of those players that's going to have to come in at time and time again at the back end of the innings and the power play, be aggressive and take the game on, and that's what he's doing. It's good practice for his role.
Fielder falls back on the cover boundary. Mid off, mid on, up in the ring. Clipped into the leg side. Overdone. Pakistan required 3. 286 for 5. 288, plays 286 at the moment. Just 3 required for Pakistan in order to get over the line in this first one-day international. It's been a clinical performance for Pakistan. Runs up top from 1, 2 and 3. Rachin Ravindra, 48 for 1 tonight.
Pretty sure I heard Tom Latham just whisper to Nawaz there and say, let's see if he can finish it with a 6. Still a little bit of gamesmanship out there. New Zealand never giving up, and as I say that, Tom Latham brings everyone in except for square leg, stays on the boundary. He's inviting Rizwan, who's already hit Rachin Ravindra over at mid-off twice in this innings.
Two required now, 10 deliveries left. Does Mohammad Rizwan take this one on? Yes, he does. Yes, he does. And the Pindi crowded up because Pakistan had clinched the first game. Mohammad Rizwan finishes at 42 not out. Story at the bottom. Pakistan win the first one-day international of 5 by 5 wickets.
Well, they've deserved it, Pakistan. The only thing maybe was fielding. They bowled well. I think they restricted New Zealand to under what a pass score was. They had a little bit of hard work with it, getting into the 40th over. But when someone scores 100 like Fakhar Zaman did today, generally you're on the winning side. There were 200s. Fakhar Zaman, Daryl Mitchell. One of the better innings I've seen Fakhar Zaman play. A lot of poise, patience, anything that was just slightly short of nature or offline he put away. Professional performance. Pakistan will be very happy that they go 1-0 up against this team, this New Zealand team that never gives up. Ish Sodhi, he's in front there. Another brilliant spell in the middle. Asked some questions, there was movement. Ultimately, I think Pakistan deserved victors today.
Winning moment for Pakistan. Mohammad Nawaz into the leg side and also into the boundary. Applause all around. Acknowledgement of the applause as well for Mohammad Rizwan as he steers the team home. Finishes on 42 not out of the 34 deliveries. He mostly dealt in boundaries. 6 fours, 1 big hit. Handshakes all around. Handshakes for Daryl Mitchell. Applause for him as well. Brilliant turn to set up 288 for Pakistan to chase. And plenty to take out from a New Zealand point of view as well. Will Young with the runs, Daryl Mitchell with the runs. That propelled them to 288 for 7. Players, well, they come out, handshakes all around. It's been a good game of cricket. Pakistan, where they were in pursuit of 289 to win the game. It was excellently set up front with runs from 1, 2 and 3. Babar with a 49. Heatfield, he missed out. Imam Ulaq with 60, but the star of the show, top scorer, 117 from 114, Fakhar Zaman. Once he fell, the experience of Rizwan came in and steadied the ship and took Pakistan home. 42 of 34 as Pakistan won and got 291 for 5. Getting home by 5 wickets. Partnerships extremely important, and they were all the way through, barring one. 124 from 128, Imam and Fakhar. Fakhar was involved in 4 out of the 5 of them. The second one also important with the skipper, 90. And in the end, Rizwan, well, he was there standing to take Pakistan home.
Yeah, New Zealand toiled. They tried to get wickets. Opening partnership of 124 broke them, really, but they kept trying all the way to the end. Rachin Ravindra got his first ODI wicket. Fakhar Zaman, Milne, Henry and Tickner tidy. Sodhi, I thought, bowled brilliantly. Here it is, the match summary. first ODI of this 5-match series. New Zealand 288 for 7. Mitchell, well, he was impressive, and Young, excellent up front. And Naseem Shah was very, very impressive. Backed up the other bowlers in Pakistan over the line. Brilliant Fakhar Zaman 100. Backed up by Imam Ulha.
Pakistan, well, they had the target up front and set for them. The experience of Fakhar Zaman and Imamul Haq, the two left-handers, took the game on from the very first ball. And more importantly, put the bad balls away, didn't shy away from playing their strokes. The sound of the bat from some of Fakhar Zaman's hits into the leg side. Such a strong hitter off the ball. And he was quite a treat to watch.
Yeah, an excellent innings from Fakhar Zaman. He kept going. This partnership was 124. Imam Al-Haq ably helping Fakhar Zaman with the partnership. It was a partnership that really did break the back in New Zealand. New Zealand needed to get quick wickets. They didn't have answers. Played straight, just like Daryl Mitchell did. Until this happened. Nish Sodhi, he was producing spin, he was producing bounce out there. Gave Babar Azam a little bit of trouble early on. A few loose deliveries through the middle. He kept toiling, and that was the moment. Fakhar Zaman, another 100. Shan Masood came in and went very quickly. At this stage, looked like there was maybe a little bit of a shake in the Pakistan batting order, but Rizwan, aggressive, came in, played his game.
You're talking about twist in the tail. It was just a mere bump or a bit of a jolt that Fakhar Zaman fell. Rachin Ravindra, well, he'd be happy. His first international wicket. Blair Tickner came and then picked up Salman Ali Agha. And the winning moment came from Rizwan's bat. It was well acknowledged all around. Milestone for Pakistan men's cricket as well. It is the 500th win in one-day international cricket for Pakistan in men's cricket. An extraordinary achievement. Right, first of 5 goes to Pakistan. They win by 5 wickets. There's 4 more to play for. Don't go anywhere because we will be back with the post-match presentation. Yeah, welcome back to the Pindi Cricket Stadium as the first one-day has culminated in a Pakistan win by 5 wickets. New Zealand set 288 for 7 in their 50 overs. Mitchell with a ton, 113 to his name. Pakistan in reply also had a ton and it was in the winning cause. 117 for Fakhar Zaman, Imam with 60, Babar 49 in the end, 42 for Rizwan as they win the first one by 5 wickets. Sikandar Bath is now ready with the post-match presentation. Let's head down to him.
Thank you, Aruj, and welcome to the post-match presentation of the first ODI between Pakistan and New Zealand. Pakistan making it 1-up in the series by winning this match by 5 wickets. Before we give away the awards, I'll introduce our presentation party for tonight's game. Mr. Suhail Masood, he's Chief Development Officer, KFC, is here with us. Dr. Mohammad Imran, Group Head, Islamic Banking, Bank Al Falah. Mr. Rizwan Fazal, Head of Channel Planning, Jazz, and Mr. Khalid Khan, Sales Manager, North Helion. Welcome, gentlemen. Now to the awards. I'll request Mr. Rizwan Fazal to please present the Jazz Super All-Rounder of the Match, award of 100,000 rupees, and that goes to Daryl Mitchell for his brilliant 113 of 115 balls. His second ODI century helped the side to get to 288 tonight. Now I'll request Mr. Khalid Khan to please present the Sensodyne Complete Performer of the Match. That's 200,000 rupees. Goes to Imamul Haq. And he scored 60 of 65 balls, gave Pakistan a good start along with his partner Fakhar Zaman. Now I'll request Dr. Mohammad Imran to please present the Bank Al Falah Outstanding Performance of the Match. That's 100,000 rupees award. And that goes to Naseem Shah for his brilliant spell. 10 overs, 2 maidens, 29 were given away, and he took 2 wickets with that. Now to the player of the match. And first I'll request Fakhar Zaman, of course, the player of the match, to please sign a bat for Bank Al Falah Fan of the Match. And I'll now request Mr. Suhail Masood to please present the KFC Player of the Match Trophy and Cash Award of 100,000 to Fakhar Zaman for his 117 of 114 balls, 13 boundaries and a 6. We'll have a quick word with Fakhar as well. Fakhar, शानदार इनिंग्स थी, खास तौर पे जिस तरह से आपने स्टार्ट लिया है इमाम के साथ, ऐसा लग रहा था कि आप लोग ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा स्कोर करना चाह रहे हैं पहले 10 ओवर में।
हमारा प्लान शुरू में यही था, क्योंकि पिंडी की विकेट ये है कि अगर आपने नया बॉल सर्वाइव किया तो हम लोग बस यही स्टे करने की कोशिश कर रहे थे, और हमारी कोशिश यही थी कि जितना लंबा कर सके, लेकिन लकीली रन्स भी मिल रहे थे।
ओवरऑल आपकी जो परफॉर्मेंस हमने देखी, इंपॉर्टेंट एक सीनियर प्लेयर के लिए कि वो गेम को फिनिश करे या एक बड़ा स्कोर बनाए, जो तैयारी वर्ल्ड कप के लिए की जा रही है, अपने फॉर्म को कैसा देख रहे हैं? और अच्छा स्टार्ट है, 117 बनाया आपने।
बिल्कुल, बहुत अच्छा स्टार्ट है, और जिस तरीके से हम लोग मीटिंग में भी यही बोलते हैं कि जो पहले 3 हैं, बाबर, इमाम और मैं, हम में से एक 40 ओवर तक जाएगा ही जाएगा, तो फिर टीम की पोजीशन अच्छी होती है। और हमारी कोशिश यही होती है कि एक बंदा 40 ओवर तक जाए, और लकीली आज मेरा दिन था, और होपफुली कि इमाम और बाबर भी लंबा करेंगे इंशाल्लाह।
चलिए, बहुत मजा आया आपकी इनिंग्स देख के। थैंक यू सो मच।
थैंक यू।
Fakhar Zaman, the player of the match. Now I'll request Tom Latham to please have a few words with us, the captain of New Zealand. Tom, at the end of the game, you probably feel that 300 plus was on the card, especially when you were at the 40th over in batting.
Yeah, I think probably the score that we got was probably probably around par. I think the position we were in, obviously Daryl played a fantastic innings, and I think we did see with the wicket it did get harder and harder to bat on, and it was hard for guys to start when they first came in. So at the halfway mark, we were pretty happy with just under 300, but I think the way Pakistan played, obviously we were looking for early wickets, but they managed to build 2 big partnerships at the top of the order, and sort of managed to, I guess, break the back of the chase there, and unfortunately weren't quite able to make any inroads early on.
Where do you feel, is it the last 10 overs where you team as a team got 66, or you feel it's the first 10 overs where you got 49?
Probably a mixture of both, I think. As I said, sometimes on these surfaces when it does come harder and harder to bat on, sometimes it's not necessarily 10 and over at the back end. It's, probably aiming a little bit lower, and if you get more, then that's ideal. But as I said, Pakistan, they had two great partnerships at the top. Fakar played a great innings, and obviously Baba as well. So I think if we managed to get a few more early wickets, then things, could be slightly different, as we saw at the end there when, we managed to get a few wickets. It was hard to start, and I guess that's going to be the key in the next couple of games.
Yeah, well, you got a few positives, Daryl Mitchell's 100, and of course a big knock from Will Young, so good luck for the second game.
Cheers, thank you very much.
Tom Nathan, the captain of New Zealand, now request Babar Azam to please have a few words with us. The winning captain tonight, Pakistan won by 5 wickets. Babar, आपको मालूम है कि ये पाकिस्तान मेंस टीम की 500th ODI win है, 500वां मैच आज पाकिस्तान की टीम जीती, तो ये भी एक बड़ा लैंडमार्क है। ओवरऑल इस मैच को जीत होती है, किस तरह से देख रहे हैं, क्या पॉजिटिव्स आपको नजर आया आज के इस मैच में जो आप कहेंगे कि इनसे हमें काफ़ी फ़ायदा होगा आगे वाले मैचेस में?
हाँ, बिस्मिल्लाहिर्रहमानिर्रहीम। बिल्कुल, पहले तो अल्लाह का शुक्र है कि हम 5वां वनडे जीते हैं, और मेरे ख्याल से एफर्ट होती है पूरी टीम्स की, और कोशिश की यही की थी कि स्टार्ट अच्छा करें, लेकिन पहले से 10 ओवर्स हम वैसे यूटिलाइज़ नहीं कर पाए जैसे हम पास में करते आए हैं। और मेरे ख्याल से एंड में क्रेडिट देना चाहता हूँ फास्ट बॉलर्स को, जिस तरह हमने स्टिक किया, जिस तरह मेरे ख्याल से मिचेल खेला, वो भी आउटस्टैंडिंग इनिंग्स थी, और वहाँ पे लग रहा था कि 320 तक जा सकता है, लेकिन मेरे ख्याल से सारे फास्ट बॉलर्स ने जो जैसे एफर्ट किया और स्टिक किया 180 पे, तो वो आउटस्टैंडिंग था।
यहाँ नसीम शाह का काफ़ी अच्छा स्पेल रहा, 29 रन दिए सिर्फ 10 ओवर में, फिर फ़खर जमान का 100, ओवरऑल एक टीम एफर्ट नजर आया, एंड यू फील सेटिस्फाइड एज अ कैप्टन?
अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह, एज अ कैप्टन जब आपके प्लेयर्स रिस्पॉन्स करते हैं और जो प्लानिंग होती है, जो प्लान एग्जीक्यूट होते हैं, तो वो काफ़ी अच्छा लगता है। और जिस तरह नसीम शाह ने अर्ली ऑन जो बॉलिंग की और जो उनको स्ट्रिक किया, कोई लूज बॉल नहीं की, और जो प्लान हमने किया था वो एग्जीक्यूट हुआ, तो थोड़ा सा उन पर प्रेशर पड़ा, और उसके बाद फिर स्पिनर्स ने थोड़ा सा डोमिनेट किया। तो ये ओवरऑल परफॉर्मेंस होती है टीम की, और जिस तरह फ़खर और इमाम ने स्टार्ट अच्छा किया, 100 की पार्टनरशिप हुई, वहाँ से मोमेंटम मिला, और उसके बाद जो फ़खर ने इनिंग्स बिल्ड की मेरे साथ, और उसके बाद जो उसने 100 की, तो ऐसे ही डे बाय डे कोशिश कर रहे हैं कि चीज़ों को इम्प्रूव करें और सिचुएशन के हिसाब से खेलें।
वेल, इट्स ग्रेट। एक हो गया, 4 रह गए टू बिकम द नंबर 1 ODI टीम इन द रैंकिंग्स, बट वेल प्लेड टुडे।
Thank you.
Okay, so Babar, of course, was praising Fakhr Zaman and the bowling from the fast bowler, especially Naseem Shah, and he feels that the role that were given to individuals, they did that to perfection. And of course, Fakhr Zaman also was very happy to get 100 under his name at the start of a series. He says that helps him carry the confidence, and also had a few words to say about Imam ul Haq's batting. So overall, Pakistan did well, won the match by 5 wickets, and that concludes the presentation.
Thank you, Sikandar. Second game of this 5 match in a couple of days' time. Live, we will be back at 3:20 p.m. at the Pindi Cricket Stadium. Hope you've enjoyed the action tonight. We'll see you in a couple of days' time.
Good use of the feet and got right underneath that for a maximum.
That will bring up a second 50 in one-day internationals for Will Young.
Good looking shot, excellent shot to get to 100. Second one-day international 100 for Daryl Mitchell. Now that's a good shot. Runs here for Fakhr Zaman and for Pakistan.
The crowd are on their feet because Fakhr Zaman has back-to-back ODI centuries.
लाइट ले जाने के लिए हेल्प कर लो। ट्राइपॉड तो नहीं चाहिए ना ऊपर तो गया। अपना पैर चौकल हमला भाई भाई जल्दी आओ जल्दी वीडियो बनाओ यार मेरी वीडियो बना छोड़ लेता हूँ हाँ
Well, it was a stunning 100 by Fakhar Zaman, really leading the way for Pakistan. He set it up nicely at the top, this run chase. It was crucial for him to get the runs in order to get there. And he's got quite a record in this particular format. Well, this is how it looked like. New Zealand made 288 for 7 in their 50 overs, perhaps short of runs. Daryl Mitchell, what a knock by him, 113 in just 115 balls. And then Will Young chipping in. In response, Pakistan, though, they were quite relentless. Fakhar Zaman at the top, making 117. Imamul Haq, Babar and Rizwan all chipping in. Pakistan winning comfortably by 5 wickets. Hello and welcome to the Solar Energy Inverex Pitch Side Show. A bit of a different setup here because there has been a bit of a drizzle going around in Pindi. I've been joined by Grant Elliott and Sana Mir in unfamiliar conditions, I would say. But Pakistan, let's talk about Pakistan's win. Sana, it was important for them to start on a winning note because New Zealand were able to draw that series, the T20 International Series. But coming back in the ODI format, it's a format that Pakistan has to do well in because remember, there's also a World Cup at the end of the year.
Absolutely, there's preparation for the World Cup, and then New Zealand were able to beat Pakistan 2-1 in the series this year in January. So of course there's a lot going on there. The T20 series, Pakistan was 2 up, so they have to start well and then they have to keep the momentum.
From a New Zealand perspective though, I mean, Daryl Mitchell, fabulous with a bat, you know, we know what he can do. But overall, when you look back at the game, where do you think they lost it?
Yeah, I think it's interesting. You say where they lost it. I want to say Daryl Mitchell batted well. Will Young, another opportunity at the top, he batted well as well. So the foundation was set, very similar. And we saw at the 26 over mark that both teams were neck and neck. I think that potentially we lost it at the death and maybe at the power play. Only 49 runs at the power play. And at the death, I think we got 50 odds. So, yeah, we lost our way in those 2 sectors of the game. Through the middle, we were excellent. So it was tough, though. Pakistan bowled well. The ball was reversing, and they're brilliant at the death, Pakistan. Good Yorkers. Naseem Shah was exceptional.
Yeah, Naseem Shah was exceptional in these conditions to be bowling the way he did on that flat wicket. Kudos to him, of course. But for Pakistan, the run chase was important. A good start was important, and that's what they got in the form of Fakhar Zaman, who's also our hero of the match.
Hero of the match, brought to you by Inverex Solar Energy.
Well, you look at the kind of knock that Fakhar Zaman played today, Sana. I mean, 117 in 114 balls. He's done it before as well. He has hundreds in this format.
Absolutely, but this 100 is a little bit different. He was in command and almost a chanceless innings. He played the spinners really well. He played the fast bowlers really well. He did use his release shot, but he also played on the offside. Looked really, really comfortable today.
Yeah, it was one of the better innings I think I've seen Fakhar Zaman play. He was poised. He wasn't erratic. We see him using his feet a lot early on, and actually, you know, every now and then Fakhar Zaman gives his wicket away, but you can see there a lot square of the wicket. We had, you know, a few straight. Daryl Mitchell was quite straight to the wicket. However, Fakhar Zaman was more behind square and square of the wicket. But it was a Fakhar Zaman innings. I think, you know, it was explosive. But I think for me, the reason why it was the best innings he's played is he was poised. He just looked in total control the whole time.
And also just on Fakhar Zaman, you know, he seems to pair really well with Imamul Haq on the other end. It's not the first time that these two have got going. It seems like they have a great understanding between each other.
Absolutely, and just wanted to add the balance was really good in his batting, and these two, the partnerships have been coming more than 2,000 runs between these two, and today 124 of 128. Both of them look really comfortable, both on the fast bowlers and spinners. They have their own different areas and different strokes, and the calling, the running between the wickets, the calling, that has been pretty good as well. So 2,000 runs for opening partnership, it's not an easy thing.
I think Imamul Haq also mentioned in one of his interviews that his favourite partner on the other end is Fakhar Zaman. And perhaps one of the reasons is because of the fact that he tends to do really well. And like you said, the running between the wickets, the boundary hitting, it's a great package, these two together. But for now, let's have a look at the stat attack.
Stat Attack, brought to you by Inverix Solar Energy.
Well, we're talking about most partnership runs by left-handed opening pairs. And Fakhr and Imam are number 3 on that list. They've got 2,215 runs. Hayden and Gilchrist right at the top. Amir Suhail, Saeed Imran. I mean, look at that list. Look at the list of players that you've got here. Jaya Surya and Tharanga, Gale and Chandapal. And there you have it. You have Fakhr and Imam, Grant. I mean, it's always, you talk about bowling in partnerships. There's also something called, you know, batting in partnerships. And it helps to have a partner who's understanding on the other end, and you complement each other.
It's like a relationship, isn't it? The opening batters, you know, communication. But I also think that they have to complement each other. So one of the things that Fakhr Zaman does well is he's aggressive. And then you've got Imam Al-Haq, where he actually gives the strike to Fakhr Zaman. He puts away the bad ball, but he's more of a test player, I'd say, a little bit like Will Young's innings. But they complement each other so well. And when you have a batter who's aggressive and wants to feel bat on ball and hit boundaries, he wants as much strike as possible. So rotating the strike is important, and I think that that's why these two are very successful. They complement each other perfectly. As you mentioned, running between the wickets isn't a problem.
But what about the combination in terms of, you know, having two left-handed openers? Because normally, if you look at teams and the strategies that they have, they always prefer to have a left-right combination just so that, you know, they get to face different kinds of bowlers and it gives a different dimension. How do you look at this?
I think that's also a part of their success, because generally most bowlers are more used to bowling to right-handed batters. Generally in the world, there are more right-handed batters. So in the nets, when you're bowling as a bowler, you mostly bowl to the right-handers. So now, once there's both the left-hand batters are on the crease, then your lengths have to be only to the left-handers, and sometimes that can put bowlers off.
Yeah, it can definitely disrupt their plans and their rhythm. Whatever it is, it seems to be working really, really well for Pakistan, and that was the stat attack for you.
Stat Attack, brought to you by Inverix Solar Energy.
All right, great start to the ODI series for Pakistan. They are leading 1-0, and they want to capitalize on that in the next one-day international as well. But for now, we'll take a short break. Back on the Inverix Solar Energy pitch side show, well, the batting was good. We spoke about Fakhr Zaman and Imam ul Haq and their partnership. But the real deal for us, I suppose, was Naseem Shah. In these conditions, to be bowling the way he did and not even conceding, well, conceding one boundary in his 10 overs, it speaks volumes of how far he's come along, Sana. I mean, I'm going to let you talk about Naseem Shah because really he seems to be evolving as a bowler.
Absolutely, and the lengths he hit, the seam movement, the swing he was able to generate, and then at the death overs, the Yorkers he was able to execute. I think it's a high skill game, and we have seen time and again whenever there's pressure, he stands up. And Shaheen Afridi got injured in the World Cup. He just came onto the scene and bowled as a senior bowler. And today also he was leading the attack.
He's so passionate about his bowling ground. I mean, that's the one thing that's very evident when you watch him. He's got that fighting element in him whenever he's out there. So, I mean, what's impressed you about him?
I think the thing that's impressed me the most about Naseem Shah is that when he started, he was quite raw. There was no balls, there was wides. He was a little bit all over the show. Whereas now he's starting the innings. I mean, the first delivery that he bowled was right on the money. Back of the length, asking questions, and he did that throughout his innings. And I think that once you get that stock delivery right and you're moving the ball, and obviously he bowls at pace, it's exciting, but then it's the skill of being able to bowl the Yorker and bowl the change-ups. And we've seen that with Harris Rauf. He's done it throughout his career now. He's grown into being an excellent bowler, and now we're seeing it from Naseem Shah.
There's still certain areas that Pakistan needs to work on and improve, Sana, just in terms of looking ahead to the World Cup. And fielding is one area which can definitely not be overlooked. Remember, you're looking at the World Cup, you'll be competing against the very best. And this is an area where they were rather sloppy.
Absolutely, I think they at least gave away 20-25 runs in the field. That was at least. And against a good team, when they are big teams like Australia, New Zealand, when they will have their senior players back who are not in this competition, they'll make you pay in the last 10 overs. You won't be able to contain them for 60-odd runs. So these 20-25 runs can be the difference between winning and losing.
Yeah, I agree with Sana, and I reckon that's why the game went so long, because New Zealand should have really lost the game in the 45th, 44th over. But because they keep fighting, because of the fielding, that was maybe the difference between the two teams and why the game just went on towards the last over, because New Zealand, their fielding always backs up the bowling. So if Pakistan can tighten that up, find 20 more runs in the field, unbeatable.
Absolutely. You're talking about Pakistan improving in certain areas. One thing that has only improved over the last few months is the crowd turnout, especially in Pindi. You've got to hand it over to them, regardless of whether it's Ramadan or whether it's Eid or whatever you want to look at, whichever way you want to look at. The crowd has turned up in huge numbers. Even for this one-day international, it was no different. They deserved a treat today, and let's find out from Mehak what they have to say.
Fresh format and a fresh beginning for the two teams, but it was Pakistan who came out in cracking style here and capitalised on a lead by getting that first win under their belt in this first ODI against New Zealand. Now let's go speak to the fans and ask them how thrilling it was for them to watch Pakistan give such a superb performance here.
पाकिस्तान की टेरिफिक बैटिंग के बारे में आज बात करें तो वो चेस कर रहे थे और फ़खर ज़मान ने वो सेंचुरी बनाई, इमाम उल हक ने हाफ सेंचुरी बनाई, बाबर आजम ने अपने इंटरनेशनल 12,000 रन्स कंप्लीट किए। तो ओवरऑल पाकिस्तान को इस तरह बैटिंग करते हुए देखते हुए आपको कैसा फील हुआ?
मुझे काफ़ी अच्छा फील हुआ। मुझे लगता है कि आज हमारी टीम ने काफ़ी अच्छी और स्टेबल बेस बनाई थी मैच के शुरू में, और पाकिस्तानी टीम ने, और मतलब कि जो पहले दो प्लेयर्स की पार्टनरशिप थी विच लास्टेड अ गुड वाइल, उसने काफ़ी अच्छी फाउंडेशन बनाई पूरी बैटिंग लाइन के लिए, और वो काफ़ी इंपॉर्टेंट थी। तकरीबन मोस्टली उन्होंने रन्स बनाए अच्छे, और बाबर ने भी अच्छा सस्टेन किया अपनी बैटिंग में। एक बिल्कुल ही केम क्लोज टू गेटिंग आउट, लेकिन मतलब उसके बाद ही स्टेड देयर एंड ही प्लेड वेल।
न्यूजीलैंड बेशक आज मैच हार गया, लेकिन डैरल मिचेल ने अपनी जो सेंचुरी बनाई थी उस फर्स्ट इनिंग्स में, और जिस तरह आपने सेंचुरीज दोनों साइड से देखी है, आउट क्लास बैटिंग हमने ओवरऑल देखी है इस मैच में, तो इस तरह का मैच आपको बहुत एक्साइटिंग लगा था?
बिल्कुल ऐसी बात है, क्योंकि एक टाइम मैच बिल्कुल ही टफ हो गया था क्योंकि एक तरफ सेंचुरी हो गई थी और न्यूजीलैंड बहुत टफ टीम है, माना गया है, लेकिन पाकिस्तान के आज टॉप ऑर्डर की वजह से न्यूजीलैंड के जो टेस्ट मैच प्लेयर हैं वो नहीं चल सके सही से।
अच्छा, पिछले मैच के बाद और पिछली सीरीज के बाद आपका दिल तो दुखा ही होगा, थोड़ा सा टूटा भी होगा, लेकिन आज की ब्रिलियंट टर्न अराउंड के बाद जो पाकिस्तान ने हमें दिखाई है और बैटिंग भी बहुत अच्छी की है, बॉलिंग भी बहुत अच्छी की है, तो आप आज ओवरऑल पाकिस्तान की परफॉर्मेंस के बारे में क्या कहेंगे और आप कितने खुश हैं इस जीत के साथ?
ओवरऑल पाकिस्तान की परफॉर्मेंस बहुत अच्छी रही। शुरू में लगा था कि न्यूजीलैंड 350 प्लस स्कोर करेगी, लेकिन इन दी एंड नसीम शाह और स्पेशली शाहीन ने बहुत अच्छी बॉलिंग की। कैचेस कुछ ड्रॉप हुए लेकिन वो मैच का हिस्सा है और बैटिंग तो आउटस्टैंडिंग थी, खास करके फ़खर जमान की, और जिस तरह से इमाम बाबर ने साहब ने मैं कहता हूँ आउटस्टैंडिंग थी और बहुत मज़ा आया मैच देखकर।
तो आपका दिल बिल्कुल फुल है आज का मैच देखने के बाद?
बहुत, क्योंकि हमने T20 सीरीज का बदला भी उनसे लेना था। होम सीरीज हम जीत तो नहीं सके लेकिन बराबर तो हमने कर दी। इंशाल्लाह ये ODI सीरीज हम जीतेंगे, 3-0 से जीतेंगे।
चलिए, बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया कि आपने हमें अपना टाइम दिया और बहुत ही अच्छी राय भी दी। एंड एज वी कैन सी आफ्टर Pakistan's superb performance here today, the fans are leaving the stadium gleaming with absolute happiness. But only one ODI has happened so far and there are still 4 more to go. So until next time, it's goodbye from me and I'll see you all soon.
Thanks a lot, Mehek, and it's that time of the night when I thank you guys as well, Sana and Grant, for saving the day, considering the fact that it started to pour down at that point of time, but it's just nice to have you guys here once again. But of course, we will be meeting once again for the second one-day international. This was just the first one. And we have another one that is taking place in Pindi on the 29th of April, after which you move over to Karachi for the remaining one-day internationals. Just a quick reminder, we will be on air at 2:45 p.m. from Pindi Cricket Stadium, and that'll be on the 29th of April. All right, thank you so much once again to both my guests, and thank you so much to all of you for watching our coverage. I hope you guys enjoyed the first one-day international. We certainly did. Magnificent hundreds by both sides and plenty of entertainment. Until next time, it's goodbye.
Good use of the feet and got right underneath that for a maximum.
That'll bring up a second 50 in one-day internationals for Will Young.
Good looking shot, excellent shot to get to 100. Second one-day international 100 for Daryl Mitchell. Now that's a good shot. Runs here for Fakhar Zaman and for Pakistan.
The crowd are on their feet because Fakhar Zaman has back-to-back ODI centuries.
Catch it.